It seems to me it doesn't really matter. You tell your men to do one thing, and they do something else.
You know you've always been able to rely on me. Now, maybe we've had the odd quarrel, but that's water under the bridge now. You managed to save the silver.
If it wasn't you, who was it? I reckon he told us everything we wanted to know. Radovan the blacksmith has lost the sword he made for the groom as a wedding present.
After me?
And what would I miss? I can find plenty of people to push me around.
What did Hannes talk to you about? Oh, come on. You can tell me.
It might have occurred to me you were the one I was looking for. Aye, it didn't exactly go well. But they're dead now. That's the main thing. I might have known. Where there's trouble, Lord Capon is never far off.
Not really.
And what about you? You're quite experienced when it comes to giving orders, right? I don't know. I don't trust you much, but I don't have a choice. I can't say I feel good as a commander. Shouldn't we tell Zizka about what happened here?
Wasn't he supposed to hand it over when you reach maturity? No strings attached? In German? He told us something, didn't he? Do you want me to take a look at it later? Yeah, maybe she'll be pretty as well.
I can't say I missed you. Life is easier when I don't have to worry about you all the time.
No, I'm pleased. Honestly. I hope he turns out to be a great man.
No. I just wouldn't want to explain to Sir Hanush why I couldn't keep an eye on my living ball and chain.
How's it looking with setting out for Semin?
At Sigismund's council, an order was given to ransack the Jewish quarter. Hold up. No change in the subject. What did you mean about Svatya?
Do you think the others in the fortress are in on it? Old Semin, Gnarly.
Do you think the others in the fortress are in on it too? Do you think you can manage alone?
Well, that's exactly why I think we should keep the news about young Semin's involvement to ourselves for now. I thought we were better friends than that.
You need to believe in yourself. A commander without self-confidence is worthless. We'll figure out a way to help them. The old lord, the young lord here, the local captain.
Now, there's nothing to be done. We must tell von Burgov what's really going on with Semin. You're right. I don't. He begged, whined, whimpered.
If I fuck up, people will die. The blacksmith saw you sniffing around it, so don't play dumb. Where did you stash it? Well, a commander is nothing without good men. My company's not too bad. What did he do with the sword, then?
I'm your right-hand man and best friend. And you keep secrets from me?
Samuel already knows. And he's ready to go. I think I should be going. I've got a lot to do. It's not long ago I wouldn't have believed we had it in us. I haven't had a chance yet, but maybe I'll give it a try. Then you can bet as well.
You could do something that makes Yitka not want you. There's something I need to do first. Wait for me.
What now? Make camp and go hunting? Of course.
What are your plans now?
And how do you know it was him who took it?
How's it going? We didn't have a chance to talk at Suchdol. How do you feel?
Oh, you shouldn't underestimate me.
I would gladly tell you.
Likewise. Aye. I'm used to following orders in battle too.
What are we going to do about the wedding? It looks like Hanush is serious about the wedding. Thank you for the encouragement before my journey. Well, we got a task and we had to carry it out.
Excuse me? What are you doing here?
What about your injury? You said you got hit.
What? Svatya? Nonsense.
He caught Sam. He was going to kill him. I finished him. Don't tell me then. I found Brabant in the camp.
I see it as an opportunity. After all, we left Ratai to prove ourselves. All right. I'll take your word for it and try to find the sword. I'm glad you're still alive and kicking. Yes, even a man like you can't know everything. At least you're all alive.
I wouldn't be so pessimistic.
But poaching in von Burgov's woods is fine with you, isn't it? But how did he get in?
I suppose he really cared about the silver. And don't worry about the wedding. It had to happen one day.
And this siege is our big chance. Oh, I did. After all we've been through, a couple of common soldiers can't give us any trouble. And who egged me on? And what about the dead man on the tree? And what about the dead bodies?
Do you think he'll fall for it?
You should have some sense too, and let it go. At least here at the wedding. It must have been their handiwork. But don't worry, they won't hurt anyone now. I took care of them. Not now. Perhaps later.
I'm from a small town myself, and I can appreciate a nice maypole. I remember having to guard it every year.
I'd love to have a drink with you. I'd like to see him. Why did they even invite him?
Exactly. What's the worst that could happen? Well, I was just walking by, and I saw a tree with colourful ribbons. That would give anyone pause. You're not the first to mention something like that.
To yours.
I know from experience how hard it is to guard a maypole like that. I used to stand guard myself. Good news. I kicked Hennick's arse.
Aye. He took me with him because we forged that sword together.
If it was up to me, I'd have at least 5 fellas with clubs standing around it and have 'em beat up anyone who dares walk by.
Where did they go? Aye. I found those 2 poor fellas as well. I know. I saw him earlier. And not far from there, 2 bandits have a camp in the forest. Where exactly did he find them? Is that what he told you? Because someone tormented that horse to death.
Unfortunately, the horse didn't make it. Right now, we need food more than anything else. Well, I did what you don't have the guts to do.
Absolutely. I found a dead horse not far from the keep. Are you missing any? Aye. That sounds like the one I found. Oh, such a shame. Thank you.
We'll see. You don't have to concern yourself about that, so don't cross me, or I'll make your life hell, and believe me, I can. You may be a big shot here, but outside of your village, you're a nobody. Why don't you leave Pavel alone? You can kiss my arse, you stinking dung grubber. If you send anyone else after him, I'll deal with them first, and then I'll come for you. I'm a friend of Pavel's. Pavel is under my protection, so leave him alone. I'm not going to tell him anything, and you're going to leave him alone. Do you think I'm scared? Never mind. And believe me, some village ruffians won't stop me. Do you understand?
Oh, nobody said anything about a password.
My guess is it's Roman, a local woodcutter.
Those pigs that are foraging by the woods. Are you in charge of them?
Are you Zinnek?
You must be Zinnek. Am I right? Who knows? But it does seem like he buried him. Is that the only key? Is that the only key?
Oh, looks like your pigs dug up a corpse there.
Then Bahushka must think her husband's still alive.
I did it. You're free.
Good thing I already found Mutt.
So, are you going to answer me now? That corpse didn't walk there on its own.
Did you say Roman was with a girl?
You say you saw Roman with his girl. You mean Pavlena?
Why do you have a dead sheep lying here?
Listen, I'm trying to find someone.
Crazel sent me. He's looking for some document the bailiff took from you. But I need help. Crazel sent me to get some document they took from you. I managed to steal that document.
Pavlena?
You beat me up good. My jaw still hurts.
Sorry. Not so fast. It's munching on a corpse back there in the forest.
Do you know who that is? When I tried to talk to Bahushka, she thought I was someone called Francis.
Have you seen anything suspicious going on around here?
I can't get you out.
I'll manage. Leave it to me. I found a stray pig.
Mill wheel? Well, I can try. Wait a while. My dog. He ran away, but I already found him. My dog. He ran away.
Who has the key to the chest?
Well, who's got the key to it?
Which one of them was it?
Oh, damn. I don't want Mutt to get poisoned. Crazel sent me. He wants me to get the document they took from you at the rat house. I'm still learning. Well, I'm still learning. So I could use some advice.
A young fella. Ginger hair.
Of course I do. Wouldn't be my first time.
That pig you said you lost. I found it.
I was wondering why it's all torn up.
I don't know. Never saw him before. Probably someone from the village. I don't know. Someone carrying or dragging something?
I hope not.
I'm trying to find her too. Thanks for your help. I'd better go and find that farmhand. Who are you?
Hermes Trismegistos?
I'll keep it in mind. Thanks.
Are you the foreman? I was told to speak to you.
Thanks.
I heard she was consorting with some charcoal burner here.
I need to ask you something. I'm not here about charcoal. I'm looking for Stanya, an alehouse maid from Kuttenberg.
Thanks a lot.
And what about Barton? Is he here?
Dobravka, come on. Everybody's looking at you. Would you calm down?
Are you all right?
My word, you smell like a wineskin. Greetings, Olbram. I'll go and get him.
I don't understand either why he's showing his face here.
Oh? Why's that? Shall we have a toast? To you and your betrothed? Let it go. Don't let him ruin the wedding for you.
No thanks.
Perhaps later. I see the richest farmer in the county can't miss such an occasion. Where's your bride?
Sure.
To your health, Olbram. Are you looking forward to being married?
I know.
I've already talked to him. And where's Lord von Burgov?
I'm with you. Time to say goodbye. God be with you.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, what can you do? Aye, I saw it. Over there, beyond Jellyov, right? Were there any valuables in there? And where did the wagon tip? I'm from Skalitz. I'm from Ratai. Well, it's my new home. Burned down. I've never had any lessons, but I've been at a few dances. I reckon I can manage a few steps. I haven't tried it for a while. Well, you know, I shouldn't say, but I've got a secret mission here. Really important one. I did indeed. And all thanks to you. You better believe I know how. Aye, that's as may be. But one would hope that Sir Hans would finally grow up. We were camping there. And the bodies of our men are probably still lying there. Those are the worst. We'll dance then. I won't dance with her then. So we'll have a dance at least then. So, good health to you, Mishka. Sorry, Mishka, but I've got a sweetheart at home. Care to dance? It's definitely quieter here. They call it Silver Skalitz, because they used to mine the stuff there. I told him I'd had it up to the back teeth cleaning up his mess after him, and he took offence. I'd rather have a drink. Gladly. May I have the honour? Gladly. Sure, but why did we leave? Didn't you like it there? Because my village was torched. So I fled there. Sorry. That came out really stupid. I'd rather not. Sorry. Sorry, Mishka, but why hide away at a wedding? I'd rather have a drink with the others. You're not the worst dancer yourself. Thanks. I'm really trying. Where am I from? Don't you worry about me. Never mind. Nothing. Take care. I don't know. We each went our own way. I heard you were talking to the bride. Do you know where I can find her? Have you seen the bride or the groom? I didn't. Could you distract your ma one more time? I came here with my lord, but we were ambushed on the way, and our whole escort was slaughtered. Only me and my lord got out alive. Honestly, I really don't know. It's complicated. No. Skalitz was torched to the ground, and we had to flee. Thanks, but no, fortunately. Mishka, do you know Dobravka? Well, I'd like to get to know you better. Close up. My village was burned down. Very nice. Pa had a decent forge there. Likewise, a little place. What can I say? A hole it was. Damn it. And afterwards, something more? I'm a natural. Her ma wants me to dance with her. It's a nice place. Thanks for showing it to me. I really couldn't say. I found another way in the end. But thanks for your effort. I didn't behave much better. Not me. He's the one who kept behaving like a spoilt brat. And I had to keep dragging him out of trouble. We got into trouble. One thing led to another. An accusation here, an insult there. All right. Thanks, Mishka. Thanks. I'll go and have a look for them. Have one with me. Well, it could happen, I suppose. But he told me to go to hell as well. The devil knows who's in the right. What am I doing here? What's so funny? To congratulate her on her marriage, as befits the occasion. Lots of luck, pack of offspring, health and happiness, all that stuff. Maybe I should be on my way then. Yes, but we're not on speaking terms. Nothing. I don't know what I meant, but I did in the end. And what do you think, Mishka? Should I dance with her? So I don't actually have a home. A place to live, yes, but it's not home. And we ended up each going our own way. Why doesn't anyone want to dance with her? And where can I find her? You want to be alone? At a wedding? I saw an arena in the camp. When will there be a tournament? Furusia sounds to me like the chivalry of every good knight. Well then, you still don't regret joining us? What did you mean by mindless hacking? It's a tourney, isn't it? I'd say we're quits, wouldn't you? You saved me in the Italian court, and now I saved you. I better be off. Why did they ban the tourneys? I see you came through unscathed. Take care. I won't force you to stay. That's not what I meant. I'll be glad if you stay with us. If you want to, that is. But a good Christian knight should also know how to dance, play chess, and write poetry. Maybe with the exception of that horse medicine of yours. Master Musa. Musa. I'm glad you're all right. What were the last few days like?
Did you lose a lot of men?
What does that mean? Furiosia?
What's your plan now? Head out into the world again?
What's that Chogan then? And what's so dangerous about that? You want to fight? Here, hang on. Good things come to those who wait. Dunnies? Why not? I'd love to have a drink with you. I can't say no to that. I see. This is getting serious.
Oh, thank you very kindly.
You know why Lord Samin won't give you anything better? Because he's afraid you'll get drunk and start a brawl. All right then. But just a little. All right then. I won't let you down.
I reckon I don't have much choice, do I?
No. Thanks, but I don't drink. No thanks. I'm not much of a drinker.
I found it in the cellar.
You mean this liquor? Well, do I even have a choice? They call me Henry. Henry of Skalitz. But I don't serve drinks here. I'm a guest. I'm Henry of Skalitz. It's coming right up. Hey, Yurko, don't piss me off or I won't get you anything. But Lord Samin said, all right. But how will I recognise this stuff I'm looking for? What? No, you're mistaken. I'm not the... Easy, gents. I come in peace. What? I wouldn't want that. Why me? Can't you fetch it yourselves? And to the newlyweds? And who's guarding the cellar? And where would I find something? Well, I don't think there's much I can do about the guard. Do you have any ideas?
That I'd keep quiet about the beer.
Pay up, and maybe I'll change my mind.
Do you know what I think? I think you're hiding the cattle somewhere. Do you know what I think? I think you drove the cattle off somewhere so you wouldn't have to give them to the king.
Now, you know what? I don't want to hear about it.
I know about them. And also that someone hid their supplies in one of the graves.
Vitek, do you know what I found in the woods? Cattle.
It's almost as if those cows were deliberately driven off. Remember that empty cellar we were talking about?
I think you're lying to me. Your son told a different story. So stop lying to me.
I already know. I already found them. You're going to have to tell me something else.
I already found that.
We gave them a right beating.
Are you taking the piss?
We'll see about that.
Now talk.
We'll see about that.
That's enough for me.
That doesn't matter.
You can't get blood from a stone.
Well, that's a strange coincidence, isn't it? So you know nothing about it? So the cows in the forest aren't yours? So you know nothing about the cattle in the forest? Fine then. If it isn't yours, then there's no problem with our requisitioning it. So you admit it. And what about that milk? That's from last year too?
No, I don't agree to that. In that case, your days are numbered, peasant. He hid food in a grave. I'll take a look there.
So why'd you hide that milk?
Deal. Only if you tell me where you hid your supplies. I'll take that medallion you offered me.
Oh, come now. It's not all that bad. It's just that there were a couple barrels of beer there. Isn't it a waste to leave it empty? I noticed your stable is full of manure. Didn't you say you don't have any cattle?
Don't lie to me and spit it out. Where did you get them?
That's true. It'd be a shame if you were a victim of some kind of coincidence.
You better watch your tongue.
I found fresh milk and manure. The cows can't be too far away.
So where are they? Spit it out.
Thanks.
I'll take a look there.
Wonderful. This'll make the captain happy.
About those cumans, I already know about that. That's not much help, but I already heard about that.
But I already know about that. That milk is freshly drawn. And where there's fresh milk, there must be a cow.
Definitely. I'll take care of their punishment myself. You see? Everything's possible.
Let's hear it. Where'd the cattle go? Don't tell me you have a stable just for the fun of it.
All right then. At least you told me something. I'll leave you be for now.
All right then. I'll go and take a look there right away.
All right then. Now, don't be so brash. Don't fuck with me. Something could happen to you. Have no fear. I'm not like those soldiers who came before.
How dare you? I'm on the side of King Wenceslas.
Tell me where you hid your supplies from us, and don't tell me you didn't. Forget about it. Keep it.
They weren't so tough after all, but it's too late for that anyway.
Talk. I'm listening. You're out of luck. The commander will hear about it anyway.
Don't you think you're going too far?
Only if you tell me where you hid your supplies.
Where'd you get that milk? I found where you hid it, so you can't wriggle out of this.
If you want to save your son, you have no choice.
We'll see. Anything else? Anything else? I was just asking. Well, it seems a bit suspicious to me you'd lock up an empty cellar. That's a shame. I wanted to make a deal.
Well, So no robbers? You're right. He did hide them there. And I found them.
Oh, you should be glad. Maybe we won't take as much food from you. Don't worry. I had a word with them.
Good. I'll think about it.
How about some silver? What are you on about? Haven't you had enough? What about that locked cellar? What about the empty stable? What if you already drunk it? What would we do with milk? It'd go bad.
Aye, I've seen them. I already know. I found them hidden in the forest. He told me everything.
Well, it's not my fault. And that fresh manure... Don't take me for a fool. You're just insulting me and yourself. You didn't tell me much. Well, the manure was fresh. Don't tell me you sold the cows this morning.
2 cows, you say?
But the byre's completely empty. Oh well. At least tell me what you have locked up in the cellar. If we don't get what we want, you won't have anybody to feed. You see? You do know something. Which one? And why'd you buy it then? It'd be easier to hide a handful of groschen. Why is it full of manure then?
And do you know where I'd find them?
And where exactly can I find them? What, me?
Well now. Where can I find them?
You didn't tell me much.
And how can I trust you won't betray me?
I want you to tell me what the other villagers are hiding. And where?
What's in it for me? I'm sure you don't want anything to happen to you. Or to your son.
Well, that's odd. If the cellar's empty, where did this beer come from?
What if we made a deal? I'll keep quiet about the beer. What was he doing in Kuttenberg? I think you've got some explaining to do.
And next time, at least lock the cellar better.
Slow down a little. Let's go over this one thing at a time. Are you Vitek's sweetheart? I don't need to hear any more. Now it's up to me if I tell anybody about it. Does this really resolve anything, though?
How are you doing? Now go and have a drink. You deserve it, Mikesh.
There's a lot more soldiers here today. You wouldn't stand a chance. He didn't stand a chance by himself. Did the soldiers do anything to you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. But I am glad I defeated you.
Why did he do it?
His father told me he saved you from the king's men when they tried to... You know. Well, we can't give up now. We have the silver, and Jobst won't leave us hanging. Who attacked first? He'll be here. You'll see. Now go and get a drink and some rest. You deserve it. Aye. That's why he went with you. What? He didn't make it back? What did he do with the soldiers?
Nah, of course. Hopefully Jobst will show up soon, and we'll be as free and rich as we should be.
I know. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do now, Mikesh. God rest his soul. He was your brother. There's not much I can say. Go and have a drink, get some sleep, and we'll think about our next move.
Vitek's father told me a different story. He said they found him in that sorry state and carried him home. Stop lying to me, girl.
What about Vitek's injury?
You're saying he overpowered 2 trained soldiers by himself.
What exactly happened there? So how did those other 2 die? Whose idea was it?
Take care. Can I be of any help? Well, I don't want to hear anyone's confession, but isn't it important? I've beaten up a lot of men, but never a chief foreman.
Indeed. Why wouldn't I dance with her?
I'll dance with her, but I want something in return. Did you lock away the men's beer?
Certainly, ma'am.
Rely on it.
Do you know she can't dance at all? Do you know she can't dance at all?
Victoria is in the woods, covered in blood. The Voivod sent me to get his letter of safe conduct.
I already apologised to her.
We'll see.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry, but your husband has passed away. Unfortunately, he was beyond help. Thank you kindly, ma'am.
Did you lock away the miner's beer in a chest?
You're making a fuss over nothing, woman.
Well, you might have some idea. Was he injured in the past? Did he lead an unhealthy life? You'll know more about these things than me.
Of course not. I'm practically a cripple now. Of course not. I'm practically a cripple now.
I can't really promise you something like that. That's what I'm trying to find out. But that's not all, is it?
That's enough for me.
The body dries out with exertion and heat. The muscles start to give out, and it can lead to serious injury or even death. Well, what if someone took over for him and he had some free time tonight?
Then why didn't you say anything?
No, I didn't heal your husband, and I'm not even sure anybody can. But he's definitely in a better mood.
Come on, then.
Well,
I'm here.
So teach her to dance, and maybe she'll be happy from now on.
Then I give you my word. I, Henry of Skalitz, son of a nobleman and squire to Lord Capon, promise you this.
They're down there breaking their backs, and you're denying them some refreshment. You say he drank. Did he drink a lot?
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'd prefer to ask your husband directly. I'll go and take a look at him.
I'm sorry, good wife, but I don't feel like dancing. Maybe you'll find someone else. Sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you two.
How come you didn't take the amulet instead of the letter? I've come to treat your husband, ma'am.
I hear she's such a bad dancer that she's a risk to life and limb. Well, we can't let her sit in a corner till the end.
Drinking beer regularly strengthens the body, so the miners will work better. You look down on those poor men and treat them like dirt. You deserve a good walloping.
I still don't feel like it. I'm sorry, but she really can't dance.
Well, no, I didn't. It's a strange story. I'm still trying to work it out. Come on. You can't leave them down there dying of thirst. They're your men.
Of course. And at least I wouldn't be so surprised when she started crushing my feet. Of course. And at least I wouldn't be so surprised when she started crushing my feet. That's all right. I can't take your Henig's place, but would you like to dance? That's all right. I'm sorry, but I don't want my feet trampled.
I'm sorry, but I can't help your husband.
I can't believe Dobravka is just shy.
Will you give me that letter? We're not going to get any further without it. I found this in a hollow tree. Do you know anything about it?
Everyone with 2 legs dances at a wedding. And young girls are always in demand.
I think you're being unfair to him. He cares about you. I really think you should go out with Henrik. I spoke with Victoria. You're lucky I'm not in the mood for a fight. Give me that bloody key right now, or else. Any physician would tell you hard physical labour while thirsty is unhealthy.
Where are you staring off to so sadly? Nothing. Just that you're off here on your own.
Yeah, that sounds like him, all right.
Well, great. And I'm a cripple now.
Of course, I'd have to win. If I'm to treat him, then I have to know everything.
Is it better like this?
I'm here for my reward. What trembling? Like with chills? How long has he been ill, exactly? How would you feel? Hewing away the entire shift with no way to refresh yourself? I'll cure your husband. I'll buy the beer from you.
I don't know what you're talking about, all right? Chat with him, knock him out, and drag him here. I'm on it.
Fine. All right, then. Tell me all you know. Thank you, ma'am. What else is bothering him, besides the trembling?
So there must be something else. Or am I wrong? Is it my fault she dances like a scarecrow in the wind?
What does he get to eat now? If he's constipated, that might have something to do with it.
I beg your pardon? So what if she's not good at it?
Your husband is feeling a bit better and would like to see his son.
Me? What did I do?
What else? Did he eat too much meat? Do you have any idea what caused his illness? I understand.
I'll need coin for a bath maid when your daughter bruises my feet.
Tell me all you know. The Voivod will never give up the amulet. But a nice honourable wager, I have a feeling he might go for that. The Voivod won't give up the amulet, but he agrees to wager it with me.
Isn't there something more to it? But I don't know what for. I didn't mean to disturb you. Why isn't anyone dancing with her? Maybe a little drink would help. And where can I find her?
And how is his stool when he does defecate?
Vostatek is on his way. Vostatek will tell you everything. He should be here soon.
It looks like your horse died.
How's that leg of yours?
I found him in the woods and helped him. He was in a bad way.
Aye, that I did.
He hurt his leg, but he's all right otherwise. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
Sure. I'll stop by if I'm in the area.
What else?
Thanks. That's strange. But I reckon she'll be back sooner or later.
He'd climbed up a tree to escape from wolves. I had to chase them off. I didn't say that. We need to come at it from a different angle. And we have to discuss that. Not yet. But it's impossible to find anything there. It's a big house full of people, and trying to find anything there is impossible. The break-in didn't go as planned, but I didn't come back empty-handed. I didn't kill anyone. It was an accident. But the most important thing is, I found evidence. Aye. Let's go and put an end to this. Am I supposed to overturn the beds and rip up the floorboards? If we snoop around there long enough, they'll start to get suspicious. And even if they have something there, they'd soon get rid of it. We need to find another way. I don't believe we'll be able to find any proof there. But what if there's nothing there? What if they do their dirty work somewhere else and come home when everything's been cleaned up? They've been at it a long time, and nobody's found out. Do you think there'll just be bloodied scraps of women's clothing lying around? You don't surely believe that yourself. There was a death in the family. Right when I was there.
Where's that horse of yours? What now?
I killed him. I really don't know what came over the commander. He went completely mad and tried to kill me. I don't know. I just found him lying there. It was about the silver. I wanted to give the commander some of mine. Only I gave him too much, and he started to be suspicious. It's a pity that it all turned nasty. Better not ask. Then he launched himself at me. Why not? There's bandits in the woods attacking the supply runs all the time. Pull the cart away somewhere far from the village, so it looks like an ambush. Shouldn't you be grateful I got rid of them for you? I don't know where he got to. Well, I couldn't stand back and watch them slay all of you. I wouldn't be surprised if they took advantage of the commander being gone. I'm sorry. I had no idea things would turn out the way they did. He's dead. If I return to the camp, at least I'll know what to tell them. I wanted to help you. Otherwise, they would have taken everything from you. What did you do with the car? If they find it here, you don't have to sing. Or even say much. All you have to do is behave like a lady. Get out of here. And don't come back. At the Zhelyov Baths. They said you asked about a job there. Someone will surely give you a tour and show you the magnificently decorated chambers. I've got hold of the dress for you already. Are you Mistress Eneline of Winterthur? Your Lord Semine tells me you don't want to give anything to the beggars by the gate. Your reputation precedes you, miss. Tuma says you don't want to give anything to the beggars by the gate. That's a hell of a deal you made with them. That sounds tempting. Crazel will tell you himself. Before we go to the wedding. That's not important. It doesn't matter.
Are you all right? So it's safe to say you're an accomplice, eh? What do you suppose the bailiff would say?
We're agreed, then. That's the plan. And just so you know, Crazel originally wanted to take a bathhouse wench to the wedding. Well, the stables in Semine are renowned. The groom will certainly show you the finest horses they have. All right. Got it. I asked them what's behind it, and, sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, but...
Don't you feel sorry for them?
Why did she forbid him to drink? I came to heal your master, and I'd like to know what you cooked for him. Well, it seems it's not about what Chamberlain Schaumburg did to them, but what he wanted them to do to him. You'll be treated to the finest food there. Meat, cakes, maybe even fish.
You can thank the guild for that.
That sounds great. Can we go right away? Thanks for the invitation, but I have to take care of some things first. Where can I find you later? The Chamberlain of Trotsky, Sir Ulrich von Schaumburg. Don't worry about that. Crazel told me to get hold of a dress and some perfume for you. Well, you simply have to seduce him.
I suppose not.
At such an occasion, the second most important man in the domain is sure to put in an appearance. Well, and wherever von Burgov goes, he's followed by the second most important man in the domain. I've already got it for you. Fancy a duel? Just a practice one.
Or was it just old Greaser keeping his stuff at your place, huh?
There'll be lots of wine at Trotsky. I even hear Lord Otto von Burgov will be there. The Lord of Trotsky. Someone will surely introduce you to him. Naturally, the father of the bride, Bailiff Thrush, will be there. Someone will surely introduce you. There'll be lots of wine at the wedding. I can find some wine for you. They might even let you mount one. And maybe through his bed. I don't know the exact details. Crazel will tell you himself. Instead of singing, you'll be able to dance. To go to the Semine wedding with us. As a companion. You should be. He's the one Crazel wants you to pay attention to at the wedding. Crazel's offering enough to buy 2 cows. Crazel's offering enough to buy a little cottage. Crazel suggested Minter. Now that Trotsky is closed, there's no more prominent stronghold in the region than Semine Fortress. How are you doing? If that offer of yours still stands, we can go to your camp. I'd also like to ask, not so fast. It won't be that easy with the Chamberlain. There's nothing left to eat at one of the tables. It's mainly about a book we need to borrow from Trotsky. As your bodyguard, which physician treated him? Do you recall? How much? You should leave. It's not safe for you here. I'm Henry. I was sent by Miller Crazel. We have a job offer for you.
An interesting place. I wonder who used it.
All right. I'll try to find you there. Thanks. That'll do me.
Was there really nothing left? What about that room down in the cellar?
What's your plan now? How's Dry Devil and his arse? Is he feeling better? Getting drunk doesn't count. A red one. Tyrolean brocade. You're taking it bravely.
Oh, come on. I know full well it's an abandoned thieves' hideout.
But the girl said they didn't want anything to do with him because of his... special tastes. But Dorothy said none of the girls wanted anything to do with the Chamberlain because of his, special tastes. So you two can... How can I put it? Just so you know, Crazel originally wanted to take a bath wench to the wedding. And why doesn't he eat?
And don't worry, you can use the cellar again now. I opened it up for you.
And the way to get it leads right through the Chamberlain and his quarters. In a romantic way, if you get me. You know, get friendly. Intimate. Well, some wanted to vomit after meeting him. Others said they started considering the convent. Don't worry. I'll make it worth your while.
Tell me more about these thieves' charms.
I hear one Franta Cooldown is supposed to come and pick up new clothes from you. I want to ask again about those clothes.
I don't know. Maybe I'll buy it later.
Can I wait here for Franta?
Do you have one of those thieves' charms for good luck?
Franta asked me to pick up those clothes for him.
Fine. I'll buy it.
He gave me a certificate. See? It's got his name on it.
What do you think about the plan regarding the mines?
Would you sell those clothes to me? As it happens, you hit the nail on the head.
I'll have to look for him around here. Maybe he'll know where to find Kvieta. I'll try to find the lad. Maybe he'll know more.
I found out something about Pavlena.
You want revenge, right?
Oh, damn!
She's more or less all right.
Just upset, but that's no wonder. It's a complicated story.
You deserve it more than anyone else. Oh, you again. I might have known. When a woman goes missing, who else would I find her with? You again.
Kill Yakesh?
Henry, I'm helping Miller Crazel. You noticed anything suspicious?
I found out everything. Yakesh's hired hands ambushed Pavlena and Roman.
Oh, hasn't there been enough death already? And Yakesh can spout all the vitriol he wants. But in the end, it wasn't him who caused Pavlena's death.
He was what?
Doesn't matter. I'll find him. You go to the Devil's Den.
Maybe not here, but in the camp she does. She took a shine to a soldier. You know, you're pretty scary.
I know, but it wasn't a bad plan. At least we tried.
That's all I know so far. I didn't find him. Maybe he vanished along with Pavlena.
Unbelievable. If you'd stayed with the Chamberlain, you wouldn't have to deal with this. That's why you're here, remember?
The folk in Troskovitz were all talking about how they chased you out. This Cooper in Troskovitz, Jezek, he had his eye on Pavlena, but she turned him down.
Take it easy. Yakesh is long since dead. It was Yakesh's hands from the farm who did it. They were hoping he'd reward them for avenging the death of his son.
I poked around in the camp on the hill. I found a soldier there who used to meet in secret with Victoria.
I meant, how will I recognise him? Well, that could be any one of a dozen.
Probably not, then.
You must be mistaken, Master Chamberlain. I've never been to Trotsky.
Are you mad? They'll recognise you. Go to the Devil's Den and wait for us there.
Oh, yeah. I might have known you'd be behind it.
That's all I found out so far.
I'm escorting Miss Kvieta here. How are you?
Hi. That should be the spot. Pavlena's sweetheart. I'm sorry, but, that is... He was.
Yes. Sure. I'm not giving you anything. You can murder whoever you want in the Devil's Den, but now we need to go.
You're out of luck. I don't have anything else.
Well, if you think so. Well, then at least give him back the ring he gave you so he doesn't take you for a thief.
I'll try to find something else.
So maybe I should go and tell Ulrich how I fared.
So, are you happy now?
Here. You'll have to make do with this.
You mean Miskovitz? Janosch is in Miskovitz?
Maybe I can find you something.
A weapon? You want me to give you a weapon?
I promise I won't bring shame on you. I promise I won't bring shame to you.
She's sitting on a tree stump in the forest, waiting for her sweetheart to come. He promised he'd take her with him. They used to meet to the east of the camp, in the forest. They had a special place there, by 2 birches.
What did he want from you? That you would have. But mainly, I'm glad you made it back.
Roman, her sweetheart, was killed. And they hauled Pavlena off to a cave south of Troskovitz. I'm wondering whether he might have had something to do with her disappearance.
You said he was dead! Not that I'd find him in a shit pit. Hanush would jump for joy if he saw how independent you'd become. As a poacher.
You know what? I'll go with you right now. I reckon you want to know who I am, right? I'm Henry. Henry. They said it had something to do with the death of Yakish's wife and son. What actually happened?
Why weren't you? We had a deal. Why didn't Lord von Berghoff come? Couldn't you have left it somewhere?
As you say, in the Devil's Den. That's where all of us are supposed to meet.
How the hell did you get in here? Yeah, she's why I'm here. Great. I need to talk to him.
He meets you, and then I find him dead. Don't tell me it was just an accident. I was sent by Dry Devil. He's waiting for you at the Devil's Den. I asked about Pavlena in Troskowitz. She has a bow there.
All right. I promised I'd bring you back alive. What can I do?
Slow down now. Let's not be rash. Another death won't solve anything.
What?
Hey, where are you going?
Wait, your brother didn't make it back?
She was abducted, and I tried to save her, but I couldn't do anything to stop it. I found Pavlena and rescued her. Only, well, how can I put it? There was an accident on the way back. Pavlena had a bow in Troskowitz. When she was down by the river with him, the farmhands attacked them. Pavlena is fine. She should come home any time now. Pavlena is dead.
Sir, could I ask you to introduce me to Lord von Berghoff? Master Chamberlain, where's Lord von Berghoff? Why isn't he here yet? Sir, I'm Miss Kvieta's protector.
Really?
All right. I'll bear that in mind.
About this Jezek fella. I checked him out, and he has nothing to do with Pavlena's disappearance. But I found out he doesn't know anything about her disappearance.
Well, no wonder you didn't know which way was up. The praise made the blood rush to your head. And maybe elsewhere, too. Well, I thought she was with you. But I'm sure it's nothing serious. Did you show the sword to anyone else?
I don't know exactly why they did it. All I know is they were hands from Yakesh's farm in Troskowitz.
I don't think that's very likely.
Well, I can't just execute him. I'll talk to him first, then we'll see what happens.
Don't play dumb. The last time the innkeeper saw him, he was playing dice with you.
Don't jump to conclusions, good wife. I'll come back when I know more.
Listen, Enelin, the Chamberlain is looking for you, and...
Keep it. You'll need it more than I do.
Aha, let me guess. You haven't seen it since then?
I won't kill him. No.
No, actually. I have absolutely no idea who you're talking about.
If you're playing innocent, you're not doing a great job.
Well, thankfully it's all over now. Get some rest, and have some ale to wash it all down. You deserve it, my friend. Yeah. I'm glad you're all right. Now get some rest. And have some ale to wash it all down.
I managed to find out where Victoria is. I found traces of blood and a scrap of cloth. It looks like a piece from her dress. I found his body. Someone killed him and buried him by the woods. He had his eye on Victoria, but when she rejected him, that was that.
Oh? For golden shit?
Well, you don't need a weapon right now. What for?
No, I didn't. Me and my master were to deliver a message there, if anyone's been hanging around her. After all, Miss Kvieta is a handsome woman.
You could have at least fucking warned me before you went after them.
I'd love to meet him.
I'm really sorry about it all.
Young lads.
You should work out your grievances and make peace. Yakesh will pay you compensation for Pavlena, if it really is his fault.
Tough luck. I don't have anything to give you. Do you want me to get rid of those beggars? Do you want me to get rid of those beggars? Do you want me to keep an eye on Yurko, to make sure he stays out of trouble? Do you want me to keep an eye on Yurko, to make sure he stays out of trouble? Why would it be a disgrace? Why would it end in disgrace? Kvieta's not the first woman I've brought for you.
As you say.
If I don't bring you back, they'll have me kicked out of here. While exploring the region, I came across several graves of your men. What? Who? Can you remember the last time you saw it? When did you lose her? Yurko's band? Who are they?
I'm still on her trail. His name is Roman. He's a woodcutter. I don't know. I'll look into it. One of them dragged Pavlena off into the rocks, and he's holding her there. I'm sorry, but, well, there's no easy way to break the news, so I'll just tell you. Pavlena is dead. How?
What did the lad look like? What did this scoundrel look like? Don't you at least remember how he acted? Something that sticks in your mind. Why did he look so suspicious?
Go ahead. I'll meet you there later. I know he's there. I'll take care of it. You mean Janos Uer? I saved him from the pillory a while ago. I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to help you.
Ah, I see. I know exactly who we're looking for.
There's nothing to be done now. Go and get some rest, Kozlik. We'll come up with what to do next later.
Did you really send him to get wine? I'm accompanying Miller Crazel.
They did deserve it. All right. I'll do it. For all the wrongs he's done to you. Fantastic. I'll go and get him, and we'll be at the Devil's Den in no time. Have you gone mad? What the fuck has gotten into you? Do what you must, but leave me out of it.
You were pleased with yourself, eh?
Thank you.
Thank you. What about Lord von Bergov? Has he arrived yet? The wedding present for the young lord.
What about this? Do you want it?
What? What's happened? What will the miller say? All right. But what am I supposed to say to the Chamberlain now?
What did you do to Raniek?
What?
You're coming along? I went to see that old farmer, Kuba. I was down by the stream in Troskovitz. Something happened there, and I reckon Pavlena was there.
Ugh. Save that for when I'm gone.
Afraid? Not really. But I didn't expect you to go at them like that. And I reckon neither did they. But Bronny... What?
You're full of surprises.
Yes, that's me. Henry.
Of course, Master Chamberlain. Anything for you. But you wouldn't even let us... But I don't know what that was.
You think someone will be after you? That's supposed to be it. And now he's dead. Drowned in the shit pit behind the inn. And... she died there.
And you had the sword on you the whole time. Is there anything I can do to help? Is there anything I can do to help? Couldn't she just be chatting with someone here? Who were you showing off that sword to? How about I keep an eye on them? I was there. What did he do then? Has Lord von Bergov arrived yet? And what was he wearing? Try to remember.
And may Pavlena rest in peace. And things got a bit out of hand. We got into a fight. I saw a grave with pies on it by the church. What are they doing there? Father, would you advise me on how to ask God to heal Peter the Cooper? He suffers from an illness of the soul, and a well-meaning prayer would certainly do him good.
Right, I've heard about her. She's the one who baked pies all day.
Thank you, Father. Someone from back home. I think you'd like her. I'll tell you about her one day. I have to go and see my father. You too. And don't worry. We'll bring help. You know him.
Well, there can't be that many humans here, can there? I should just go around asking them one by one.
I'll go back to Ratai. It's my second home. And I think I deserve a bit of peace and quiet after all this. I've been to see Alice. He suggested I investigate some of the murders myself, that I might find something new. He was actually lucky I found him. Otherwise, he probably would have drunk himself to death.
You can't walk around with one shoe on anyway. And Mutt's dependable.
Better now, thank you. My brother has found peace at last. Probably. But I don't know for whom. What were the last days of the siege like for you? Must have been hard. Well, the last few days here in the fortress must have been awful. How did you get through them?
Well, that doesn't matter right now. There's nothing to worry about.
Thanks. When this is over, I'll repay you somehow. Good. I need all that as well. I was talking about the future.
Well, it doesn't sound all that serious. You're probably just ill at ease from having so many soldiers about. I have more important things to worry about right now. It's no use to you on its own, and I'm sure I can find a use for it.
We'll try.
You see?
I've come to say goodbye before me and Sam leave.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Well,
Pardon?
At least we defended the silver. Have you thought about what you'll buy with your share?
Has anything else strange happened?
Seems we have a lot of work ahead of us.
Let's hope it's nothing serious. But we should find the bloke and have a word with him.
Skalitz was burned to the ground and has to be rebuilt. I have some experience with that, so I should be able to make myself useful.
You said you needed my help with something?
Does it really matter? I heard this wasn't the first girl to be killed like that. They even sent me to see someone who might know more about it. I'll bring help and everything will be all right again. Sigismund is gone. We'll live normal lives again. You'll see.
One and the same. I found out a lot from him. I've been thinking about what you said about someone stalking you. Maybe we should check it out after all.
Apparently, gutting young girls isn't all that uncommon here. It's been going on for some time now. I needed someone to share my burden. At least for a while. Zizka sent me. Is there somewhere we can talk? In private, I mean. It still hurts. And that pain won't fade anytime soon, I expect. But at least my brother has finally found peace. I killed Brabant. Oh, wait. That's yours.
Hold on. Could it be a human?
That sounds like a plan.
Catherine? You all right?
Catherine.
I could think of a few things.
Well, you didn't really need me for anything then. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean, this time around? Nah, I didn't actually. But maybe next time it'll be better. Well, it's a bit more complicated. He's dead, you see. So I don't think you'll get much out of him. Oh, come on, Catherine. It was a joke. Well, he told me what to look for. But I don't think we can pull it off without him. Well, nothing. Because he's dead. Well, I thought that you and me, we could be together. Well, it was a warning, that much is clear. For all the servants, all the young girls. We couldn't have done it without you. I wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you. Did you learn anything new about Alice's murder? I won't forget you, Catherine. Don't worry about that. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Did you understand what the bloke was saying?
I said I would, didn't I? I don't think it was because of you. I can't completely rule that out. No, it couldn't. I gave you my word, and I keep my word. Do you happen to have anything to eat? Well, someone has to do it. Otherwise, we'll all die. First, somebody strangled her, and then used something sharp to disembowel her and cut off her lady bits. I won't die. Why would I do that? Don't worry. I won't be taken away. And you'll get revenge. No, I wouldn't say it had anything to do with that. But without him, we'll never find out what really happened. No, it's true. After all you've been through, you never complained. And everything you've done for us, not enough. Nobody knows anything. Why? But I learned a lot from him. I found another lead. Lumir.
You can always count on me. Do you think someone's found out who you are?
You mean if he killed those girls himself? I don't think so. He was laid off because of it. Well, I think it's far from over. The king's still a prisoner. Sigismund's supporters still hold power in Kuttenberg. And Skalitz needs to be rebuilt. I have to go and see Hanush now. I have to take care of Sam now. Well, maybe someone who knew her found out, or knew what she did.
I could hide somewhere here and see if he comes back. I could explain to him that a woman like you isn't for him. I could lure him out of the camp and slit his throat, couldn't I?
I talked to Lumir. You were right. Somebody horribly mutilated her. You've got hands of gold. Thank you. I suppose you're right. All too often they end in disappointment. And you're right. You have no idea how right you are.
You've got the other shoe, don't you?
Yes, but I was pretty nervous. I liked it very much. Oh, God damn it. We won't be able to last much longer. Look at what hunger is doing to us. If somebody killed her and butchered her like that for tattling, then you'd think her tongue would be cut out or something, right?
When did all this happen?
Where does he live? Catherine. Catherine. I'm so happy to see you. Catherine. I'm so happy to see you. Catherine. Oi. Where is he? Don't tell me you caught him.
Of course. Well, if it is a human, maybe Yasak knows something about it. I know Yasak from back in Troskowitz. Well, if he really did steal your shoe, Mutt could track him down. If it is a human, I could just go to his commander and tell him.
I can only apologise again. Except her tongue was there. Untouched. Well, just a bit.
I saw one, and I had the feeling he was giving an odd look.
It's my fault. I'm very sorry. I'll go and see him. Will you come with me? I know what you're talking about. Zizka told me how they found you.
I know what you mean.
I tried to stop looking back. Look forwards.
So did I.
I just wanted to tell you, I know how you feel. I won't die. I'll bring help.
And I hope you'll get to know peace now. You deserve it.
You can. And admit it. You're happier than you were yesterday. Just a little. But you are, aren't you?
All right. I'll be off. All right. I'll leave you alone. I ought to go and get ready anyway. Thanks, Catherine. Thank you for the evening before my departure. Long before. What will become of us?
What are you saying? What are you saying?
What should you have known?
What's going on? What didn't I understand?
What's your plan now? What do you plan to do now?
What is it?
I wanted to tell you that,
You're one of the bravest women I ever met.
I wanted you to be at least slightly happy.
Are you happy?
There's a girl waiting for me. Teresa. I'll go back to her.
I've also lost everything.
I've been left all alone.
You used to work for the bailiff. Investigated the other murders.
A shoot?
Just one.
So you want to play a good old game of bad knight and fair lady?
I suppose I'll go home.
But I need to know more.
Oh, come now. Why wouldn't you be able to go on? Oh, come now. There are things that still matter. Oh, come on. I'm going to get help.
They should have, though. Well, young maidservants have been getting murdered for some time now. And a certain Lumiere took an interest and tried to track down the killer.
And then we'll all enjoy Sigismund's silver. I promise.
What did it sound like? Polish? German? What did you hear? What if they came true this time? You're a long way from Moravia. You must hold Lord Semine in high esteem, twice removed. But that doesn't matter. You're related to the Semines, if I understood right. Is it your custom to beat up envoys who come to the courtyard? Well, you don't like it here? More than enough. There's something I wanted to ask about. Why don't you want another fight? Thanks for nothing. Well, no. It's not a custom where I'm from. Have you seen Alder and Agnes? No. I want a rematch. You've got quite an unusual accent. Where are you from?
Ugh, pig.
There's something else I'd like to ask. Uh-huh. I understand, I suppose. You must fight all the time, then, eh?
What do you suggest?
You're nicely beaten up, but I didn't hear anything at the tavern. I'll go and ask there, but God help you if you try and run off. Then it'll all be clear to me. But everyone knows you two were at loggerheads. Over Pavlena. I found a buried corpse by the woods. I was asking myself if maybe you might know something about it. And you're all beaten up. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that. I found signs of a struggle in a clearing down by the stream. Yeah. The innkeeper told me you got such a hammering you could hardly stand up. It's Roman. And he hadn't been in the ground long. There's a lot of blood there. Like someone got seriously hurt. I just wanted to see how you'd react when I told you. And from what I've heard, you don't care much for Roman and Pavlena. Another practice fight with the same weapons. Let's give it another go. This time I'll get off to a better start.
For the death of Pavlena. Bozhena, the herb woman's daughter.
Yes. And your farmhands are to blame. And they killed Roman too. All because of that old feud of yours. It looks like only me and you from Skalitz are left here. The raid is over, but we lost some men.
They told me everything. You wanted to take revenge on Bozhena, to lose her child, too.
I told you before about what they did. I'll come back once I'm rested.
But you're not entirely without blame. Bozhena told me everything.
I don't stand a chance. I've had tougher fights. I don't have a chance of beating you now. They did it to get in your good books. For taking revenge on Bozhena.
Your farmhands murdered Roman and abducted Pavlena, the herb woman's daughter. Now, I'm not interested in your excuses.
Would you like another round?
That means nothing. They did it because of you. They wanted you to be indebted to them.
So it's quite simple.
You're going to make amends. Because you don't have the courage for proper revenge.
I was expecting a tougher fight. Are you all right, Yannick? Are you all right, Yaroslav? The woodcutter Roman was killed. And his body buried in the forest. Now let's try with real weapons. I reckon I'll go and regain my strength. Let's fight with real weapons now.
Well, then do it on account of Pavlena. After all, she's not to blame for anything. But she's the one who's suffering most from your feud. So fucking think carefully what you say to me. Because otherwise, you might not wake up tomorrow morning. Very well. It's about time this chain of vengeance was broken for good.
You already won, anyway. I've had enough. I need to get some rest.
A death that you caused.
Straw admitted everything, so I dealt with him according to the law.
Straw told me what happened, but I let him go. The most important thing now is to find Pavlena. Straw told me everything. Prepare to meet your maker.
I'd rather get some rest. I think I'll be going. I couldn't beat you now anyway. I'd rather try a practice fight. I had a good teacher.
I came here to finish with you. You're done with ruining Bozhena and Pavlena's lives.
I don't believe you. This is the only way.
I've come here to take revenge.
There's no point.
Look, I know relations between you and Bozhena the herb woman aren't good, but it's time to put an end to the animosity. Listen, I know a thing or two about revenge, and believe me, sometimes you just have to say enough.
Let's have another practice fight, but with different weapons. Let's do the same again, and let's have a practice fight instead.
It was your farmhands who abducted Pavlena. Why would they do that of their own accord? Luckily, Pavlena survived your attempts, but you won't survive.
Your farmhands abducted her, and they killed her sweetheart.
And neither had Pavlena. I've already dealt with your hands.
Don't worry about it. I got off to a bad start. Can we try again? I have bad news, Yannick.
Bozhena came very close to losing her daughter on account of your feud, and turned the other cheek. Because otherwise, it will never end.
And then can we continue?
I have to tell you something. Dead. You understand? Dead because of some old feud he had absolutely nothing to do with. It wouldn't surprise me if you goaded them on.
I talked to Zizka. We can't go for the dead right now.
You're lucky I saved Pavlena. She's expecting Roman's child, the child of a man who your hands killed.
Shit, Yaroslav. I'm so sorry.
If you hadn't got boozed up and started spouting shit, none of this would have happened. If I hadn't stopped them, they'd have killed her too, along with the unborn child. If it was revenge you were after, you've got it. Bozhena's daughter is dead.
Let's try another practice fight, but using different weapons. One more time. Same as before.
He's dead. He left me no choice. Don't you think it's about time to patch it up with Bozhena?
Yaroslav didn't come back. What do you mean, alone?
I understand your bitterness, and I'm sorry about your son. Bozhena would certainly have saved him if she could. Well, whether you ordered it or not, you're still guilty. As you wish. I won't try to convince you.
I'm looking for Straw, your farmhand. I believe he was involved in a murder.
A girl who was completely innocent in the whole affair.
Thanks. Reckon that'll do for today, won't it?
Give me the money, and I'll take it to Bozhena. But God alone knows whether she'll forgive you.
Just give me a moment to catch my breath.
What do you propose? They wanted to make you obliged to them. They heard what you were saying in the tavern, and wanted to carry out your wishes.
I want another practice fight, but with a different weapon. It'll have to wait.
Bozhena is calling for blood. But I'm giving you a chance to put things right. But whatever happened between you, it has to end now. Like it or not, you've got blood on your hands. Roman is dead.
I didn't even break a sweat, but it was close. I give up.
But I do. And so does Bozhena. If you knew why she really sent me to you, you'd sing a different tune.
That was hard work. It was close.
So she'd know how you felt. You said it yourself when you were drinking with them. Why should I believe you?
What now? Because you milked him dry, eh? Raniek lost more than he had, so you beat it out of him. Am I right? Didn't you try to help him?
All he owed you.
Or should I call the bailiff?
I won't give you that much.
I keep dreaming.
Well, that's not my problem.
That's shit. I'm sorry to hear it. Ah, you don't have the balls. That's what I thought.
Are you... Are you fucking serious?
I get it. Let's drop it. Ah, That really hit the spot. So what about Raniek? Do you know where he's gone?
Raniek may have been a coward, but if he tried, he'd beat you up with one hand tied behind his back.
Thanks, but I'd rather know what happened to Raniek. Let's go. Wait for me a moment. We can go.
So where is he?
So what happened to him? Of course not. I don't know you at all.
Is that a threat? What would you say if I beat all those fucking ideas out of your heads? So where's Raniek? Is he buried somewhere around here? Because he owed me too. And he evaded me. Several times, in fact. Until he finally found his end here. It doesn't matter. Should we go? I'm gonna pull Raniek out. All right. Here you go. Couldn't you just say it? Why all the song and dance?
The innkeeper said you were playing dice with Raniek. Were you the ones who played dice with Raniek in Pshituki? Do you know anything about him?
I really had nothing to do with him. Hell, I don't even know what he looks like. What? Where is he? I don't get it. What happened to him?
Lead the way then.
So what? I'd still kick your asses if there were 20 of you. Well, but I'm telling the truth.
What can I do? Does it surprise you? I haven't had a proper answer from you yet.
We're going. I really don't like this. What are you getting at? Oh, for fuck's sake. Easy come, easy go. That's life.
Bullshit. Raniek only came here a few days ago, yet you talk about him like you've known him for years. But how did you know he was a good man? You only met him recently. Where did he drown?
Just where exactly will I find him? Just a moment.
Just give me a moment.
All's good. But I'm also pissed off I won't get anything out of him anymore. You mean through... I've no time to talk shit. I'd rather just kick your asses.
Look, don't be angry, but if I'm coming with you, I want to know where we're going.
Because I was tasked with it. Forget it. Enough! I give up! I give up!
What? What do you mean, dead?
What did you do to him?
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you take me for a fool?
I don't know you people. You could have warned him, and I'd have had to chase him halfway across the county again. He was no friend of mine. I just needed to find him.
I won't say no to that. Give it here. I feel like you're the one trying to fuck with me. You better tell me what happened.
Maybe we can work something out. I didn't even know Raniek, so I'm definitely not paying the entire debt for him. And how much will Raniek's bad luck at dice cost me? Or do you want me to pay extra for the trouble? And if I don't pay?
Where exactly did he drown? I reckon I'll have to pull him out. Where are we going? And he died right after that. What happened to him? Were any of you involved?
And when I find him?
Greetings, innkeeper. Aren't wolves afraid of people? Do you know exactly where they went?
I know who you're talking about, but why doesn't the local bailiff do anything?
Thank you for this priceless advice. He died.
I've already seen it. I just had no idea a water goblin lived there. That really happened?
Nothing like that. Oh, God, no. She just won't talk to me. That must have been Raniek.
That's a good idea. Any more news, innkeeper? And he jumped him, just like that, out of the blue.
I'll bet my neck that Adder met Raniek here yesterday. Was he here?
I know the place.
Sorry to disappoint you. I went there and there was no Leshy. Just a dog. I'm afraid I've got bad news. I found the lads, but they were dead. They drowned. Do I have to make you say it? How does this concern Adder? I'll go to see her. Maybe she knows something. If he was sticking it where he shouldn't have, I'd rather know before some cuckold comes at me with a pitchfork. She's not exactly going to tell me much now. Why would they pay for Raniek? Did they know each other? He's called... That sounds like Raniek. Aye, I know it. I'd like to know where he is now. Why? Why? Why should I ask the butcher's wife? I should ask the Billany innkeeper about the other players, aye? This drunk Pole... Was his name Adder, by any chance? She left alone at night. I took care of them. Well, they're still there. I didn't want to push my luck. You don't sound exactly happy. Did he do something to you?
I'm sure it's him. I came here looking for him.
Do you know where Raniek is now?
No, I didn't hear. I saw it. I'm looking for someone. His name is Janos. He's from Hungary, and he speaks in a strange way.
The dice player, was his name Raniek? First of all, I didn't start it.
No, I didn't. I'm not from round here.
No,
but I'd like to know what happened to him. Do you know anything about it? I came across him. A complete massacre it was.
The other players can't help me anymore.
Who might know anything about Raniek? Where did you say the water goblin's hut was?
I'm looking for someone. His name is Raniek, and he carries a nice bow.
Did you see a lad named Raniek around here?
He's a passionate gambler.
Do you know where Adder is now?
I'm looking for a wandering man-at-arms. He's Polish, so he doesn't speak our language, but he still just won't shut up. Any other news?
One more time. Where did you say it was?
I'm looking for someone called Adder. He's Polish, so you can't understand a word he says.
Are the dice players here? Just point them out to me.
I came with Radovan. We forged a sword together for Lord Semin. Where can I find this butcher?
Innkeeper, I found a man in the back behind the latrines. Dead.
The other players won't help me much anymore. I'm escorting the Chamberlain's lady. I'll be on my way. And thank you.
Thanks, Innkeeper.
What else is new?
Thank you, Innkeeper.
Thanks a lot, I suppose.
What?
Did something happen? The poor woman is dead. You're the innkeeper, aren't you? You must know all about village gossip. Look, I've heard a lot about Adder. Was he broke? I found dead bodies buried there. That must have attracted the wolves. I reckon I know the place you mean. Yes, the dead one from the rocks. I remember.
Aye, but Sigismund has taken his army away.
Oh, who was that? Oh, I see. And secondly, who'd you take me for? I know how to behave at a wedding. You have a water goblin here. You don't know where Raniek is now. Can you think where Raniek might be? When was the last time you saw him? So Adder took the opportunity. Aye, I've had the pleasure of meeting him. And what is that? And from there he went on to Bilany. Did they tell you where it happened?
Why doesn't the local bailiff do anything about them?
What did Janosch do to end up in the pillory? And where is Raniek now? Would you happen to know where I could find these lads? And do you know where I could find these men from Bilany? How did Raniek do at dice? Did they tell you how large the pack was? Where did they see him? So where is the local butcher's? Where can I find the bailiff? Where can I find this Raniek? And where is the pillory? Do you have any more news? One more time. Where did you say it was? How can I protect myself? And he plays dice. A lot. And what did they find there? Are you sure they didn't make it up? What else is new around here? Hurt, you say? What happened to him? Really? We'll see. I'm sure you've got something tucked aside. See? I knew we'd come to an agreement. This is just a disguise. I'm actually on the side of the one true king, Wenceslas. You didn't hide them too well, because I already found them. I'm sorry, but I really don't know how else to help you. That's not what I meant. I'm afraid that if there isn't enough food, the commander will have you killed. You've helped me plenty already. If you help me find enough food, we'll go away and nothing bad will happen to anyone. If you help me, the commander will be satisfied and we can leave here peacefully. Then tell her I forced you to talk. If she really is so smart, she'll surely understand you did it to save everyone, as long as necessary. Sigismund's army is crumbling and will pull out soon because my whole family died in Scalise. I don't want that to happen to you as well, because I'm not one of them, because I don't want your blood on my hands. Well, I thought we could help each other, but you're not making it easy for me. You've already suffered so much. You wouldn't die for a meal now, would you? I heard about that, but nobody could tell me which of the 3 graves I was supposed to look in. You haven't told me about your house yet. You would have had me thrashed on the spot. I can help you in secret. If there's enough food, the commander will leave the village alone. Nothing, peasant. Not that it did any good. Now I'm worried all I did was piss him off more. Well, I tried. But don't say I didn't warn you. Anything will help. So spit it out. You'll stay alive for now, and you'll still have hope. Nothing, peasant. What if your food won't be enough for him, and he has you killed to protect your people? But believe me, if it isn't enough, the commander will have you killed to protect your people. But believe me, if it isn't enough, the commander will have you killed. Your help. Is there something I can do to help him? Are you trying to tell me you didn't put something aside? Don't tell me you haven't hidden anything away. And what about the last house? I can leave enough here for you to survive. Does it matter? You know what? I don't much feel like it. I saw the arena and the stands and thought to myself, this looks like a tournament, eh? I've already had the pleasure of meeting him. I've already run into him. We'll see. Now, about my reward. What do you know? Perhaps I'll surprise you yet. Now, I want to see my reward. I really don't know. That's not a good idea. What if some of his gang are still there?
That seems like a waste to me. Wouldn't it have been enough to check the weapons properly?
That seems reasonable to me, isn't it?
So that's it then? No more tournaments? You fought with sharp weapons?
That's my business.
That'll teach you manners. When you say show, do you mean run away? I've heard that's all you can do. At least that's what everyone says.
I hear there's a bounty on that bandit, the Collector.
For all the good it did you. She didn't want you anyway.
I understand. I've decided not to hunt the Collector.
Why'd they ban it?
I have a feeling something's troubling you.
Is there still a reward out for the Collector?
Well, perhaps I did.
No, it's just that I've been hearing some interesting things about them around town.
Well, I don't know. I just don't want anything to happen to anyone.
So what happened then?
I don't have it. Just a normal fist fight. Be a man.
You mean this book? Was I the one who challenged you to a fight? So stop throwing a tantrum like a little brat.
I do. Here it is, Captain. I have that book for you. The one the Collector stole.
Hey, where's Mishka?
I'll take care of him. Don't worry, I still don't dare to take him on.
How big is the reward for that book?
As you said, in the woods between Miskovitz and Sukdal.
Oh, don't blame me. You've been annoying her long before I got here. So don't throw a tantrum like a little brat.
I'll do it. We're both to blame. We got each other all fired up. So there won't be any fighting. That's all I need to know.
Look, that's not my problem. The reward was offered for the book. You said so yourself.
I reckon she was so afraid you'd get such a walloping that she couldn't even watch. Fine. I'll look for it again.
Thanks, Captain.
Thanks, Captain.
I'll keep an eye on the maypole. You have my word.
Oh, sacra. So all that effort was for nothing?
The Collector is truly dead.
If I were you, I'd leave it be. You won't find anything there anyway.
Yes. The Collector is dead, and his band broken up. The villagers have nothing to fear now. Yes, but you won't find anything there. I had the same idea, but when I got there, everything was gone.
Where does Matthew rob? And what was that book that he stole?
He's already taken care of. I'll try to get you out of here. I'll try having a word with the bailiff again. All right? I'll try to pick it. I can't make it any worse. I healed that wounded villager. So the bailiff is letting you go. Hang in there. I'll go and see the bailiff.
He croaked.
I stole it.
Cool him down. The bailiff isn't sure he'll even live.
Maybe I can buy your freedom. He might just make it. And then the bailiff will let you go. Maybe I can talk the bailiff into letting you go.
Maybe he'll let me try and treat that villager.
No, I'm not.
Dry Devil sent me. He's looking for you.
It's all the same now. I have to get you out of here anyway. I found your husband. I need to speak to him anyway.
With an axe?
Best just continue, if you wouldn't mind. The bailiff told me you almost killed some lad. Oh. All right then. Of course I understand. When I'm hungry, I find something to eat. That's obvious. Well, I'm looking forward to it. My head's still ringing a bit, but the evening was worth it. First, I'll try healing that wounded villager. I promised the bailiff I'd take a look at him.
Sort of.
Don't worry. I healed that villager you fucked up. Don't worry. I'll have you right out of there. Well, not exactly. But I do have the key.
For the right moment, of course. If I get seen freeing you, they'll be after both of us.
You're right. It wouldn't achieve anything. I'm sorry, but he's completely plastered. He's lying in the corner behind the dovecot.
Oh, Christ the Lord.
If I can heal him, the bailiff will let you go.
Who came back? Not really. I feel fine. Really. But I'm not good at picking locks. Like a bear. How can I get you out of here? Tell me again. How am I supposed to get you out of here? I believe him. Won't take a moment.
Look here. If I'm to get you out of here, I need to know how it all went down.
To be honest, yesterday was quite enough for me.
What did you do to that villager when he caught you?
What the hell was going on last night? I don't even remember how I got to bed. What's happened? What are you going to do now? I'll have you out before you can say jackrabbit. Don't even ask. I haven't felt this sick in a long time. But that fella already died.
Do you know where Ada is? I heard you two always stood side by side.
So how do you see it then? And what about the key? Do you know where it might be?
Supposing I had a word with the bailiff.
Another practice fight with the same weapons. Another practice fight with the same weapons. Another practice fight with the same weapons. Let's give it another go, please. Let's give it another go.
Can I have another go?
I'll come back once I'm rested. I could do with a moment's rest. I can see I don't have a chance against you. I can see I don't have a chance. I'm sure you can do better. You've had better days. I couldn't beat you now. Maybe, if you give me the chance, and I'd like to try again. I'll be happy to do it again. And you call yourself a master swordsman? I'd expect more from a master swordsman.
Is that it? I expected more from you.
Let's try it with real weapons. now. I think I'll go and rest. I'm going to have a rest now. I think I'll go and regain my strength.
Let's fight with real weapons.
You already won anyway. You already won in any case. I've had enough. I need a rest. I'll rest for a moment. That was enough for me. I need to rest. I have to rest. I better have a rest. I better rest. I think I'll be going. I couldn't beat you now anyway. I think I'll be off. I couldn't beat you now anyway. I think I'll be going. I couldn't beat you now anyway. I'd rather try a practice fight. Maybe you'll beat me next time. But now, you should rest. You'd have had me anyway. I can tell when it's not worth it. I don't stand a chance against a master.
So you're in charge of the smithy here?
I've got plenty of experience as a blacksmith. Can I help you with anything?
Let's have another practice fight, but let's change weapons.
Another practice fight, but let's change weapons. A different weapon, but still just a practice fight. We can do that again. Let's do the same again.
Let's keep it the same.
Let's have a practice fight instead. Thanks for the compliment. I'd like to do it again sometime.
Nah, don't worry about it. Maybe you'll do better next time. I got off to a bad start. Can I try again, please?
I got off to a bad start. Can I try again? I got off to a bad start. I'd like to try again. You don't say.
Can we try something else afterwards?
Can we continue afterwards? Can we try something else? Let's try another practice fight, but using different weapons.
Let's try another practice fight, but using different weapons.
One more time, same as before.
One more time, same as before.
One more time, same as before.
Of course. Go and rest.
How's it looking, Captain? Do we have enough arms and ammunition? All right. For a Bohemian, I learned from the masters.
Thanks. I assume that's it for today.
I just need to catch my breath for a moment. Then we can continue. Give me a moment. I want another practice fight, but with different weapons. Another practice fight, but with a different weapon.
I want another practice fight, but with different weapons.
I didn't even break a sweat.
I
hardly had to try. It was really tough, though. You didn't make it easy for me, though. It was a good fight. Aye, more than enough. Aye. You really made me work, though. You really pushed me hard. My goodness, that was hard work.
But it was close.
But you almost had me. What now? You're right. What now?
He'd think up some better story. Like that he brought them all the way from Germany. And people would give their right arm for them. He surely heard the rumours going around. And he wouldn't want to miss out on dragon's bones.
You all right, brother?
We really taught them manners, eh?
That's all I need.
Well, that's that.
I'm glad you're all right.
Bailiff Thrush said you were robbed. Coin. There's always coin behind it. I bet he wanted to sell those bones.
I've known a few bastards in my time, but that Leopold takes the prize.
Father, have you seen the bride and groom? I'd like to personally congratulate them.
Yeah, I haven't a clue. I don't like people like him. They hold nothing sacred.
Don't worry. I'll find the thief. Don't worry. I already found the thief.
Well, if I'd spared him, I might not be standing here talking to you now. Have they been gone for long?
No, not yet.
Just cabbage.
The only thing he could want those bones for are spells. And God knows what kind of experiments.
I'll be on my way.
That's all right. I'm fine.
Thank you, Father. I won't disturb you anymore.
Thanks.
What did he take from you?
What do we do, now that we know there are all sorts of people after those bones?
Well, it was them or me, brother.
Yes.
The lad should already be in the pillory.
But the bailiff didn't send me.
Ah.
And the bride? And where did you say this cabbage patch was?
And where did it happen?
I found it lying on the ground.
Someone won it from you.
What am I to do about it?
What now?
I'd like to play dice for your badge. Aye. I've suspected him of something else, but when I confronted him, he confessed and gave me everything.
You're lucky.
I found it. You're not going to believe this, but Scribe Geibel stole it from you.
Greetings, Eldris. Sure you remember me?
I do. That's why I came to you. To find out how to get my hand on it without anyone finding out it's from you.
I should have known. You can count on me. Thanks for the help. A barrel of black powder. I'm looking for black powder. A whole barrel. Can you help me? I've decided I'll pay you if you tell me where to get black powder.
I'd expect as much.
I don't. What are you risking? Otherwise, I'll beat you black and blue. That's right.
Are you Eldris, the gun forger?
How about you save the stupid questions until after you tell me where to get the powder? I'm here on behalf of the great King Sigismund of Luxembourg himself. I was sent by the guards. They need black powder for the guardhouse.
Aye, that's exactly it.
Go on then. My lips are sealed. Of course I do. Stop wasting my time. You wouldn't want to keep Sigismund waiting, would you?
Isn't there anyone else who makes black powder?
Why don't we keep this on a strictly business level and you don't ask?
Why don't we keep this on a strictly business level and you don't ask?
Why don't you save the stupid questions until after you tell me where to get the powder? And I'd have my powder. I'm telling you, merchant to merchant, I'll pay you with iron and fist, and you'll be happy to give me what I want, with interest.
I'm sure you have enough worries as is. And the Takovites and Jeliovites are just wasting your time. Wouldn't it be worth it to sort it out?
Stole? From what I heard, a magpie took it.
Does nobody know who the bloody pasture belongs to? Well, you wouldn't let them fight over nothing, would you?
Well, there's no need for that.
Oh, folk today.
I don't need to hear all the details.
The hanged man.
That was him.
Who did it to him?
Glad I could help. Now I'll be off.
Why isn't Lord von Berghoff here yet? Where is he?
Why not?
I heard you lost some kind of medal.
I'm all ears.
Lord von Berghoff would surely be glad you're taking care of his domain.
Then let me have a look. I may not be mad, but maybe I'll find something you overlooked. You won't have to worry about anything.
Do you know why von Berghoff didn't come after all?
Wouldn't it be nice for the Takovites and Jeliovites to leave you alone? I mean, take a look at yourself. I reckon you're not the youngest. No, it's all right. The world has to have both smart people and idiots in it. No, wait. That's not what I meant. If it's really full of nonsense, why would it matter if I damaged it? You'll finally have some peace in your territory, eh?
Where's the bride? I haven't laid eyes on her.
Definitely. Bailiff Brada took iron nails and used them to mark the border so that people wouldn't forget where it is. One of them is in the oak tree on the pasture. If there's anything actually useful in the Chronicle, I'll find it.
It was plundered, and there were dead dogs lying in front of it. And nobody bats an eyelid.
Isn't that your responsibility as bailiff? To keep the peace? How did the arguments between the Takovites and Jeliovites start, anyway? They're arguing over that stupid pasture, aren't they? Is there really nobody who remembers which town it rightfully belongs to?
No, but they're getting ready to meet up and beat each other up.
Do you really need to get involved in some senseless brawl in a pasture?
What happened here? What happened at the cottage by the bridge over the stream? What happened at that cottage here?
But, well, shouldn't you do something about it? They're arguing over the pasture. If you find out who it belongs to, they'll leave you alone, won't they? Shouldn't you find out who the damn pasture belongs to then, bailiff?
What does that mean? How about repaying me somehow? What happened to him?
Are you all right, huntsman? Nonsense. You're the ones that saved us. It'll take the Praggers some time to get to the walls now.
So tell me, having worked hard all those years, what do you do in your well-earned retirement?
I can't promise that.
All the same, that son of yours leaves you here thirsty all day.
That Kuttenberger won't be coming back for it any time soon, though. That is, if there's anything to be bought here at all. I see you have very little to offer.
You're an interesting fella, aren't you?
I mean, what else would I be doing here anyway?
Stealing? It's not as if you've got anything worth taking.
All right. Sorry. I'll be on my way then.
All right.
I'll take the loot. Here's the money.
A little bird told me you're repairing a very nice lute.
I hear you work wonders with wood here.
You're cooped up in here all day by yourself. A bit of company would do you good, wouldn't it?
It must be dull sitting here all day. Don't you ever feel like going for a stroll?
Just pay him off. You'll have plenty to cover that. And if you sweeten him up with some of that mead, he won't mind at all. Everyone around these parts still remembers how handy you used to be, before you became old and decrepit. Well, all right. I'd best be off. Don't tell me you couldn't use a few groschen for mead now, could you? I reckon he saw how you botched the repair and decided he'd be better off buying a new loot altogether. No, sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
I've got some mead with me, as it happens.
I thought we might have some stories to share. I'm a blacksmith myself, but we're all craftsmen together. Don't you agree? Can I take a closer look at it? You're right. I'm sorry. He doesn't have it easy, does he? His customers disappear, his father's an old drunk.
I've got some mead here. Fancy a drink?
Would you care to join me if I fetched you some? Don't you worry, Goodman. I just popped in for a chat. Don't you worry, Goodman. I'm here for trade. It's just I was talking to your son out there. He said he needed you. It's important to do things properly.
What do you do here all day long?
So what if your job is easier? Listen, how about I buy that loot from you? Look, either he didn't have any coin, or someone did him in on the way. Why else would he leave such a fine instrument here?
My lips are sealed. I promise.
Oh, I was just trying to keep the conversation flowing. That's all. Oh, come on, old man. Everything has a price. What the... Oh, shit. I don't think I have enough coin. Take my word for it. You could bathe in mead for all the coin I'll give you. Actually, you know what? I don't think I'll buy anything just yet. And what do you do all day? How are you getting on? Can you make your own way home?
I was wondering whose it is.
I believe you. And I wish you good luck. I just did what I thought was right. There won't. I promise. The baby that's on the way, will you raise it yourself? I'm very sorry about Roman. How did you two meet? Sounds like Roman was a decent bloke. Better not. But don't worry, it's nothing untoward. I need to get to the supplies in the pantry. I want to give something to the poor people in front of the gate. Come on. I'll escort you. Is that why you killed Otter?
Why?
I need you to get your mother out of the kitchen for a while.
I can't go with you now.
No, I'm not suggesting anything of the sort. Mishka, would you help me with something?
Can I ask you about that grave beyond the farm?
Can you spare a while? I want to ask you something.
Who did they kill? Are you all right? Your mother sent me. I want to ask you something before we leave. I'm very sorry.
What had happened with Yakesh back then, when they drove you out? I'd like to know how you remember it.
I know. I found his body in the woods.
I know. But they drove you out all the same. Thanks, Mishka.
What happened?
What will you two do next? You and your mother.
I wanted to ask about that grave you have there, beyond the farm. I want to take a look around here.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
What happened to him?
But, you know, they're hungry and what about other places? You could move somewhere else. Would you try teaching me that master strike again? That you're an old git. This is starting to sound more and more like a suicide mission. He did it to himself. The dice didn't go his way. He tried to get out of it and ended up badly.
That's an interesting name. How'd he come by it?
But I told you that... Well, I took it, but I must have lost it along the way. I took out the gob's band. Well, I tried, but it was like he was deaf. This is better for everyone. Oh, right, the cap. I forgot it. I'll come back later, really. You still want to test me, though I'll save my skin before I save his. So if he doesn't surrender, I won't have a choice. Do you know who's next? That's everything I need to know. I've heard enough. He says he never wants to see you again for going after the old gang. Have you found Casper yet? I'm ready to go after Casper.
Have you already taken care of your band?
I've got time to go after Gob now. Is Adder back yet? Honestly, I've no idea. But I haven't felt this sick in a long time. I did what you asked. You weren't very fond of him, eh? I appreciate your thanks, but I'd say I deserve a reward for this as well. I've got it right here. Hope I didn't get any blood on it. I do. This is serious. It's about Knuckles. Now that's more like it. You always drink like that. Said the pot about the kettle. That doesn't sound too safe. That's enough for me. I've no idea. Wish I knew. I found him at the bottom of a cesspit behind the Billany Inn. Well, I didn't say that.
That's true. But I reckon I'll have no other choice.
I have to get to a council meeting.
That could be useful.
That'll be quite the change, no?
I expect so. I don't think honour and loyalty mean much to you.
I've got it.
I haven't learned that one yet.
Wait, one more thing. What do you want me to bring you of his?
I can't now.
But I'll come back soon. Not now, but I'll be back.
So I suppose it was a success?
So the only one I have to kill is him.
You didn't have anything to do with it, did you?
So you didn't.
So what do they want?
All right, I'm ready now. Who's next? You said handsome...
I know exactly where it is.
Well, you shouldn't have gotten caught so stupidly then. Did he tell you how he ended up in the pillory in the first place? Now that your band is back, can we finally start something?
I'll help you then. Well, do you know where I can find the next scoundrel from your gang? Here's that mace of cankers. Here's the cap.
Chenyek, I've got something important to tell you. And it's not good.
They deserve to be punished anyway. A footpad is a footpad.
I heard you're an experienced swordsman, and that I could learn a thing or two from you.
Damn it. I knew I forgot something.
Handsome Charlie, you say? Curious name. How did he come by it?
Raniek's dead.
I think not. Because you're afraid of them?
I'm sorry. I had no choice. It was either him or me.
Sorry. I must have forgotten.
Why did you send him to a hut by the pond?
Why the harsh words?
I understand. Why is he hiding there, of all places?
Canker? Interesting name. Why is he called that? Why? You don't trust me?
That's exactly why I'm here.
Have a soft spot for trinkets, do you? Didn't expect that of you.
I'll take care of him.
I took care of Charlie. He's dead.
I took care of Canker. I took care of Canker. Still distrustful, eh?
Well, I'm still not too sure about it, but I'll try. No, to be honest. He was a tough opponent. It took all I had.
Wait. So you want me to let him go?
I can handle a few footpads.
Well, if you say so.
Surprised.
You don't have a better idea?
I've got the gob's shield. I've got Casper's ring for you.
Show me how to do a master strike, devil. How's the arse, dry devil?
Should we drink to Gob?
Can't I spare them? Since Charlie's just pulling the wool over their eyes.
I must have left it somewhere. Oh, shit. It must have fallen out somewhere.
Do you feel like sparring for a bit, dry devil?
And now he doesn't even have that.
Actually, no. I don't know what I was thinking.
No. I forgot it.
No. I forgot about it. So it got left behind.
No thanks. I'm not much of a show-off.
I heard you're feeling better.
To friendship. You mean Lord Capon? I haven't made much progress. He said he didn't want to die for a king he didn't even know. I've got time to go after him. Well, I still have both my shoes. I woke up in bed alone, and it wasn't even full of puke. Matthew won't be coming back. He took a liking to the bandit life around the trade routes. I've got the barrel of black powder.
So I should challenge him to a duel.
I've got it here. They almost hanged him in Shiitake. Right in front of my eyes. How many men did you send with him? Quiet. Here. I don't know what kind of weddings you're used to, but I wouldn't call this quiet.
If you say so.
But if I let him live, I risk not only my arse, but yours and his as well. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to keep it. Who's the last one we need to catch?
Who's next?
Where should I look for Casper and his band?
Where can I find him?
Where can I find the gob? Casper's with the Lord. Casper is with the Lord now.
Of course. Here you go.
If Casper was the last of your band, then we've got them all. I don't know yet. Not yet. But I'll come back. Aye, I'm working on it. One more time. Where exactly is Casper's camp?
Again, how did you say I'll find him?
Just for a bit. Of course not. Right, the cap. I grabbed it when I was there, but I reckon I must have lost it along the way. What's the gob like? Tell me about him. What's the plan now? Suit yourself. Who's the last one? I know. I'll go and find it. I'll take it. It would be a shame for it to sit in the bottom of a trunk somewhere.
Nah, I'm done with being scared.
He wanted to crawl through the cesspit and run, so he wouldn't have to pay. But it was deeper than he expected, and he drowned in shit. So this Casper of yours, what can you tell me about him? I took care of Charlie. He's dead. Look, it seems you're not too keen on getting him. You knew him better than the others, didn't you? Look, it seems you're not too keen on getting him. You knew him better than the others, didn't you? I found Janos in a pillory in Miskovitz, but I managed to get him out of it.
He got what he deserved. Just like the others.
Fine. I'll stop by later.
Thanks. What now? Who's the last one? Thanks, Gilles.
He said he was doing it for his brother. I tried talking him out of it, but to no avail.
What do you know about his band?
What's next for you?
Horseshit! He was already sitting on a cow with a noose around his neck when I got there. What do you know about canker?
What do you think? For all I know, one footpad is just like another. I don't see any reason why I should spare this one.
What?
What are you going to do?
Are you telling me you don't care about them? He wants you dead. He even asked if I'd be the one to do it.
All right. If I come back in one piece, I'll bring you Casper's ring.
Devil! Was it a success?
Dry devil.
I'm glad you made it back. What happened?
It was. Quick and clean. You're welcome. It was my pleasure. I was in that group they attacked.
I'll think about it. Bahuta won't come back. He took to praying and thought he was going to heaven. So I helped him get there. Bahuta won't be coming back. He wants to turn his life around and redeem himself in the eyes of God.
Yeah. I reckon I'd be scared. Of course. Why else would I be here?
Yeah. Just tell me what I need to do.
Yeah. I'll help.
But, so you don't have to go up against your own. You're protecting them.
Do you know where he's been robbing? So that I know where to look for him.
Great. Do you at least know how to get to him?
Would you mind if I kept the mace?
And there's still people left in his gang? Well, I suppose this is goodbye. What did they want then?
No, you wouldn't be making excuses by any chance.
Do you know who they are?
Do you think I could have it?
And do you reckon I do? Where did he send him?
So how do you want to find him then?
And did he? How about a reward? Surely I've earned something. And what about you? What should I bring back this time? So what now? I reckon I'll have to wait again, won't I?
So what's next, now that your band is back together? What am I to do?
Or what am I supposed to do with the charcoal burners?
What if I helped you?
Thanks. What now?
What do you want to teach me? And what would that be? What'll happen once they discover you're in Semin's employ?
I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Haven't we taken too much from you? I suppose you're just out of luck. I understand. I'll put it back where it was hidden, so nobody'll notice it. Couldn't I return some of it to you?
Your head smelter, Volkmar, is likely involved in the theft of pure silver. I learned some interesting things. Jews have to be buried, in ground near a synagogue. And you have to pray in Hebrew. And thanks to you. His farmhands did it all by themselves. I told him everything. And it was clear from his reaction that he wasn't directly to blame. Prayer certainly can't hurt, but do you think it will be enough? Oh, aye, all right. Let's pray for him together then. I do. He wasn't directly to blame, and he was genuinely sorry. He wants to make peace with you.
Markvart bragged about it to Sigismund. I'd die before I could turn around. But at least I'd die with a clear conscience.
For Jews, the custom is to lay the dead body on the ground, cover it with a shroud, and light a candle by the head.
You have a brother? Where is he?
Let's get to it then. Would you like to start? Your faith, your muscles. The devil told me you're as strong as a bull when you're furious.
You find that funny?
That's a noble thing to do. I hope you find forgiveness. For yourself and your brother. Right. Who taught you that? Except you're hoping in vain. The sooner you understand that, the better. You're mistaking me for someone else. I'm happy to hear that. No, I can't accept it. Pavlena will need the money more than I do. No way. I can't take your money. You helped us before, and I helped you in return. So keep the coin. Well, that's not going to help him much. He needs you, not your prayers. I had no idea. Oh, what a pity. That's all right, good wife. Pavlena will need it more. For her baby. There's nothing wrong with that. What will you do now that it's all over? So you'll stay with Zizka?
So we have a plan to counter Sigismund.
So you won't try to take revenge on him? So Sam's body is already laying in the synagogue in Colleen.
Where did they go? Back to Rattay?
Did you save the silver? So we should take Samuel to Colleen as soon as possible, so the rabbi can take care of it. All right. Let's do this then. I hope the Lord will hear it. Is that Slavek's grave? Take care then, Godwin. Well, I'm glad you all came through it alive. Thanks. Hopefully I'll find him there. What now then? We have Sigismund's orders. Here it is. That is, he ordered it, more like. He agreed to make amends. His hands acted on their own accord, and he's sorry about it.
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you, but von Bergov's people beat me here. The war would end.
Too bad. I was hoping I could convince you. So was the devil. I'll be on my way. I probably won't convince you anyway.
Who else would it be, sister? He's here too.
Of course I know what to do. I understand. So be it. I can only wish you good luck. You're saying it wrong. Listen. It goes like this. He said he can't forgive you for the death of his son, but he doesn't want Pavlena to suffer on account of that. I told him how it all really happened. About his farmhands, and the deaths of Roman and Pavlena. He was shocked. I've already found Raniek. He's dead. Raniek still hasn't given up dice, eh? I'd like to find the rest of the Devil's Pack. Do you know anything about any of them? Excuse me, are you Behuta by any chance? Why did you decide to leave everything behind and start a new life here? How did we lose the silver? No, I don't. Do you? That's true. But that's something I have to do. I took care of Sam. I took him down from the tree and wrapped him in a shroud. Look, I don't think I'm going to pray. It's pointless anyway. You'll come with me. Don't you want to help the devil? Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum. Pater noster, qui isn't careless, sanctify cater, or no man's tomb. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie. They shot at you from a trebuchet. Pater noster, qui as in calis panum nostrum quo. And you, a bandit and outcast who associated with the dry devil himself, believe something like that? About Yakesh. About Yakesh. The washing of the body and other steps before the burial have to be done by Jews. I already knew that, so that's nothing new. That's a shame. I'll let you meditate in peace here. Aye. Kubyenka told me about you both. Of course it's me. Your son. I'll never forget him. Are you not surprised at all? I didn't kill him, because I finally managed to get him to agree. Well, I don't think he'll ever forgive you. But I believe he won't try to hurt you anymore. Don't worry. I'll be right back. Oh. Did it look like a sausage? It doesn't make sense. The devil doesn't care much about God's wrath. God can't get enough of the likes of you, can he? Do you think it would have been better to give it to them in the first place and avoid all that? I think you should accept his proposal. Another death won't solve anything. Is there anything we can do? I'm sorry we didn't give Sam a proper burial. I'm sorry. I really am. God grant him eternal life. I was standing a few steps from von Aulitz when he told Sigismund. I talked to Yakesh and explained everything to him. You should accept Yakesh's offer. No one else needs to die. And Pavlena could go to Troskowitz again without fear. I should take care of Sam's body. I can't just leave him there at the mercy of the ravens. He wanted Odorin. He probably had no idea they'd find most of Sigismund's enemies here in one place. I couldn't ask for a better wife. Promise is all he gave me. But I reckon that's the best we could expect. The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter.
Quote, idiots.
Who else has to die before we do something about it?
Well, maybe they'll be looking for a parish priest somewhere.
Is everyone all right? They're our allies. We have to help them.
I'm sure. Keep it. Yes, but that's not all. He gave me some coin for Pavlena, too. Only it might be too late for you. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were so serious about it. What's the proper right? As compensation for Roman. Even though he wasn't Pavlena's relative, Yakesh wants to show his sympathy for her loss. I bet you didn't expect you'd have to brush off your fighting skills because of us, did you?
What do you mean, almost? What happened? How long do you want to hide from Sigismund?
I'm not Francis, good woman. I'm glad I was able to help.
Me? You're the one who attacked me? I was just defending myself. Are you even listening to yourself?
Mostly because of Roman and Pavlena.
What the hell did you eat? The food had already run out when I went to get reinforcements.
Praised be Jesus Christ. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimitimus debitoribus nostris. I was pouring them wine, and had to listen to how Sigismund was going to give him raborsh.
He was so sorry that he gave me coin for you and Pavlena in recompense. It's quite a lot of money. Pavlena could use it.
All right, just take it easy.
Oh,
Thank you. I'll look for them.
thanks, good wife.
Thank you, good wife. Kill them. Both of them.
He gave me blood money for Pavlena. It's quite a bit of money, and he wanted you to have it. As a gesture of goodwill.
I bet he can't even hear your prayers. Do you like watching those foreigner dogs rampaging around and slaughtering innocents?
Why all of a sudden?
What happened, Godwin? Who died? And what am I supposed to do? Can I help somehow? You want to give up now?
You can tell yourself all you want that you're a better person now, but you can't change your past. I don't need to right any wrongs. The devil sent me to see if you would rejoin his band. Was that important to you?
It was a horrible feeling. Not being able to do anything about it. You'll have a chance to get back at them. You'll see. We'll avenge him.
Praise be, Father. Godwin, you're safe and sound. Well, maybe after all that, Hannah shall put in a word and you'll get your parish back.
Godwin!
Well, at least the rest of you came through the battle alive. Well, at least Pavlena is safe.
Sure you will. You better pray you don't get hurt. Amen.
We can. Though I don't know if it'll help anything.
But you must have been used to seeing death.
But Yakesh's death wouldn't help Pavlena either. It would only lead to more hatred.
Or do you think you can just go around killing people all your life and then pray for a bit and that'll balance it all? Adventit at rectum, to whom fate volumnius to her, seek it, inhale it, enter her.
Adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in celo et in terra.
Could you try to remember where it was? Maybe you could describe it to me. Once a thug and a drunk, always a thug and a drunk. You're no saint, so drop the act. Or do you think God doesn't know?
And Sigismund promised to make him Lord of Raborsh in return.
This is where you want to pray for the devil. Why don't you want to go back? Do you know where I could find him now?
Who else, my good wife?
What was it? What did he want from you?
What about my father? And Hanush?
You know what? I'd rather be on my way. Under the bridge.
Under the bridge? Don't take it the wrong way, sir, but I don't think me and Laura Capon are the right men for the job.
No thanks. I have to be going.
I think I'll go now, sir.
You've got a German face.
Where is the torture chamber? I'm an ordinary blacksmith's son. I don't want to torture anyone. Another thing about that interrogation.
Of course, it's a real palace.
I'm Henry. Are you German?
Gifts from heaven? What do you mean?
I wanted to ask you something else about the interrogation, sir.
Yes. And do you live here? Under the bridge?
Yes.
And where do you live? You're selling something.
Killing for revenge isn't right. I won't do it.
Or you could have just left me alone.
You're just a lowly thief. At least the devil fights for the king.
Well, all right.
What customs collector? You're just a bandit.
Did you know there's a pretty hefty bounty on your head? Maybe you're right. Are we finally on the same page?
So, you don't want to come back then? And you're content with robbing poor souls by the road?
This is going nowhere. I'll tell the devil we can't count on you. You don't understand. How could you? The devil is a nobleman. Things are dealt with differently by them.
I understand. I prefer being on my own as well.
That won't be necessary.
So you're not rejoining the devil? That's your final word?
Well, the main route to Kuttenberg runs between Miskowitz and Suchdol. I'd love to see you try.
Why not try my luck with a bunch of mercenaries?
Maybe we can work something out. In fact, it's almost too tempting. Nothing quite like easy coin, eh?
Aye. And I'm Emperor Charles.
All right. Here you go. I don't want to die in the same bed I was born in. I want to see the world. Live life to the fullest. I heard about the bounty. You're the talk of every inn, after all. I don't know myself. I've already been a blacksmith, a monk, a squire. He's free again, thanks to us. He's getting his old band together, so they sent me looking for you. I understand. I'm not going to talk you out of it. The devil's counting on me to find and reunite all of his old band.
Do you live here all alone? In a wilderness like this?
Well, I'll just tell him there was a rat in his band that set him up. And I know who it was.
Listen, I was a bit hasty before.
The Dry Devil sent me. Ah, I've been looking for you. Over my dead body. All right. We'll work something out. Stealing from traders has made you rich, hasn't it? I reckon stealing from traders has made you rich, hasn't it? I'll let him know. I'm not giving you anything. I could say the same thing. You don't say. I've had enough of you. Let's settle this like real men. You're not coming back anyway, so it's no loss. Someone has to stand up to Sigismund. We can't all just be afraid of him forever. You must be Matthew. Am I right?
No. I won't kill anyone.
I already bumped into them. Not far away on the rocks. It's complicated. Happily. Suit yourself. I'm not going to talk you into it.
Where exactly did you come across them?
I don't exactly have much choice. I'm looking for the people who murdered my family. Someone like the devil could help me with that, all right? Is that your final word? Thanks. That might come in handy. What are you talking about? What duty? The devil and Zizka have a higher purpose. We fight for our rightful king. What must I do if I can't afford to pay your duty?
Isn't it dangerous? What if someone wanted to rob you?
Or worse, don't you miss the devil's pack? Kubienka is still talking about the old days. That's a very poor decision. Have you grown tired of living? How can I find you? All right? How can I find you?
Really?
Is everything all right, Agnes? You seem a little sad.
I wanted to apologise for ruining your wedding.
Thank you, Agnes. I'm really sorry about the whole thing. Sounds like you're not too fond of him. You have a very nice maypole. He won't be needing it anymore. I took care of him. I know where it is.
Don't tell me you guard it all the time.
How are those sheep? Why not?
Do you know why?
What about poisons? Are you selling those? And where else could I buy some poison around here?
How are the sheep? Do you have any trouble with wolves?
That is high politics indeed.
Really? Why would he do that? You really won't tell me why you haven't been home in 40 years?
In a hiding place. But that's not important.
I hear you. Schooling is just a waste of time. Well, your brother meant well. If you couldn't both have the estate, he wanted you to be secure in another way. You are one now, though, aren't you?
It's certainly a very interesting story, but I don't exactly have time for it right now. I know that feeling well. But it's good to pour your heart out sometimes. It'll make you feel better. Sorry.
So, you argued about the inheritance?
Well, now I'm really in the mood to help you.
You'd rather rob wayfarers than return home? That must have been a damn serious parting of ways. As you like. I won't try to talk you into it. I'd like to know who I'm helping. Tell me something about yourself. Where are you from? What was it actually about?
You owe me something, Knight!
I completely understand you. Your brother shouldn't have forced you into something you didn't want. Don't worry. You'll get your things back. I've never been there. Conrad was working for the Inquisition. I have some documents of the Order that might be of interest to you. If we can agree on a price. Older than you? My word, I was just asking. That long? How come? All right. We won't talk about it. Our accounts are settled. Everything that happened here, I'll keep to myself. Farewell, Arnold. What did Conrad want here?
What about our deal?
Look, everyone's been through something they'd rather not talk about. I'm not going to judge you, and that's it. I'm sure you'll see your brother again. And don't you ever miss your brother?
Behind the big barn, not far from there. Behind the church. All 20 of them. He'll be taking 10. He'll take his whole company. At the tavern. Good tidings indeed. We meet up at the brook. I'm from Riddle, aren't I? We'll meet at the crossroads. No? Who's Riddle? The same as always. What things? There'll be 4 of us. Or what? I'll mention it to whoever I please. Well, where can I start? In short, before I knew it, I became an apprentice thief with all that entails. But it didn't sit right with me. which is why I'm here. He initiated me into the art of wealth redistribution. His term for thievery. The innkeeper's son runs the fights, and he's got the local hired hands to join him. Zdeslav is covering for them, and seeing to it you don't find anything out. His son runs the fights, and he's persuaded the local hired hands. Zdeslav is just covering for them. The fights are finished. It would be better for you to sort it out without me. He chose the forest round Vidlak Pond. Vostatek told you I might be bringing you some poachers. Vostatek might have told you I was going to bring you some poachers. All I know is what the innkeeper told me. And he was especially careful to make certain you wouldn't hear him. Not at all. Well, maybe. I do, but I know more about the fights now. Something's definitely going on at the mill. Are you the bailiff? That sounds interesting. Thank you. I don't remember that. It'll be all right. Somehow. Can you get me something to drink? Here's one of them. So here's one for you. Have you heard about that secret fight club? I heard him say he was going to blame his hired hand. He said you put him in the pillory and he'd get compensation.
I don't believe a word Straw says. He and his brother lay in wait for Pavlena like treacherous cutthroats. Straw killed Roman, but I don't believe he did it with evil intentions. You should be lenient.
Straw's not telling the whole truth. He and his brother attacked Pavlena, thinking they could get something out of it.
I was walking past the blacksmith's, and the blacksmith was yelling at his wife. He threatened to beat her to a pulp. A bailiff who sits in the tavern in broad daylight. Aren't you worried how folk might look on that? What's he doing here?
I brought you Slavobor. They call him Straw, from Yakesh's farm. He and his brother attacked Pavlena and killed Roman.
Your apothecary's been poisoned. He's writhing on the ground, puking his guts out and calling on all the saints. Hurry! They're fighting in front of your offices.
He was hanging round Rock Tower Pond.
Wait. Really? They're fighting amongst themselves. I think I'm gonna... I'm serious. A water goblin. Small, green, with a stupid laugh. You sure? Well, honestly, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, finally. The farmer's looking for you. His cow's been stolen. It's not really all that bad. They do it voluntarily and don't hurt anyone else. No way. I'm no snitch. There's a water goblin sitting by the pond behind your rat house.
He should pay for it. A life for a life.
Water, I mean. Well, I can find out more, but I'll need a bit of help. You'll have to leave for a while. The innkeeper knows something, but he won't tell me as long as you're sitting here. Marcus didn't want to talk about it at first, but money made him listen. You mean be your informant? I've got another poaching lowlife for you. I have my ways. My head's killing me. Do you have something to drink? Someone robbed the tailor's whole shop. They didn't even leave a thread. That sounds interesting. Where should I start? I'm glad it's all settled. Oh, he didn't tell me his name. I wonder if you know what's going on down in Lower Semine after all, Bailiff Thrush. I just overheard something, that's all.
Then Straw buried him in the woods.
All right. You mean spying? As soon as I get Crazel and his band in one place, I'll tell you immediately. I have to tell you that there are some, things going on in the mill in Lower Semine that don't seem to have much to do with milling flour. Hurry up! The butcher cut off 2 of his fingers. I'm really not up to... I'm glad it's all sorted between you. Or was it the baker? Upstairs. Thanks. What about it bothers you so much? What do you want to do about it? What if I tried to talk some sense into them? What's new in the county, Master Bailiff? It took a while. But in the end, Marcus listened to reason, and he admitted they're not helping matters any. Crazel tasked me with carrying sacks. I thought they were full of flour, but then metal balls started spilling out. They want to know how to defend themselves, so they won't end up like the last time. I understand them. A miller making black powder. I'd never have expected that. Don't worry. My lips are sealed, all right? I'll be happy to help. Maybe I've just been getting the wrong end of the stick about what Crazel's been telling me. Actually, I think... But it's not that. It's... Oh. So that's all then? He wouldn't tell me what was going on. Instead, he offered me another job. That is, just a job. What is it then, eh?
What do you want me to do?
I've already spoken with him. Is there anyone else around?
Such a large pack.
Thanks. I'll try and ask him. Otherwise, you haven't heard any talk of stray dogs around here, have you? Since you're always walking around the ponds here, did you notice a stray dog wandering about? Where will I find that shepherd? And who might know more about that? And why did you specifically mention sheep? Sigismund has a whole army behind him. How could the abbot refuse him? I can deal with any locks, and if I come across anyone, I'll take him out without a sound or a trace. As soon as I speak to Rosa, I'll head out right away. And that's a capital crime. What do you suppose Sigismund might do when he finds out his own mint master is robbing him? Especially when he's desperate for every last groschen.
I've heard about his crimes against the crown, and it's no trivial pilfering. I know, and I'm sorry, but I'm on your side.
Then I'll improvise and put my faith in Lady Luck. Like I always do. I know about your account ledgers and the ones from Buresh. The real ones, that prove how you carried out this fraud. Damn right I have them. And they make fascinating reading. You won't wriggle out of this. I reckon you're right, Sir Kinslin. That's a capital crime. The king won't let you get away with that, whether Sigismund or Wenceslas. A secret passage. That's a godsend. Von Burgov won't have an inkling. You can simply buy a title. Just like that. Well, enjoy your well-deserved spurs. May your house endure and prosper. I'm glad we took care of Vavat without resorting to weapons.
Good idea, sir. Here they are. The situation has changed.
The word is you're in league with Buresh of Krakowitz and Foreman Fett. Together, you've been falsifying the mining records. The word is you're conspiring with Buresh of Krakowitz and Foreman Fett, sir, to falsify the mining records together. Don't worry, sir. I'm no fool. It'll be all over before they know what's happening. You can see Sedlet's monastery from the city. The abbot must have some influence, doesn't he?
You don't have to worry about him anymore. Now he's facing God's justice. I understand.
I understand where this is going. I'll pray for your son's soul, and I won't reopen your wounds anymore.
I'm pleased to meet you, Sir Martin. I'm pleased to meet you, Sir Martin.
But I plan to rescue him, and I believe you can help me with that. That's right. You're finished, Hermes Trismegistos. Exactly, Hermes Trismegistos. I wish you a pleasant read. There's more than enough on him in there. If these books won't be enough, you can be sure we'll get some more witnesses to confirm everything. What's the political situation in the city? I mean the politics of support for our side. The only thing I'm afraid of is failing and not saving Lord Capon.
Jesus Christ be praised.
I know what to expect. It won't be the first time. And besides, I have a score to settle with von Burgov, and I doubt I'll get a better chance.
Gentlemen, and my lady, sorry to interrupt, but I have some new tidings about our mint master.
I'll get Lord Capon out of Malashov if it's the last thing I do. Lord Capon is held at Malashov. I should be the one apologising. Some of it is my handiwork. Apology accepted. Well then how about promising the abbot support and getting him on our side? Promises cost nothing, right? Nobody will be expecting me. The passageway is an advantage that works on my side.
Nothing, sir. I came to you myself to ask for help.
Lord Capon is being held captive, and I have to free him. Well, I didn't know what was going on, and I didn't want to get involved.
He didn't, sir.
Unfortunately, he's in enemy captivity.
Well, I've got nothing to do with that. I didn't betray you. 100 at least, sir. You'll see.
Exactly. Not only do we have the ledgers from Buresh, as well as yours, but Christian of Pisek also knows everything. It's not like he had a lot of choice. No, it's my first time here. You're confusing me with someone else.
I've got proof of everything.
I mean, you're advanced in years, but the way you fought would put a younger man to shame. What's regrettable is that Buresh wasn't the only greedy bastard that Hermes Trismegistos involved in his crimes. Thanks, Sir Kinslin. I think that's all the politics I can stomach. Besides, I've got my spy coat on, which makes me hard to spot. They were well armed and outnumbered us. That would have been tough for anyone. They outnumbered us, and they had heavy armor. I'm not really sure we could have held out against them. You're right. I hadn't thought of the other consequences. And I reckon even Yobst hasn't realised. You're right, Sir Kinsland. It's a pity. I've got your account ledgers here with me. The real ones, from Buresh, that prove how you carried out this entire fraud.
Sir, my friend Godwin gave me a ring for you. He said you'd help me if I needed it.
Should I get rid of them? In other words, you're stealing the royal silver. And what's more, taking it to a secret mint where you forge your own coin with the royal stamp. Who sits on the city council? And if anyone wants to lay down his life for von Bergov, I'll grant him his wish. You all right, sir? Looks like you took some hits. I'm Henry of Scalitz, squire to Lord Capon of Perkstein. I'm Henry of Scalitz, squire to Lord Capon of Perkstein. Aye, I was here. Those men attacked me as well.
Exactly. And if anything happens to us, they'll see to it that King Sigismund and the town council will hear all about Hermes Trismegistos silver skimming business.
Thanks again.
Hetzel was brave. He wanted to help the whole village. I'd have done the same thing in his place. Just let Vavak come, and you'll see I mean what I say. Let him come. He'll be surprised what I've got on him. I apologise, sir. I thought I was doing the right thing.
What do you mean, in more ways?
How did you become a knight?
Well, you can return the favour right away, sir. You promised to help me get into Malashov. He's being held at Malashov, and you know the castle well, sir. I got scared. I didn't know what was happening. He got what he deserved.
I've got good news for you concerning Mintmaster Vavak. It's good to see that King Wenceslas still has support here.
I must admit, you surprised me in that run-in with Vavak, sir. All right, I'll ask her. Thank you very much, Sir Kinsland.
1/10 of the silver ingots disappears from the records and ends up in your pockets.
Thank you for filling me in on the local situation.
I'm not sure what you mean, sir.
What happened next? I was trying to lure them away, so you wouldn't be so outnumbered. Amen.
But they don't sit alone on the council. What about the others? They make quite interesting reading, if I may be so bold. Can I ask what the hardest battle you mentioned was?
And I've got good news for you. I freed Hensel, one of your subjects, from Andrew Ramhead's captivity.
And what about Vavak? He sits on the council, and we've got him in our pocket, right? And what about the church? Couldn't it be turned around?
I'll give you such a thrashing your own mother won't recognise you.
All 3 crews agreed to report more. I seriously doubt that.
You see these fists? They'll have no trouble rearranging your face. In that case, someone else must be lying. Bit too late for that. He confessed to everything.
You're the local ore merchant,
so just act like nothing's going on. Keep doing what you're doing.
I study at the university in Prague, and I'm writing a thesis on silver mining. Is Ulrich Vavak behind this?
Because I said so. We found out. Simple as that. Don't try to outsmart me and Sir Christian. Sir Christian sent me. We found some discrepancies in the mine book. Don't tell me you don't count them too. You wouldn't pay for more corves than there really were. Look, you don't have to be afraid to tell the truth. We don't want to scare off the people who are actually responsible. You understand?
Stop that. You're going to talk, or else.
Or someone is writing down false numbers and hiding 10 corves.
We need to talk, Herman.
My family rented the mining rights, so I came here to learn the business. Do you buy silver together with the stone?
Talk, or else.
How many corves did you buy lately? For example, on the Feast of St. Petronilla. How many corves do you buy a day? You're not the sharpest, are you? My name is Henry, and I'm here by Sir Christian's permission. Henry. But that's not important. In case you're still not getting it, I've got you cornered, mate. I'll be back. Your story doesn't add up, Herman. It's a capital crime, but I won't tell anyone. He's my uncle, and he's teaching me about his work. How do you explain that the miners extracted 100 corves of ore on the Feast of St. Petronilla, but the book only says 90? How do you estimate the price? How long has this been going on? Me and Sir Christian agreed to settle the matter quietly. We're not going to punish anyone. Sir Christian and I agreed to investigate the matter in secret. Fine. If you won't spill it for free, maybe this'll convince you. As an ore merchant, what do you do? Stealing the king's silver is a capital crime. You'll swing for this, Herman. And the price is always the same. Well, I tracked down the cart,
routed the band of thieves, and handed the cart over to Lord Semine. Well, I went to Semine, and they were wondering there too where the wagon got to. So we rode out to look for it. They hauled Franzi off to Semine, and I couldn't tell you how he'll end up. And Venser, he vanished in the rocks. Venser didn't survive the skirmish in Gules' camp, and Franzi, they took him to Semine. He might have been innocent in the whole thing. They hanged Venser and kept Franzi as a hand. Seems like he was innocent. We'll see. Either way, it's Lord Semine's concern now. No doubt. So, what can I help you with? So, job done. The cart was found and driven to Lord Semine's courtyard. It turned out they tried to rob you. Of course. It wouldn't have looked good otherwise. That's right. They were hiding in Apollonia, along with the cart and the goods. I'm not sure. Lord Semine took them and Gules to his courtyard. We'll see how he deals with them. I went to Semine, but dealing with those two is a tough job. They just vanished. I think they'd have knocked the truth out of him. Don't worry. I don't think Lord Semine will let them off lightly. I just got lucky. And I enjoy working in the smithy, don't worry. I'll get better, I promise. I'll be more careful next time. I'm sure you'll still be needing help with something, right? Me, Lord Semine, and his captain, Gnarly. Well, I went to ask at Semine, like you wanted. Lord Semine and his captain went off to track down the cart, and they found it in the end. I'm sorry. They just went. Aye. They plotted with some robber baron called Gules and brought the cart to him. Thanks. It'll come in handy. And have you got another job for me? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that. Did you take him captive for no good reason? I'm looking for Tibor, a nomad who's being held against his will somewhere around here. Won't you let him go? If it's coin you're after, me and you can make a deal too. What are you going to do with him?
Interesting. I'll have to remember that. Farewell, Tonys.
I always wanted to become a knight. To have a bit of adventure in life.
Aye. We have to leave at night. The Black Knight? Like he was fighting, dressed all in black? I'd also prefer if you were coming with me. Well, it sounds like we have a lot in common with them. That's the way things go. God has different plans for us all. You yourself were talking about that. In the meantime, hold the fortress. With a bit of luck, we'll be seeing each other again soon. I've come to say goodbye. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't think the noble lady is too fond of me. Do you remember the names of those knights? Rosa is... Well, I like her all right, but it wouldn't be proper. Me, with a noblewoman. I'd like to get away from all this. To settle down. What? I got the flowers and dragged you all the way here, and you're blaming me? I'm sorry, but I should really go. Why? That mining jargon of yours gave me a headache, Franzi. Come now. Do you think after all that I'm going to let some damn Praggers butcher me? Take care, Crow. And, well, I better leave now. Well, I might come, but what about Anton here? Will he be able to shoot? All right. You helped us, I helped you. I think we're even now. I have to avenge my parents. Nothing else matters. And why are you talking about this now? I see you haven't run away yet. If by chance I decided it was time to settle down, it wouldn't be with Rosa. I like someone else. If I don't come back, you'll just have to find someone else to chat up girls and shoot hares with. I shall do your bidding, Lord Perkstein. I haven't met many French minstrels in life, except for maybe Brabant. Hey, don't drag me into this. I was just trying to help. Aye, I know. Sorry. But I really must go now. Thank you for your help. Thanks. If that was a compliment, would that be proper? A noblewoman and me? Don't be daft. You know me. I've gotten myself out of much stickier situations. All this nonsense with women just bores me to death. And preferably with the Margrave's army at our back. So how does their story end? And what about the competition now? Will it be a disgrace? Ooh, they got what they wanted. We did it, eh? You're in luck then. Stay by me during the battle, and nothing will happen to you. You're in luck then. Stay by me during the battle, and nothing will happen to you. You're in luck then. Stay by me during the battle, and nothing will happen to you. You're in luck then. Stay by me during the battle, and nothing will happen to you. All right, company? We're all here. Well, the whole company is here. All right? The whole company is here. All right, company? Everyone is here. I'll be checking on you personally. I'll be checking on you personally. I'll be checking on you personally. For now, the Praggers are just fortifying their positions. But that shouldn't comfort us. The Praggers aren't ready to mount another attack yet, so there's no need to waste your energy. The Praggers aren't ready to mount another attack yet, so there's no need to waste your energy. The Praggers aren't ready to mount another attack yet, so there's no need to waste your energy. The Praggers aren't ready to mount another attack yet, so there's no need to waste your energy. It seems the Praggers want us to think they won't try anything else today. For now, the Praggers are just fortifying their positions. But that shouldn't comfort us. For now, the Praggers are just fortifying their positions. But that shouldn't comfort us. We'll be bolstering the night watch. We'll be bolstering the night watch. We'll be bolstering the night watch. I'll be checking on you personally. Repair your arms and get in some good rest. Repair your arms and get in some good rest. Repair your arms and get in some good rest. I'm not going to give you all a rousing speech. I'll just say it's up to all of us to do our best to see we make it through this alive. I'm not going to give you all a rousing speech. I'll just say it's up to all of us to do our best to see we make it through this alive. I'm not going to give you all a rousing speech. I'll just say it's up to all of us to do our best to see we make it through this alive. I'm not going to give you all a rousing speech. I'll just say it's up to all of us to do our best to see we make it through this alive. They have first-rate weapons we just can't match. 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 If we help each other and stay close together, we'll hold the fortress. If we help each other and stay close together, we'll hold the fortress. If we help each other and stay close together, we'll hold the fortress. If we help each other and stay close together, we'll hold the fortress. Look out over the ramparts, and you will see the wealth of the Prager army. Look out over the ramparts, and you will see the wealth of the Prager army. Look out over the ramparts, and you will see the wealth of the Prager army. Look out over the ramparts, and you will see the wealth of the Prager army. There's more of them, but we're fighting for a just cause. There's more of them, but we're fighting for a just cause. There's more of them, but we're fighting for a just cause. There's more of them, but we're fighting for a just cause. Pay no attention to their expensive armor or their colors. It's not honor that motivates them, but the desire for money. Pay no attention to their expensive armor or their colors. It's not honor that motivates them, but the desire for money. Pay no attention to their expensive armor or their colors. It's not honor that motivates them, but the desire for money. Pay no attention to their expensive armor or their colors. It's not honor that motivates them, but the desire for money. Remember one thing. He who fights for money will never last as long as he who fights for a good cause. Remember this. He who fights for money will never last as long as he who fights for a good cause. Remember one thing. He who fights for money will never last as long as he who fights for a good cause. Remember this. He who fights for money will never last as long as he who fights for a good cause. They may be an undisciplined rabble. They may be an undisciplined rabble. They're an undisciplined rabble. They may be an undisciplined rabble. Now go and rest. Once it's dark, I want to see you all on watch. Go and rest. After dark, I want to see you all on watch. Now go and rest. Once it's dark, I want to see you all on watch. Go and rest. After dark, I want to see you all on watch. Prepare your weapons, eat, and get some rest while you can. Oh, Sakura! When will this be over, Zhizka? The next attack won't be too far away, so I want you all at full strength. The next attack won't be long now. The next attack won't be long now. The next attack won't be long now. What do you think is most needed now, Kubienka? What do you think is most needed now, Kubienka? What do you think is most needed now, Kubienka? What do you think is most needed now, Kubienka? They want the silver we have in the castle. Even though they have no right to it. They want the silver we have in the castle. Even though they have no right to it. They want the silver we have in the castle. Even though they have no right to it. They want the silver we have in the castle. Even though they have no right to it. But we won't be fooled. We'll be bolstering the night watch. But they're the best mercenaries you can find in Bohemia. But they're the best mercenaries you can find in Bohemia. But they're the best mercenaries you can find in Bohemia. But they're the best mercenaries you can find in Bohemia.
Victoria's not at home or anywhere else in the village. She's vanished. Well, she's not at home, and it looks like she's vanished.
We're driving girls into town. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
I hear you were quite fond of her. You were walking down the street. Did you notice anything before he attacked you?
I'll find out who did it. Then I'll have vengeance.
Sigismund has convened the city council. Markvart von Aulitz will be there with him, too.
Right.
Apart from the fact that you have your own baths here. Farewell.
I don't have enough coin on me. Where are the girls? Let's get them on the wagon and go. You didn't see that coming, did you?
A jealous woman. That's always trouble.
All right. Well, that's enough, eh? Just sell me the pigment and I'll be on my way.
That's most unfortunate. And who is this Lumir?
Well, I'll see what I can come up with. By the time we arrived in the region, it was already nearing dusk. We set up camp by a pond with the intention of heading out for the castle at first light.
Maybe you shouldn't have killed her. That's worth a try.
For a few groschen, naturally.
Nobody at the camp will notice a sack or two missing.
Well,
Do I look like someone who goes around fucking with campsites?
Yeah. Something like that. I'm sorry, but wait just a while longer. I'll be back soon. Blackmailed? How? And what was she trying to achieve?
excellent. So pay up and I'll be on my way.
Did you have some falling out with them?
I swear by all the saints that I'm not lying.
Well, you did know them all.
You knew all of them. And they were sinners. Maybe you decided to send them to heaven by killing them.
Look, if you don't start talking, you make everything worse. Just everything.
I'll give you my word. You don't have to worry about any soldiers. Not when you're with me.
I won't tell anyone who you are.
I'd sneak into your house to see if she was there, perchance. I honestly don't know. You could torture me and it wouldn't change anything. They'd envy your antler collection even at Trotsky Castle. Where did you get them all? From some suspicious fellas in the forest?
Better men have tried it than a cock puller like you.
What exactly is this about? What's this about?
That's all that occurs to me.
I actually don't have enough money. I'll come back. Actually, I don't really know him that well. But he's the only one I know who knew Zdenna. And he sent me to you.
Well, nothing much, really. Just a couple of groschen for giving you the letter, leaving, and never mentioning it again.
Not really. Besides, I'm quite hungry myself. Do you even know who you're talking to, you thieving scum?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Do you know anything about her? You don't happen to know who she wanted to rob. Do you know whose it was? Did you recognise the crest? That's not much of an explanation. Do you know what kind of luck she meant? Did you recognise the signet on the ring? Do you know what she managed to steal? I know you're the one that killed those girls. Now are you going to tell me why?
I know you're the one stealing sheep.
I know it isn't easy for you to think about it, but try to remember something else about that moment.
I know you got up to things together that aren't exactly legit, but I think they've gone too far now.
I heard William liked pretending to be a spy. Do you know anything about that? Victoria's missing. Her house is empty, and no one knows where she's gone. Victoria's missing. And there's a puddle of blood at her house. Victoria didn't send me. I'm looking for her. She's gone missing. Well, I think Victoria is pregnant.
Did you see who it was?
It's awful what they did to her.
That's all I need to know.
Seriously. Everybody knows about you.
Really? You? A notorious skirt chaser? Do you think anyone will believe you?
There was a brand new cloak of the Knights of the Cross in the hiding place. It's clear that the man doing the digging hid it there. 4 peculiar monks turned up in the Troskovitz tavern. They were armed.
In that case, that's enough for me.
Well, in that case, we'll play that game out together. Just let them come. That's the only thing you're right about, you lying bastard. I'm looking for a nomad boy. He's supposed to be held captive around here.
That's enough already. I'll be off. I don't want to pay you any more. That's enough for me.
I'm getting tired of this. I'll give you the money up front, and that's all you'll get, whether I'm a good guest or bad. Got it?
I've heard enough.
I've heard enough, Father. I'll be going.
All right. We can go to the Devil's Den.
No, don't scream. I'm going. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
We'll see. But you better not be lying to me. You'll get by. The people from the village will help you.
I'm sure you've got some nice lies prepared, but they won't do you any good.
I wouldn't entirely count on that. So you knew Stenna? Can you tell me something about her?
He fell. He looks more like he got the shit beaten out of him. Fucking calm down. I came here to help you.
Well, I'd say one side was a bit more innocent than the other.
I found a knife and a pool of blood on the floor. I don't think she was lying. That would be one coincidence too many.
You're pissed off that she preferred someone else over you, eh? You waited for her, and...
Well, had enough. You raised her. A priest with a child. And you never saw him. You really don't know what this is all about, do you? I'm looking for a dangerous murderer.
That's a job for someone with an iron stomach.
I suppose you're waiting here for a bite to eat. You took a bone with you.
You don't remember the way?
You're Cuba, the farmer, right? I heard she wanted to sell you some valuables. Is that true? Are you Pint? You must be the local gravedigger. Oh, you don't need to apologise.
You take care of the horses here?
And do you meet this fella regularly?
You're Victoria, right?
Have you got something wrong with your eyes?
Father, I need to ask you a few questions, so maybe you could help us find out who did it. The alehouse wench from the hole. I heard you had something with her too. You had no problem visiting a camp full of soldiers by yourself, so there's nothing to fear.
And how many horseshoes do you need?
Maybe your eyesight isn't what it used to be. But I assure you, it wasn't me you saw. Maybe a 16-pointer stag?
You could say that.
Alice, for instance? Does that name ring a bell? Well, that's a great fucking help.
Ah, that Carol. Why didn't you say so?
You're well off, though. Couldn't you provide for her? I find that hard to believe. A priest who doesn't remember who comes to him for confession.
You won't get away with this.
This isn't for me. This is murder. I don't want to have anything to do with this.
Couldn't it have been that innkeeper, then? You yourself said he's a pig.
This is just about the oddest thing anyone's ever asked me to do. And I've had some odd requests. This isn't the job for me. I'm supposed to loot a corpse. That sounds like big trouble.
Oh, that sounds easy enough.
Why don't you get it yourself?
The fact that someone killed her and hid the pregnancy, that worked out well for you, didn't it?
That depends on whether you have a reward for me.
It all came out after we set out with von Burgov's men to deal with the bandits who were rampaging in his domain. The same ones who attacked us at the start.
You know what would be best? If you just forgot about Black and everything that happened between you two. You aren't, I'm certain. Life is complicated sometimes. That's just the way it is. But it looks like you'll have a happy ending.
Yeah, right. You'll get nothing out of me. You must be confusing me with someone else, neighbour. I don't remember that at all.
You're not a man. Hell, you're not even a human being.
I can't afford it. Can't we make some deal? So what did you want from her then?
I expect the same applies to you.
Really? That's what I'm trying to find out. I'm glad to hear that. Good luck, Victoria. That's not very nice of you.
What do you mean? Nothing you'll miss. Just a couple of groschen for the letter and my silence.
That's not true. The people in the village like you. Anyway, you can't stay here. Go home, eat a good meal, get a good night's sleep. And in the morning, you'll see things aren't so bad. You can't be serious. That girl's probably in big trouble. She's disappeared, and someone might have hurt her. Or worse.
Of course I could. Dozens of names.
You mean the hole in the wall? The tavern? That must have been the parchment I found on him. There was some sort of code on it. I reckon that'll be all. That's all I need to know. That's enough for me.
Stop whining and talk, or I'll be the one doing something to you.
You tell me! Or do you take me for a complete fool?
I suppose you're right. What will we do now? Those are just rumours. Sure, it's not the fanciest place in the world, but it's no den of cutthroats.
I didn't mean to. I thought you were stronger.
That's all I found out. What does it matter? I want you to tell me something, so you should tell me.
Pity about your sword. It was made from good steel, from what I heard.
That's exactly what you want, isn't it? So help me out, and you'll be left in peace. Chenyak won't be happy that you killed him.
You're really going to let them go? Just like that?
But he's this bard she was seeing.
I'm sorry. That's not enough. What else do you have? Some weapons, perhaps?
Very generous. That's useful enough. And if I happen to pass by and there's some silver burning a hole in my purse, yeah, that's good thinking.
Do you know of any place like that?
Damn right! But I'm sorry you're in such a bind. You don't seem like a bad person.
What now? Are you going back to the Devil's Den?
That's what I'd like to find out. What about the unwilling father-to-be? It wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? You should have mentioned the arrow first. It's not a fashion item one easily forgets. Because I found a black horse stabled in a pen here. In the woods below the rocks. What are you doing in the hermit's hut then? The man who took things from the hiding place can't have been some chance thief. Because he left a purse full of coin there. That helper of hers who really murdered those girls is out of the game. She can't manage it herself. She's not a threat to anyone. I don't want anything just now. Now she's maybe got away with it. But not for eternity. An awful lot has happened in the last few days. Really looking forward to my bed. And nothing else? Did he grab your hair? I mean you. If I tried anything, you'd remember me. Well, I know that, but I didn't find her there. And she hasn't been seen in town since then. How did Alice get along with your master? So you didn't do anything to them? So you know of some job? So Victoria is expecting. So Stanya is here. So she's here after all. So you don't think she ran off with him and then he killed her somewhere?
So you didn't go as far as Rabstein?
So you cut yourself. So, can we make a deal? So you don't want to go back to Miskovitz? So for you, justice and revenge are one and the same?
So you haven't seen him since then?
So you don't think she'd let herself get ambushed too easily? So you knew Stena? Can you tell me anything about her? So, did you do it? So you weren't too fond of her? So you were taking care of her? At the very least, it is suspicious. You knew two of those dead girls, so it's bullshit. You dare invoke God!
That's what I thought.
It's best to keep a fella like that on your side. That big boulder near a small cliff on the banks. It's not the kind of story I hear every day. That makes it look like you might have some motive for keeping me from finding out anything about that murder. Now, that wasn't so hard, was it? If you weren't such a fool, you could have spared yourself a beating. Right, you get the wagon ready, and I'll go and get them. And maybe you'll be fine even without the arrow. Not a chance. Stealing sheep is a crime. Are you shitting me? You want me to yank it out of his skull? Ugh.
I see. I imagine it's not easy living next to them.
So my work is over. Depend on it, sir. Then I'm fucked. Because he won't be telling me anything anymore.
Well, that's an interesting story.
I suppose I'll just have to find him myself. Thanks, then. Next time I'll buy something to quench your thirst. So you're a tanner. Only a fool would think he wouldn't find hides at your place.
Are you the fellow who found those bones? I need to know.
Then pick your balls up off the ground and tell me what you know. Because if they don't disappear, you'll be the village idiot forever. We'll go and set up your camp somewhere else. And you didn't mind?
Go ahead.
Let's hear it then, Tanner. Nothing, then. But what? What are you still brooding over? You can trust me. So pour me something then. Then tell me what happened. Maybe I can help you somehow.
If you don't want it, I won't force you.
Where's that grave? Well, this was a lot stranger than I expected. That's why you went to see her? So she'd leave Yarka alone? But what if... Thanks again, Master Gravedigger. So how do you explain it? Well, do you have any news about what happened to Mandalina? I'll be going then. So, I'll leave you to mourn in peace now. Fine. I won't tell anyone. Well, I'll go and check out that fort. Maybe I'll find something there. Why don't you just admit the girl was a real thorn in your side? And that you were jealous as hell? That's enough. I think there are enough fishy things going on around you for me to tell the bailiff. All right. I brought you that money. I apologise, Father. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you keep those for lonely evenings? Well, are you going to talk to me now? So, do you still have no regrets about how things turned out?
Still hungry, are you?
So, are you sober yet? So you put her in the shed as punishment? Well, at least you won't hurt anybody anymore, right? Now you're going to spill it. Got it?
Here you are. Here.
Here. But then Sir Hans here spotted some girls on the opposite bank and had eyes for nothing else. Here you go. Enough? Here's the money. Here's that money. Here it is. Is that offer of yours still good? That's her. The last one. Someone disfigured her, almost like Yarka. So you knew her? Sternad said something different. All they'll want you to do is serve cold beer and hot food.
Well, still seems odd to me, though.
I want to ask you something anyway. An old dog wanted some young meat
but ended up with a nibble, eh? Well, something happened to him. Just turn a blind eye to the occasional dead body, the loaded dice, and all the other criminality that goes on there. You just have to be a little careful. Don't let them push you around, and you'll be in no danger.
A bad guest.
You were walking down the street, and somebody grabbed you. Did you hear anything? Or smell anything? I'm looking for a girl. Does the name Victoria mean anything to you?
Hopefully I'll remember all that. Thanks.
Now that sounds like a man talking. I came about that sword of yours. I'd like to buy it from you.
I've heard some interesting things about you. Something about strange people coming to see you, and having even stranger discussions with you. You disappeared from the hole in the wall without saying goodbye. Without a word. What happened?
All I was after was the sword.
Well, Black has manned up and promised he'll take care of you. That is, both of you.
Pint from Rabstein Mill.
That's, unfortunate. Do you know about anybody else?
Pity you got rid of it.
Well, that's a shame. I was thinking it was too easy.
An arrow in the head. An invincible. Yeah, sounds to me like you're yanking my pizzle. I'm looking for work. Do you know of anything?
Well, you're in luck. I'm a bit of a blacksmith myself. Any journeyman can make a horseshoe. My name's Henry. And no, we don't know each other, and you don't owe me money. But we do have something in common.
Are you Vashek? The woodcutter who found those weird bones?
You're quite the extortionist. Seems you're the only one to survive the killer's attack. Good. I believe you. You're pretty strong, aren't you?
Well, I'm a blacksmith. I know the value of good steel wherever it's from.
Here? To the charcoal burners? I'm Henry. Henry of Skalitz. I'm Henry. Just passing through.
I'm looking for Matsek, the wagoner. Is that you?
Oh, come on. We're not going to fight each other, are we? Fulfilling his last wish will be the least I can do for him in return.
Oh, Sakra.
You really drained my purse with all your bullshit.
Oh? What happened?
Sakra! What are you on about? What disgrace?
Shit.
Well, I've spoken to Martha, and it seems she's genuinely worried about Victoria.
Does she have friends here? Who does she talk with in the village?
What girls?
What do you want help with, Ambrose? Tell me right now what happened. Maybe we can sort it out somehow.
Did you understand what they were talking about? I understand.
I changed my mind. I'll help you if you tell me what happened. I've changed my mind. I'll help fulfill the hermit's last wish.
We made camp by a pond with the intention of heading for the castle at first light.
You say people coming to see you? Why?
Just an ordinary bloke who has some questions. You said that rich or poor, they all like to grope girls.
Like who?
You said you knew her family. And what about that fifth house?
I'm looking for Victoria, and I thought you might know where to find her.
Tell me again what it's all about.
They'd managed somehow. But why shed blood, when a couple of groschen would be enough to part ways on good terms?
Now, I don't know if they were from the Inquisition, or someone else sent them. But I reckon it's you they're after.
I think it'd be better if you told me the truth.
Interesting. Last time you were at death's door, and now you're fit as a fiddle.
I'll be happy to give it to you, but not for free. I'll go back to Zdenna. Hopefully I'll learn more there now.
Do you know something about a nomad who's held captive somewhere around here? The word is, Sigismund is going to make an important announcement there.
I hear there was a murder here recently. Some young girl? Because I'll break all your fingers, and you'll never play the lute again, you miserable minstrel. I heard she disappeared without a trace. So I'm trying to find out if anyone had anything to do with it. Out with what you know, or I'll smash this dump of yours into firewood. Just tell me what I need to know, and your troubles will be over.
No, nothing like that. I'd take the bones away and have them destroyed.
But she sent you packing. In front of half the village. That's a long story. Just tell me what I can do to help. I'm sorry. I'm back now.
Where were we?
Why? Why haven't you gone back yet, then?
Why did the Pavliks hate you so much?
Why? You don't feel remorse, do you?
Why did you go towards Messeles from the stream? Didn't you say you live in the woodcutters' camp near Billany? How come you walked through the stream? Who'd want to do that and get their feet wet? Why don't you go get the arrow yourself? Why don't you go to the other kitchen? They're cooking there.
Why should I get mixed up in it?
How so?
Why?
Why don't you respect Lumir?
Why do you think you were too hard on her? Why do you think it was William? Do you have any evidence? Don't be afraid. I don't want to hurt you.
Why?
Are they poisonous? Why should I help some footpads? What did Ambrose send you there for, then? Lumire's mistake. What are you talking about? Oh, I could have sworn I had that money on me.
Could you be a bit more precise?
Exactly. Someone killed a girl in Kuttenberg. Lumire thought it might be connected with you. They attacked you. I heard Zdenna came to see you with quite a haul. King John himself sent me to see you. Are you Barbara? I'm told you knew Alice. I hear you knew Stanya. They say she had a rich young suitor. Do you know anything about that? I'm looking for the killer of a girl in town. And I heard that someone also tried to kill this Stanya. I heard he wanted to find her an honest job, but she wasn't interested. It was a long time ago, but I heard she used to hang around you a lot. And Father Prokop didn't like it. A few nights ago, a herdsboy saw a black horseman ride into Apollonia. He thought it was an apparition.
We're not carrying anything we're not allowed to. There's no law against driving girls into the city.
I'm sure you don't want people saying you obstructed a murder investigation. Did Estanya work here? There's strange rumours going around about you, Hermit. I heard William was spying for someone. Lumire himself, the Kuttenberg bailiff's former scribe, gave me the task. He was looking into her disappearance, and he sent me to find her. I need to find those bones. Can you tell me how to get to them? I've heard you dye your own fabric. I need some information about Zdenna.
Are they injured from battle?
I'm looking for a local girl. Her name's Victoria. A stream along the path to Rabstein, upstream as far as the boulder, clearing, collapsed hide. I met Victoria on the hill by the birches. She looked quite unhappy. I met Black in the camp.
Sir, I met a few strange miners who wanted me to write you a letter. I met a couple of miners who wanted me to write you a very intriguing letter.
I met her outside the village. She was upset, and she looked pretty unhappy. Listen, innkeeper, I need to ask you about Stanya. Martha from Miskovitz sent me. She's afraid something happened to you. I met Victoria. I know you know her. Radovan, the blacksmith from Takov, sent me. Can we go to Raborsh with you? We could certainly use a drink, a bite to eat, and a comfortable bed.
I didn't know that. If I can't think of anything better, I'll go and take a look.
Truth be told, not much. But it's at the request of her master. I was helped by the Ruthard family, the former rulers of Malashov, in exchange for dealing with some trouble they had with Ulrich of Raditz. Help? How? I'll stop by if I can. If I remember rightly, you specifically said there aren't any trophies in your workshop. I just need to ask you something. Was Ambrose your friend? And what happened next? Let's go then. There's no time to waste. Judging by what I've heard about you, you're a bit fishy, Hermit. Depends if they're loyal to your tavern, and come often. By the fact he spends a lot of coin, by whether he's got coin. Look, I'm in no mood today for haggling.
No sooner had we spied Trotsky on the horizon than everything started to go to hell.
Well, I'd thank you, but I've already paid. Will you give me your hand in reconciliation? What was his last wish? I found some pretty interesting documents of the Order. There was a hiding place beneath the cross, and the man digging there at night didn't have time to put the cross back in the right position.
Wait here, Miller. I'll take care of the robbers, but if I'm long in returning, run.
Wait, though. In short,
Well,
it's our only lead to find out anything about the symbols. Easy. Look, what would you want in exchange for the information? What did the clearing look like? Douse. You. A scribe keeps records in the Black Chronicle, though I've never heard of one doing his own investigations. Antlers and a whole lot of hides. Do you remember what she managed to steal? Yeah, and then he had a fight in the tavern, and we both ended up in the stocks. Someone almost even got the noose. Aside from those voices and the empty street, what else do you remember? Of course not, Father. Father, forgive me for my behaviour. A good Christian should not speak to you in that way. Disgrace? What the devil are you talking about? Right. You said she wasn't the first. Do I look like someone who's asking out of curiosity? Did Conrad really want to flee? Thanks. You've been a big help. He says he doesn't want to be with you. You need to finally accept that. There's something fishy about this. I'll be back, Hermit. I'm sorry. I just walked in here by chance. Oh, I'm sorry. What happened? All right, I've got everything. We can go.
really? I'll divert the attention of those bastards while you run away.
Where did you know Yorka from?
A lot's changed since we last saw each other, eh? But I'm glad to see you made it out of that battle alive, friend.
Fine. Let's leave it be then. I heard about that. And also about Lumir. That's not why I'm here. My name's Henry, and I wanted to ask about the murder that happened recently. Well, Yarka was pregnant, and you were facing disgrace. Fine. I'll let you live. For now. If you don't start giving me some answers right now, I reckon you'll end up begging in the streets. I'm sure they'll hide the knives from her and lock the women up at night. They know very well what she did.
Well, it seems like you could really use that arrow. Well, we're off to a great start.
Oh, come on. Pull yourself together and stop squirming. Are you a man or a worm?
Well, let's go then, eh?
It's about time I left.
Well,
Why not?
well, why not?
Find out who did it and bring him to justice.
Oh, Jesus. Tell me everything from the beginning. Maybe I should have a word with them about you and tell them where they can find you.
Well, the Inquisition would definitely be interested to hear about your pact with the devil.
Oh, yeah, you got it real tough.
Here you go. Well, at night, the baths are... All right, then.
Well, there's a lot of talk about you in the village. They say you've made a pact with the devil and are summoning demons from hell.
Well, I just wanted to let you know, if they wanted something from you, you don't have to worry about it anymore. All right. Let's forget about it. Anyway, we were talking about your black.
All right, then.
Do you know what exactly happened to Alice?
I want to paint on Olbram of Zhelyov's bull. Just a little should be enough.
How are you now? As if the earth opened up and swallowed her. No one important. Well, it all started like this. I was supposed to bring you some horseshoes, but then...
Would you rather discuss it with them?
You didn't see anything or hear anything.
I don't know all the details, but it's obvious you did a couple of things together that aren't entirely legit.
We got off on the wrong foot. That's my fault.
Now, you don't look much like a poacher. Or are you?
That dead girl you have in the morgue, Alice, do you know where the last one got killed? Do you know who she took it off? Do you know of any suitors she might have had? You don't know what you're promising, Baron. Watching Sir Hans is a job and a half. Do you have any idea what happened to her? She lives alone. Everyone around here knows that.
I don't know of any village that way. What's it called?
I don't know. I couldn't say exactly. I don't know. Look, I think I'd rather just buy it.
I don't know what went on between you exactly, but it seemed to me they wanted to blackmail you. And as a decent person, I won't stand for that, of course.
Well, I don't know what you did. But this is supposed to be your absolution.
Have you seen him around here? Have you seen any tracks left by the poacher?
I haven't.
Why should I?
Could you live with yourself knowing you could have done something, but just couldn't be bothered to help her?
No offence, but how did you know what to do? Without a wife, without a family? I would have been lost.
I know you've been stealing sheep. Pack up and get out of here, or you'll be sorry.
You can't talk your way out of this. I heard you yelling at him from afar.
Damn. That's more money than I thought. Try and think it over a bit. It might not just be Victoria's life at stake here. Don't tell me you were rolling in the hay with some filthy beggar.
Didn't he say the arrow protected him? That it made him unbeatable? Does that ring any bells?
Well, how you fulfill your wish is your business. And run your mouth plenty. I don't believe a word of it.
What of it? It didn't.
Is there anything I can do to help? Do you remember Zdena? You knew her, didn't you?
Do you remember anything, at least?
Anything. You're welcome. Enjoy it. Well, it's not a place fit for a royal banquet. But if you weren't afraid in a camp full of soldiers, you'll be fine there. Does it matter? You don't think he could have taken Zdena away? That's quite cruel, don't you think?
Wouldn't you rather act like a man?
Because he's lying in the infirmary. But you don't need to worry. He'll be all right soon. He can. He needs to recover first. You don't need to. I can go and chat with the guards instead. Tell them you're the one hurting those girls. Why do you think so? Couldn't it have been Father Prokop? Did she have any friends or lovers who'd know more? Did anybody come here to see her?
She's already in a tough situation, and you just made it worse. Get off your ass and do something.
Look, I don't need much.
Just a bit will do. Someone came to see her.
Worse. Someone killed her. It's been a while now.
Someone killed the poor girl. You can't just let the murderer get away with it, can you? Someone followed her on a horse from Kuttenberg. Did she say what he looked like?
Someone wanted to kill her.
Someone ought to teach you manners. Now, if we had one of our people at that assembly...
Somewhere in the north of the city, isn't it? The vineyard's just beyond it. Somewhere in the north of the city, isn't it? The vineyard's not far from there.
Well, it surely seems like it. Look who you're talking to. Are there any stray dogs around here? I'm looking for one. I haven't been in Kuttenberg very long. I'm not here to mock you. You can do what you like.
She probably thought Victoria told you what she was planning to do.
Von Berghoff received us and heard us out. It seemed like he was on our side. Some fella gave me this letter and said I should give it to you. And do you have any idea where I might find him? Some bloke just shoved it in my hand along with a few groschen. He said you're expecting it.
This pair of bastards forced me to write a threatening letter to you for them. And when I refused, they tried to kill me.
No. They said they'd know straight away if you'll listen to them or not.
It looks like you're hiding something. What do you know? I've got something for you. Aye, but I don't know what to make of it. It says something about a vineyard in the town, gushing water, and bells.
Something about a vineyard and running water. I can't make much sense of it.
Isn't it written in scripture? Speak up for those who have no voice.
Something like that. But I know I don't need to ask you about Stanya anymore. Something's fishy.
Can't you be any more specific than that?
I don't know why you should be an exception.
Ah, yeah, right. He looks like the type of fella to start fights.
You might be surprised. Let me pass. The Master Chamberlain isn't well, and he sent me to the surgeon's study for medicine.
Something that might lead to his camp?
No. I'm not your errand boy.
No, nothing fatal. He'll be fine soon enough. But he sent me with a message for you.
Don't worry. Or are you going to tell me it was some other Ambrose?
Or is there nothing but horse shit in that hollow bunce of yours? Or should I call you Poacher?
Or when you were running away. Anything can help us, even if it seems insignificant.
No. The dead don't talk.
No. I really hardly know her.
No, I'm not in league with him.
No, I haven't spoken to her. Why?
If you come clean and get lucky, they'll hang you. If not, you'll get the rack. And how did he come to that conclusion? After all, talking about it will help you feel better. Things aren't as bad as they seem.
I found some documents there from the Knights of the Cross. But Ambrose clearly wasn't interested in them. So what did he send you to get? I found your broken sword. I found some documents, money, and a cloak of the Knights of the Cross. That was yours, I assume. I know now what's going on here. You've been scaring people all over these parts. You pretended to be the hermit. I could have turned you into the bailiff.
Only we were ambushed by bandits in the evening. They killed all our men and took everything they could carry, including the letter for von Berghoff.
You're a huntsman, so I figured you'd have some idea if there's a stray dog roaming around here.
It's possible he might have joined a pack of wolves.
It occurred to me that maybe he could have done it.
Who do you think killed her?
Have you any idea where the poacher might be hiding out? Once they're gone, folks will stop talking about them, and they'll leave you alone.
Why so rash? That kind of attitude will do you no favours.
Don't take this the wrong way, but maybe it'd be best if you simply left the village. There's nothing keeping you there.
Well, that doesn't matter now, noble sir. The two tow rags are already dead. That doesn't matter. I just want to know what it's all about. Nothing important, really.
Could she have run away with that bard?
You don't think so?
Do you think we did the right thing? Who did you serve?
You think he might have been the one who...
Is Denna's scarf? Do you still have it?
You're probably right.
You didn't do anything to her? Do you mean besides having a bit of fun and then shitting all over her?
I think my dog joined a pack of wild animals. I found a mauled deer near the spot he got lost.
Relax. If I wanted to turn you in, I'd have done it long ago.
I think you could answer my questions directly and not always try to wheedle money out of me. Nobody has to believe me. I'll take care of you myself.
I mean, more intimately. She was being absolutely serious. It's no wonder she's so desperate.
I can try and find something for you.
Can I speak to her?
I can see if I've got anything to eat on me.
You can rest easy. The ones outside are dead.
What did this fella look like? Can you tell me that again in brief?
We'll try and ask Martha for help. She was really worried when she found out you'd disappeared. So I'm sure she cares about you, if you're so sure about it.
You know, animal carcasses, guts, a camp in the woods.
This might seem strange, but I'm supposed to give you this.
Maybe it would be a bit stupid. If I didn't personally know so many important people, that is.
Maybe just a sack of shit without a grain of responsibility in you.
I know, but look at it from the other side. You were the instrument of God's punishment. And nobody else is going to die because of that hag anymore.
Maybe I didn't ask you about all the details.
Maybe to cover up who he really is. And what he's planning.
Maybe. And who are you? Wait a bit. I have to do something.
It could have unpleasant consequences for you. And you can be sure that Vostatek will be the first to know about it.
But you're in luck. All I'm after is that broken sword. So, come clean.
My word. Thank you so much.
Do you remember anything important about the attacker? What he looked like, what he was wearing? I talked to Stanya, and I wanted to ask you one more thing.
Talk! Where's Denna?
Apart from those men, did anyone else know Stanya?
One girl from the village had them at home.
You should go back home.
Were you supposed to fetch something for him? Heads, 2 arms, 2 legs. Looked like a miner.
Isn't it better to admit a mistake and avoid it the next time?
Oh, Sakra. I need to find her as soon as possible.
If you need help, I'm your man.
Do you have anywhere to go?
Well, you're in luck. I happen to have the horseshoes right here. You're right. I still have to go and have a word with someone.
What does it look like? Do you still have it?
Martha, the blacksmith's wife, is worried about you. For sure she's praying you'll return home safely.
Margaret, Ambrose forgives you, but his brother must get what is rightfully his.
Margaret, Ambrose forgives you, but his brother must get what he deserves.
We have a lot of mutual friends. I'm trying to track down a poacher who's hunting around here. She said you were supposed to bring her something, but instead you're still hanging around here. So she wants to know what's going on.
I found these herbs, but I don't know what they're used for.
I learned that you and a few miners are stealing silver. I even have a letter that proves it.
Do I have to beat you into behaving like a normal human being and not a monster?
I have an interesting offer for you. I've got the coin I promised you.
So the sword is on Ambrose's grave. Will you tell me where I can find it?
Did she steal something from you? Well, I get the impression that I cut your head off before you could shout. And it's hard to shout without a head. In the woods on Sukov Hill, not far from Grunt. You know where that is? I know the clearing.
Who's this Lumir? Another one of those gawkers and collectors?
Lumir thought you were dead. I was supposed to find out what happened to you.
Folk told me you got it from somewhere in Andalusia.
Folk are saying some monks turned up in the village and were asking about you. The Inquisition, apparently.
Folk in the village are saying you've made a miraculous recovery, and since then you won't let anyone near you. What happened? The apparition was seen by the conciliatory cross at night.
But it turned out these very outlaws are on our side. They're fighting for King Wenceslas on the orders of Sokol of Lamberg.
Well, he's a bandit chief and a killer, but an ally for now.
You aren't afraid to put your hides on display, like it's a front for something else. Something you can't show everyone.
Not far from here is a tavern. It's called the Devil's Den. I'm sure they'd find work for you there, and nobody'll be interested in your history.
Blood?
Was there a lot?
Is she stealing, or what? I took a look inside your workshop and found some trophies there. What's going on, Peltzel?
This is your business. I'm not going to get mixed up in it. Enough talk. You asked for it, hermit.
Who do you sell most to? Are you afraid of something? All right, then. I'll tell everyone it was wolves, and I won't breathe a word about you. Don't be afraid. Barton told me where to find you.
When I listen to you, the hair stands up on the back of my neck, if it's in my power.
Then our camp was attacked by bandits before we had time to react. We barely escaped with our lives.
Well, if you bring him food, you must have the key.
If someone took a look in your workshop, would he find anything unusual there?
When did he see Zdenna last?
Who's been asking about those bones?
How did Jules end up?
Ambrose was a member of your order.
A holy man with something precious like that? Where did you actually get it, Ambrose?
But not at all.
I'm sure she's still looking out for you, hoping you'll come home.
Where'd you get the hides? Where can I find the poacher? I heard he hunts somewhere to the north, in the forests around the pond.
Where should I look for the arrow? Where did you find the bones?
Where can I find Zdenna?
Where can I find this Barton? Where should I look for him?
Carroll was a good man, but maybe the arrow wasn't magic. It could have all just been a coincidence.
And where is this stash of yours?
We finally got to Von Berghoff by a roundabout route, and after a long delay.
We're in Grund. We're a long way from Opatovitz, so there aren't any troops here.
When I ask politely, I expect people to answer politely. I'm here again on account of that poacher.
I'm looking for Pasha.
I'm glad we can make a deal.
I'm a blacksmith. I came for the hermit's sword, and that's all that interests me.
Outside, there are 5 men armed to the teeth. I just have to shout out the window, and they'll be here before you can blink.
Aye. Nothing's holding me back anymore.
Yeah, that fits. I found it there.
Aye, that should do. Aye, I could use a ride.
Would you happen to know anything about that?
Yeah.
Aye. Every game is good when you fatten your purse. Right. Long since broken and unused. Speak for yourself. You clean me out.
My name's Henry.
I'm Henry. And you are...
I'm Henry. If you have any idea where she might be, go and see her before she does something foolish.
I'd like to speak with Lumiere. Do you know where I can find him?
Well, if it leads back to the road and there was really someone following her, I reckon if they saw she was long in returning, they could have waited for her at the ford, no?
Well, what were you expecting? If you keep annoying me, I'd be happy to get you one.
If Sigismund is just going to announce an increase in taxes, there's not much point in my being there.
Have you noticed anything suspicious around the stash? If you want, I'll tell you where their secret camp is, so you can sort them out once and for all.
A person might almost think you're making my job harder. I wonder why.
We'll see about that. Don't provoke me, or I'll really do it.
I'll be coming to see you again.
I'll be back.
I wanted to ask about another thing.
Not yet. I've still got work to do here.
I have some more questions. Tell me something else. I have another question about Yarka.
Only there's no talking to you. So we'll have to do it the hard way.
Only after that, we couldn't get into the castle, though. We looked like a pair of beggars.
But I think a demon would have known the road to Apollonia and wouldn't have spun round and round at the crossroads like a top.
The kind who'd find out very fast if anything happened to me. And they wouldn't stand for it, just a few hides. Then I take a look, and what do I see?
Well, I've noticed you bandits are pretty superstitious. I must have made a mistake.
Be quiet. Those men outside are capable of anything.
If I come back and find you there under lock and key again, I'll leave you to rot. He got shot in the head with an arrow and lived.
Once was enough. The girls have been avenged, and that's the main thing, isn't it? One of the other victims was a girl named Yarka. But I reckon you know that, don't you? One of them was named Zdena. One of them was named Stanya. Did you know her?
We can go. Well, there's no point in denying it. That bunch of miners was stupid enough to tell me everything and then let me go. You ought to hire smarter people.
Well, he's pretty old. He preaches in the Church of St. Peter and St. Paul. Is this the right price?
He's an interesting fella. Handy with a weapon, but also pretty tricky.
Well, it's possible. I've met a lot of people.
He's some impoverished yeoman. But he's handy in a battle, and he helped us when we needed it.
It's really important. Oh, damn, you're slower than a wet week. I better go before you talk my ears off.
He's a fool. You don't need him. There's plenty more like him, because he might have promised you the moon, but all he really wanted to do was have a bit of fun. He told me himself he's not interested in you.
Yes, but unfortunately for you, it's another riddle.
Well, Zdena's days of stealing are over.
I'm very sorry, Victoria. That soldier, Black, he's dead.
I don't believe a word you say, and I'll make certain you pay for your deeds. I know exactly what you want. Coin.
I'm going to see her now. I hope it's not too late. I'm leaving. I have better things to do than argue with you.
Should we go and see Lumiere?
It's about Victoria, the girl from Miskovitz.
Aye, that wasn't very nice of her. And do you have any idea where she went or anything?
Of course. I'll keep my promises.
Oh, yeah. You're with that fellow with the arrow in his head, right?
Right. Take care of yourself. And good luck.
Did you ever meet Yarka? What others?
Well, how come they caught Carroll? When he was protected by the arrow and unbeatable?
How so? I wouldn't be foolishly asking around for her then, would I? How did Stanya's room look?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, like this? How did she rebel against you? What was it like working in the hole?
How's he doing?
What's his name?
Can I speak to him?
Ambrose is dead, you say? How did it happen?
Relax. Betty from Kuttenberg sent me.
Or in this case, a murderer.
How are the horses doing?
How's trade?
How does that even work?
Did you have her with you at the presbytery?
As you wish.
How could I forget? It's not every day you meet a fellow with a wooden shaft sticking out of his head. How'd you like to have a nice rope necklace?
I heard she used to go to dances. Someone killed and gutted a young maidservant and left her body lying by the city walls. And I hear it's not the first time this has happened. I know. I've already spoken to her.
Look, I really need to know where that grave is. Look, I'll get you the money. I'll give you the amount I said I would.
That should do. I'm going after the poacher. I'll start with that stash.
Or maybe things will change. Martha the blacksmith's wife likes you.
I'll figure it out somehow.
Well, I didn't look her over much, but somebody killed her, that's for sure.
I did ask you.
I'm trying to put things in order and get rid of those bones.
I'm trying to find out who did this to her. I'm afraid the killer might want to go after my friend as well. I'm not just asking out of curiosity. This is about all the dead girls. Who killed her? I don't want revenge. I want to stop more killing. That's a better reason, isn't it? I really only want to talk to her. I don't want to take anything. I need to find something out.
Nah, this isn't a job for me.
I think you do. Well, you don't have to, that's true. But you should. It's in your own best interest.
I've got other things to concern me than strolling around in the woods. So think twice before you start spouting nonsense.
Well, maybe that would be a little stupid. If I was afraid of you, that is. I'm Henry. Black sent me to talk to you. Oh, and so did Martha from Miskovitz. I'm a good guest. I'm in service of the Lords of Lipa. I'm to find out who was responsible for this murder. I'm looking for a... Back in the city, they think she's either dead or run off somewhere. And you're the last person to see her before she went missing.
I don't know anything about it.
I wouldn't worry about it that much. She got away with it because nobody realised what she was. That's not going to happen now.
I reckon you do, Ambrose. According to one of the documents, you were appointed Seneschal of the Knights of the Cross with the Red Star.
I might know of a place.
I think I've heard all I need to know.
But I really need to find out what happened to her. It's very important.
I don't mean the villagers. I'm more interested in strangers asking about them.
They too will fall silent someday.
Still, I'd like to ask you a few questions anyway. Maybe you know something that could help.
The same way every time. Even if we're stopped, so what? Worse. I found a dead woman there. It might have been Zdenna. And the innkeeper Mole told me a different story. He said you were the one coming on to her.
The innkeeper said you need help with something.
Good luck, Victoria.
I could use a few groschen. Do you know of any work around here?
I won't be long. But you're still in debt to me, though.
I can read, unfortunately for you. I found your diary. It tells a very interesting story.
Look for clues. Footprints, blood, anything. I'm looking for Zdenna. Do you know where I can find her? I'm looking for Zdenna. Lumir asked me to find out what happened to you. He thought you were dead. I'm looking for my dog. I'm looking for someone named Stanya.
I'm looking for Master Markold.
Are they looking for you? The main thing is, you'll be safe. You and your child. You'll have a place to sleep, food to eat, and you'll make some money. Black says you should go home. He'll come and see you once he can.
Hey, if I'd wanted to hurt her, I wouldn't have gone through you, would I?
Father, Yarka wasn't the only girl who was killed in Kuttenberg.
Hey, you said you didn't have any women here. So what's with the dresses you have drying over there?
Confess, or this won't end well for you.
Look, I've thought about it, and I've decided I'll help you.
You wouldn't happen to be Stanya, would you? Still, in the depths of my soul, I don't believe you.
Hey, I was passing by the other day, and there was a woman screaming from the shed. Hey, back to the job.
Are you Sternad? The one that went with Zdenna? It's William, right? I need to talk to you.
Yeah. Oh, the fucker. He was just asking for it. I'm guessing that the diabolical horseman scaring people round these parts was you.
Von Grolla had a servant with him.
You scared the life out of Gerda from Troskowitz that night. What were you doing there? Right, and where is it?
Maybe I went too far. My apologies, Hermit. I'm Henry. Maybe I do know something.
They said you locked up some miners, and in the letter they say they want you to release them.
Without getting seen by any witnesses. Well, let's leave it at that. Thank you, Father. I'm here incognito. Like, in disguise.
I haven't been in any camp in ages. Clearly this is just a misunderstanding.
You can always find out where she is and go and set things straight, right? Shut your mouth and listen up. But if any clue leads me back here to you, I won't give you a second chance.
I hope she'll know what this is about. If you tell me, there's some coin in it for you. And I don't think you'll get a better offer today.
We get Sigismund's plans nice and fresh. Straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Maybe you really should have. If I'd known before it would turn out the way it did, well, I suppose there's no justice in the world.
All right, I'll help you. But you'll have to tell me more.
There was a pool of blood on the floor. I was shocked when I went into the hearth room.
We even helped him out several times. Until we found out he was just stringing us along.
If that was her blood, she's in serious trouble. A well-fed, healthy horse, black as charcoal. The man who rode on it wasn't an apparition. Or the devil. All right, I'll see what I can do. All right, I'll see what I can do. All right, let's say I take your word for it. What does the job involve?
All right, I'll give her your message. What happened between you and Victoria is none of my business.
Well, we'll meet at the graveyard then.
Good. I'll look there. But I'm doing it for her, not for you. Got it? All right, I'll help you. That murderer mustn't get away.
All right, I'll help you.
That swine tried to deceive me. He mustn't get away. All right? If I find her, I'll try and convince her.
All right. But I'm going to need a forge and an anvil.
Fine. Suit yourself. I'll just kill you and the murders will stop. Then everything will be clear.
Fair enough. But if you want me to help you deal with them, that'll cost extra.
Besides, it was just a dream.
Well, he won't be for long, if it comes to light that he's been putting his sticky fingers on the royal silver.
Thanks for confiding in me. You've had a difficult time.
Thanks for your help. Once I find those bones, your worries will be over.
Thanks.
That's all.
Thank you, Stanya. That's enough.
All right.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you, Father. I appreciate it. Thank you, Father. By the way, I'm not squeezing your hand too hard, am I? Give me your hand and swear that you didn't kill them. Can I pay later? Will you give it to me? I'll try having my dog track her down.
While we're having this chat, my comrades have surrounded the house. I just have to give a shout and they'll be all over you.
I'll have something to drink. Another? Why would anybody come to look at her? Another of them was named Zdena. You can't be serious. She could be injured somewhere, or even worse. And you're glad?
What? Why would he do that? After Gules tried to rob him?
What?
How come? They would? Why?
Well, I didn't come to change your mind. Why would I do that?
What? What's in it for me?
I can promise you that. What are you asking for it?
What do you know about this priest? What does the priest know about children?
What are you doing here?
All right. What am I supposed to do? Do you know who that priest was?
What was that about?
What do you mean? Somebody is murdering maids here. We have to put an end to it.
Fuck.
What are you going to do now? Without a leader?
I'm looking for work. Do you know of anything?
You're a knight of an order. What do you remember about the night she came to you? What's the matter? Did you know her?
What happened to you? Are you alright? Did you get beaten up on account of those bones?
What the fuck happened here?
What happened? What happened with the blacksmith's hands in the end? What happened with that hired hand?
What happened? Did she cheat you?
I hope that assembly really is important.
What's this Lumiere got to do with this? Wait, let me finish. And then? What do you know about that bard? What can you tell me about her? What else can you tell me about her? Was she good? What was Stanya like? What can you tell me about her? What can you tell me about Zdena? What can you tell me about Zdena? What if I simply paid you and you tell me what I want to know?
What? What? You wanted to run off and break our agreement?
Well, you're not going to let this destroy you, are you? He's just scum.
I was hoping to make a deal with you peacefully. I'd like to buy some pigment.
I'd like to talk to him as well.
I'd like to buy that pigment from you.
They want you to release the miners you're holding. Otherwise they'll report you.
Ah, God forbid. That's all I need, a friend like that bastard. But he was the only one who really knew Zdenna.
Did she hang out with any men?
Someone from the city.
I want to know if Stanya worked here.
Let's make a deal. You tell me everything you know about Zdenna, and I'll make sure you're no worse for wear. I just want the sword, that's all. It's no use to him now.
You think you can threaten me? I won't put up with that. I'm not afraid of you. I'll bear it in mind. Farewell, sir.
So, if I understand correctly, we can make a deal?
I get it.
She's waiting for you to come to her.
I did it because I want to find the poacher.
But he never took it seriously. How could he? His allegiance is to the army. He can't just change his mind.
Was there something written on it?
It would indeed be very stupid. If the blackmailer came alone, I mean.
Did anybody see what actually happened when Stanya disappeared?
I know what happened to you. I was at your house and saw, well, everything. I'm sorry, but this is no solution.
I went to take a look, and it really is askew. But it wasn't magic that Hellspawn was wielding. It was a shovel.
God be with you, hermit. I wish you all the best. May God be with you.
I'll have to go and verify it. Thanks.
You'll have peace and quiet again once they're gone.
Will this token of my appreciation be enough for you to tell me something about the bones?
Either you confess to me willingly now, and I'll take you to the jail, or you keep denying it, and I'll end you myself. Either you get yourself together and take care of that girl, or I'll see to it that your little bellyache will be the least of your worries. Listen, and listen good, you pustule.
I think you'll meet him soon enough.
Barton? A charcoal burner who works close to the city?
Barton told me you can't even leave the house. I'm worried something might happen to my friend.
They're worried something happened to you because you vanished all of a sudden. I'll accompany you back home. All right?
I fulfilled my promise. The rest is none of my business. I'm afraid so. I'm sorry. I'm afraid so.
You get the wagon ready while I go and get the girls.
Well, let's just stick to the roads for now.
Do you mean the girls you were supposed to deliver to Betty?
Von Bergov was behaving oddly right from the start. But we had no idea what was behind it.
I wouldn't hum and haw too long if I were you. Radovan the blacksmith will give you a good price for it.
Everybody, I suppose? I'll come back when I have the money.
The troops might have left, but he really will come back. He swore it by all the saints. You could say that.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to find her.
All right, then.
Aye. Lumir asked me to try and find you.
Yes. And they even told me that you're the poacher.
It must have been truly terrifying. Martha doesn't know anything either. She sent me to you to help me find Victoria.
Did you know Alice? Alice supposedly had some wealthy suitor. Was it you?
But you know Stanya, don't you? But everyone remembers you. You better spit it out before someone points the finger at you.
But that's all I know. I just got mixed up in it by accident.
But I believe you're not lying. But don't worry. I'll accompany you back home. All right?
But you aren't making it any easier for me.
Come on, this is a really important matter.
But this is important.
But that's different. Sigismund is still here and hurting people. But still, it was damned odd. But they can still fornicate.
You asked what else I'd do.
But if you want to do it the hard way, instead of accepting a good offer...
Come now, father. But I advise you not to go back into the village. The black bloodhounds are on your trail. And they won't be shaken off. But she doesn't want to keep the child. I found some herbs at her house that are used for getting rid of a baby.
Hey, I'm just joking around. It's really not that bad. But you've got to tell me where I should look for that arrow.
But you could at least pass yourself off as wealthy.
Well, if they picked him up, he doesn't have to be dead. Maybe he's locked up somewhere.
Seeing as you two used to meet up, you might have some idea where to look for her.
But it's true.
But how come?
But how do we get into the town then?
What? How can I get in there? I can't just walk in off the street.
But I don't have enough.
I don't. What I mean is, handing her over to the executioner would have been better.
But I'm not trying to mutilate her.
Really?
And do you know who might know something?
But...
All right. I'll help you. It was his wish that I give you the cross and the message. He said you'd know what it's about.
But if I were you, I'd go and confess to the bailiff and beg for mercy.
Is that so?
Did he talk to you?
Look here,
Except what? There was someone serious.
What?
Ah. So that's why you had the empty pitcher you hit him with?
Uh-huh.
I'm surprised she stuck with him as long as she did. Ah, I understand. So you want me to help you get rid of her?
Aha. And what did he say?
I fear for my sister. She's also a maid.
And to you. Hopefully we'll meet soon.
So they don't go hungry. The one they found dead somewhere below the town walls. And did you see him? Did he come all the way here?
And how did Venser end up?
And I found antlers at your place. Lots of antlers. What can you tell me about that?
And you had nothing to do with his death? And you don't have a problem with that, Captain? And you, as the new chief, want the arrow to protect you?
And your lover? What did he say? And I'm supposed to believe that, and I'm not. I only want to talk to her about what happened.
And who's that?
And now, they're dead. Is there anything you remember about it? And did you know she was pregnant?
And that blood on the floor in your house?
And the guard caught her.
And I hear you knew Stanya. Shouldn't we leave them something? Before she gave you the boot for an ordinary charcoal burner. It's difficult, I understand. But I need you to think hard one more time.
And Black is the father of your child.
And did he go? And does anyone else come to mind? No other man spoke with her. And did it come back to bite her in the end? Do you know whose crest was on it? And do you know where I could find her? So you don't know what became of her? And did you ever see her with any men, by chance? She could have run away with one of them. And might she have stolen a ring from him? And aren't you just saying that because she left you? And did she mention a name or anything? Anything useful? Where did she go next from here? You said she had a lot of coin on her.
A fall? He just fell over all on his own and ended up like this?
And could she have run away with this bard, William? And could she have changed her mind and gone to him? And that's why nobody's seen her. You walked home from the baths at night. And could it have been William? And could it have been Father Prokop following her?
But that's not all. I was at her house, and
nobody else will hurt you. Besides, Betty's getting annoyed. And I'd be more afraid of her than soldiers.
And did you find any?
Can you at least describe the route to me? The parts of it you remember? And can you tell me anything else about it? And are you?
bloody hell.
And is there anybody else she knows besides this pint? And if you don't like it in the tavern, you can always work next door in the baths. And who knew that you went by yourself to the baths? Who's Lumir? Where should I start?
Well, where is he then?
And then where'd she go? And where did she go with her loot? Do you know? And I'm really very curious to see how you'll try to stop me.
And if I don't have any choice, I'll help you.
Can you think of anything else? And did you ever meet Yarka?
Then how come they got him?
What do you have in mind? Why didn't you go back to the hole? And how did you manage to break free? And how... What happened then?
How are you going to do that? You're a soldier in the service of the crown. The army can pack up and move somewhere else at any moment.
Even if there is trouble, I'll deal with it. I've dealt with worse. Well, that's all I need. And what about Zdena? You knew her, right?
And what does it imply?
Chenyek had a hunch this might happen. Did you find out anything about the symbols, at least, before this? And what about those dresses you have drying over there? Do you keep those for lonely evenings? And what about that signet ring? Do you still have it? And what about that bard? Couldn't she have left with him? And what about this Father Prokop? And what about this priest? Why was he quarrelling with her?
What should I do then?
And what about Sternad? How does he fit into this? And what about Stanya? Did you know her? Because somebody killed her.
Well, but supposing it isn't nonsense.
And what about when you hit him? What did he do? I don't think so. You heard what that scum was yelling, didn't you? You can't make anyone that hateful in a single day. And what about Alice? Did you know her? And what about Alice? Does that ring a bell?
And I see a third one will soon join them.
And do you remember how many girls were killed? Or should I say, Conrad?
Yes, I am. I swear.
But what do I get out of it? But that's none of my business. So I'll stay out of it.
And alongside the rocks as far as the open space. Everything all right? I hope you don't expect me to carry you. Well, so what? It's hardly more than knee-deep. I can't swim myself. But it's quite shallow water. You'll see. Well, what's to be done? I'll carry you over. It sounds like a fairy tale meant to scare young children. We go way back to Skalitz. She also survived the raid of Sigismund's army. Are you mad at me because of what happened at Malashov? Let's try again. let's try another approach. Does it matter?
Don't worry. I can take care of myself. That's strange, all right. But what has it got to do with that passageway?
Well, a lot of her bad luck was her own fault, because she was, well, just a swindler. Some scared me so much I nearly crawled under the table. But that's just the way fairy tales are.
But I made it back from Malashov, right? And here I am, alive. So don't think about what could have been. We have other worries now.
So, here we are. Welcome home.
I remember Margaret. What a character. Wending her way through the world.
But we don't even know who they are or how many are here. They might be harmless cripples, but they could also be a pack of cutthroats.
She dragged me to bed and then robbed me while I was asleep.
It looks like the two of us will be going to Kuttenberg alone.
We squeezed a nice pittance out of him in exchange for her silence.
I repented for it. I went on an honest penitential pilgrimage and asked forgiveness for all my sins. A heron?
Well, maybe like this?
Actually, there's something I need to take care of first. I'll be right back.
You know about yesterday evening
and night? Really? What, in this gully? It'd hardly come up to my heart. Backside.
Back home in Ratai, there's Teresa from the mill.
That's fine. I don't intend to strut around the courtyard in them. What's the difference between those ragamuffins upstairs and the villagers at Malashov, eh?
I'm coming. Stupid night. Did they do anything to you?
You were worried about me.
You speak Italian?
Why didn't you say so? Hold on. You speak Italian? Damn it, woman. Is there anything you can't do?
Do you know anyone without faults?
Aren't you looking forward to going home? Your father sent me.
Your talents probably lie elsewhere than in painting. Your wish is my command. Poor girl. Dragged through life from misfortune to misfortune.
Where's the catch? My lady, I'd help you any time.
That sounds as if you've already thought of one.
Why did your people mark the passage from outside?
Has your father already picked a groom for you?
You don't see that too often.
Surely you're not serious about that last one, are you?
Was he the one who taught you how to shoot a crossbow? You speak as if he didn't even have a heart.
That doesn't sound like a very happy childhood.
That doesn't sound too bad.
It's no laughing matter. At Nabokov, he was buried under the rubble when von Bergov's men blasted the tower.
No, but I didn't expect you to fashion my suggestions into this.
Not really. True enough. But call me an idiot and explain it to me once more, please.
Those are really wonderful prospects.
Well, yeah. But it seems to me that we're forcing it down the reader's throat a bit too much. That may be true. But a rich man would never change places with a poor man. While on the other hand...
So I'm supposed to slaughter them? Just like that? That's a really cunning solution. No random fool would ever find it. I'll marry you then.
Don't worry about the mess. Our boys will happily clean up once they get here. We owe you that.
You can try. When we free your father, Ruthard Palace will be yours again.
You mean Vavak?
The writing style seemed somehow familiar.
Not that I ever embroidered, but Pa never let me stray too far from home. My word, you're right. That is a really good story. And I didn't expect that ending at all. That is, with the book writing and all. It was, enlightening.
There. It's just him or me. So, someone like your father?
So you found the passageway by sheer chance?
Well, let's have a look.
Just like that? For nothing? That's not how the world works. It's scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Well, you wouldn't be a burden to me. Quite the opposite. I've already seen you know how to take care of yourself.
Well, the world is hard enough on them. And now that there's a war going on, they have no way to even defend themselves.
Oh, and about that secret passage to Malashov.
Well, more like experience. I once helped with copying. Most of it was boring drivel. She tried to hinder me in every way, to keep me from learning anything.
Let's hope it turns out well, and this isn't our final parting.
He did. And basically he deserved it. He helped his first wife into the grave, and cheated on the second whenever he could. She surprised me.
Well, don't worry. I'll fight the urge to chew with my mouth open and blow my nose into my sleeve. Anything else? You speak Italian? Damn it, woman. You speak Italian? Is there something you can't do? Oh, damn it. I'll be there in a moment. He was screaming for help.
He thought he was going to die there. And none of us could help.
Did some relative of yours write that?
You got it well figured out. Thanks. Don't know how I'd manage without you.
We'd better change the subject. I'd rather take a different approach.
I'm glad I could help you and your father. I'll go and see who they are and what to do about them. Right. Here we go.
Stop shouting! What if there's more of them?
Shh! Don't let them know we're here.
Because she just wouldn't give up. She knew a rich man in town who was haunted by a bad conscience. But I must go now. What would people say if I were to spend half the day here?
I'm sorry I left you waiting. I must have forgotten myself somewhere. That happens to me sometimes.
Forgive me, my lady, but I'm a decent Christian.
Sorry, I've got a bit lost in all this. How did you say I can find that passageway?
Why not? I bet they would write better than many men.
But a bat nailed up actually repels all evil and protects the house against sickness.
He was lucky to survive it. I still remember him calling for help. He was scared to death, and there was nothing we could do. That's when he was captured by von Berghoff. On the contrary, I'm glad to have such pleasant company, and to be escorting you home. Later, she saved my life, when a gang of bandits had nearly beat it out of me.
Tell me more about Quinslin.
What's he like?
Tell me more about your brother. What was he like?
Have you ever used the passage?
I helped her make it look like he was cheating on his wife with her. Very well, I'll look around for it. But saving Lord Capon takes precedence.
I'll do my best. And thanks, if it's still standing.
I'm listening.
Shall we go?
Sermons for ordinary people work in a similar way. They entertain and encourage, with a few lessons added in between.
So you want me to get rid of them? But what will you do? I'm responsible for keeping you safe.
I'll be careful not to fall into the water. Those servants might think there's a water sprite crawling out of their cellar.
How far away is it, anyway?
Well, yeah. That's the way it goes with books.
Is it in a cave hidden behind a waterfall?
Literally. Virgin Mary herself took her into her service.
He didn't come to capture you personally?
Well, since that time I've done so much good that perhaps God will forgive my little escape. Well, I just don't want to promise you anything that might prove impossible.
That his daughter is no longer, entirely chaste?
Well, it wasn't very entertaining.
Well, yes, but how did you know that?
Well, that's too strong of a word. More like mumbled through it. And with help.
Well, that's definitely interesting. But tell me more about that passage with the bats.
To tell the truth, I'm getting fed up with being underground. I'd like to see you again sometime. Would you mind if I stop by?
I thought maybe you want to talk about it.
Well, maybe we'll try something else. Oh, finally. I'm sore all over. Who do you think? Gullible men.
Well, if that's how you feel.
Yeah. Anyone's faults are easy to find. Well, aye. It was all a farce, anyway. Well, what can I say? Well, what can I say? I expected something better, I suppose. Well, I'm not sure. I've known you for a while now, and it just seems like you're telling the story. Well, I don't know. Something like this? Fair enough. The rich man, then. Since he's helping more than a single person. All right. But what's he like, really? As a father? Well, I suppose I remember. Well, yeah. As if I knew the writer himself.
Well, what's next for us? You're right. It's enough that I'm risking my own neck. I'd hate to risk yours, too. Well, I don't know if we'd ever have met under different circumstances, but one way or another I'd have helped. You have my word on it. Bats are creatures of the night. They flit around while good Christians are asleep, often carrying out the will of witches, or even the devil himself.
What do you mean, get rid of them? It's not up to me to judge her. No, I didn't mean you. You and your father gave me a helping hand. I'm indebted to you.
I suppose they nailed it up so it wouldn't be flapping around and getting tangled up in people's hair.
Well, I'm not here to entertain bored noblewomen. Let me finish.
Don't worry. I'm as silent as the grave.
Or herself.
No, I'm just trying to keep the conversation going.
No, but she called for help. And then she nursed me until I could get back on my feet. No, but I found the bodies of several people. Murdered and dumped down a mine shaft into that cave. Almost. But I quickly saw her for what she was. A temptress and a liar.
Quite clear.
Fine. I'll just drop everything and fetch it for you at once, my lady. Can you at least tell me something about it? Fear not, my lady. I'll gladly tear the entire fortress apart to find that book for you. Up top, near the shaft, I met the murderer. A cruel cutthroat who carried a shield with a devil's head.
Would you like to come with me? At least I'll be sure to find that place.
She caused trouble for me at Nebokov when I was there scouting. There's too much moralising in there for my taste. But I like it otherwise. I meant ones you really know, not just from books.
Are you ready to go? Shrine, chapel, crosses, passageway. Sounds adventurous. I'm keen to get on it.
Maybe we can think of something better.
Maybe. Absolutely.
I like it. Sure, it won't be adorning the walls of St. Barbara's, but who am I to judge? I'm talking about the majority. Often people hide behind their money, so nobody learns what they're really like.
This doesn't look like the work of Avak's people. More like city rabble and beggars.
She had a pouty way with them. When she tucked her chin, only a heart of stone could not take pity.
You're right. There's not much to discuss, really.
You're right. That's a ridiculous idea.
You're right. We have to get rid of them. But maybe it can be done without violence. Right. We've got a lot of work to do. But we'll get there. You'll see. We have to. There's a lot at stake. It's supposed to mean something like, your beauty drives me crazy.
People stood behind her. They brought her gifts, came to be blessed. They believed she was a holy woman. Quintessence, yeah? You got it. And Kunzlin certainly also mourns for Venza.
You're right. Horses will be needed. For me and for Capon. Even under threat that he'll go back under lock and key if he refuses.
When an army storms through some village, they have no choice but to flee or pray. When you've had nothing to eat and nowhere to sleep for days, you'll do anything for a bit of grub.
Well, when we were defending Nabokov, he got buried under the rubble from a demolished tower.
When I first met her, she was all bedraggled, begging at the tavern. Who, for example? Nah, not at all. That's just Teresa, my ordinary flour cake girl from the mill. They're more educated than many lords, but they whine about each other like little boys.
You're really sharp and hard-headed when you latch onto something. That's something I admire. Are you really sure that Ivy can support your weight? You're not a little girl anymore. Load your crossbow, and if they get inside before I get there, shoot them. I know all about that.
Well, so did I.
If we can free your father, I could ask him for your hand in marriage.
Let me think about it. I haven't read it yet.
About that night when we were alone here.
One time she dreamed about a cave, frequented by the devil himself. She described exactly where I had to go, and I found it. One brother drinks at night, another schemes against the abbot. That's nice. A bit didactic, but not to the point of boring moral bludgeoning. That's the way it should be. It's nice. It reminds me of the fairy tales I heard as a child. And for that matter, you're an interesting girl, and I'd like to get to know you a little better. Oh, it's pretty, really. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. It was pretty obvious that you wrote it.
Sure. I won't miss it. Are you serious? I'll just introduce myself and he'll give me horses just like that. Sure. And there I start digging. Got it. Thanks.
You mean like this?
How do we even get inside Ruthar Palace? Like you say. If you say so. But if anything happens, hide. Got it?
I'll do my best.
And thanks for the clothes. How did you find that secret passageway back then?
As you wish. But promise you won't laugh at me.
Oh, no. But I swear I got it right a little while ago.
What do you mean, uninitiated? I happen to know how to read. I'm not afraid of devils. They won't take me without a fight. I think every woman is brave in her own way. Even if you sometimes overdid it.
The lives of allies are obviously the most valuable asset to us. Without their support, the silver would be useless anyway.
Maybe we'll come up with something better.
You're a good shot. Capon and Kabianka wouldn't believe their eyes. Are you all right?
What?
La tua bellezza mi abbalia.
Oh, ha. What if it were the other way round, and someone did that to her?
La tua bellezza mi abbaglia.
Well, the main thing is the silver. First, we have to get rid of Sigismund. That way we can protect our allies who still have something to lose. Right, yeah, that's exactly why he sent me. But how... no, I mixed it up. Sorry. Oh, wonderful. Shit, that's damn complicated.
Fine. Let's try something else.
All right, let's go. That is pretty weird. I've never heard of such a thing before. Thanks. I could hardly get it past my lips.
Thank you.
Is something the matter? Is something wrong?
What? What? And what on earth do I have to do?
Well, I suppose by now I ought to know you don't have back doors here. Just secret passages, eh? If our plans succeed and your father is freed, do you know what will come next?
What actually happened between them? I heard they had a falling out. I'd rather keep what I do to myself. But how about something like this? The poor man. Because he lessens his comfort for the good of others. The rich man doesn't even have to tighten his belt.
I'd like to tell you something. No. It's really smart. And very convenient for me. Thanks again. Brabant said you had a change of clothes for me.
The Mother of God appeared to her in a dream and spoke to her.
A wayside shrine? How do you mean?
While reading it, I thought the writing style seemed familiar. I must have already read something similar. And what's the fella's name who wrote it? Fairly unhappy, I suppose. But I'll try something.
I think I could imagine it happening under better circumstances. But they'll see you. Oh, not at all. It was actually quite pleasant to spend time with you.
But he also has a penchant for drinking and keeps a woman in the house.
Folk who have nowhere to lay their heads and nothing to eat aren't much interested in the troubles of the rich. They just seize the opportunity. But how will I know I've found the right place?
And do you know any interesting girls? And a third hides banned books under his pillow.
My. How quickly Lady Rosa can change her mind. A husband, kids... Is that what you want? Which means they deserve to die. Since then, he's not comfortable with tight spaces. And maybe I'll get shot between the ribs.
And when the war blows over, they keep on taking care of their families and their men.
And where does the passageway end?
And what book is this that's so important?
How will I find the entrance this time? From the position of some cross again?
What?
And what if your pa found out about us?
And what's wrong with that? Would you prefer for people to pretend to be better than they are? And what might that be? No.
I'm not paying that much for a plain old apple.
What exactly? How much? How much? I'm not buying anything off you.
All right.
I'll buy it.
All right. I'll buy it.
Thanks, but I won't be buying anything. Thanks, but I won't be buying anything.
But I don't have that much on me right now.
Can you lower the price?
But I don't have that much on me right now.
Can you lower the price?
I knew we'd come to an agreement. That doesn't matter. What I'm interested in is your cargo. 1 whole barrel, to be exact. How about I offer you a reasonable sum, and you say one of your barrels got ruined when you drove through a creek? Let's make a deal. They heard you were having trouble back at camp, so they sent me here to get that barrel before everyone in the region hears about it. I need to go and get some coin. I'll be right back. So I thought I'd come over to see how you're doing. I've got a feeling I won't be able to convince you. I was sent from the camp to the town to get supplies, and as I'm riding by, I think to myself, isn't that old Whisker? And it is. You wouldn't happen to be a certain Whisker, would you? I'd better get going. I must have mistaken you for someone else.
He's in love with your friend, Tess. Everything can change, no? Well, I'd like to, but for that, I would require a phial of your perfume. I'm Henry, and I'm just trying to help a love-smitten friend. Of course, I would gladly pay you for it, my lovely lady. I'm sorry. His name is... Exactly. And Tess would be happy if she got a flask of your wonderful perfume. Wait, I don't know yet. But he's the one who wants to make Tess happy with a nice gift. My name is Henry, and I've just come to town. Certainly. And you really do smell wonderfully. It's cinnamon, isn't it? An interesting offer. Let's see how I do. Elsa, forgive me. I'm sorry. Thanks. I'll be glad to tell him. Goodbye. I would like to become an alchemist's apprentice. I'm interested in alchemy, And I heard that you have some wonderful perfume with secrets yet unplumbed. I just need a little favour from you. Yes. He comes from a good family, but he's shy and dares not speak to you. His only desire right now is a touch of your perfume to muster up his courage. Wait for me there. The devil alone knows what will happen after that. But if things go well, there's certain to be a reward in it for you.
Things with Florian took a bit of a wrong turn. Well, Florian is all done in. I hope you enjoyed yourself. No mercy, and joking aside. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Have you seen anyone around here with a dead sheep?
Is there something else I can do for you? How are you doing?
What now, Captain? Give me another moment, then. I need a moment longer. All right. No need to lose your rag. Let's go, then. What are the rules?
I'll keep it in mind.
I'll try to come up with something. Greetings, Ignatius.
So far, I've just carried sacks. Have you heard any news?
But in broad daylight. So you extorted the last groschen out of those unfortunate robbery victims and promised them you'd take the law into your own hands. I'm a member of Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein's retinue, and this is all part of our mission here in the Trotsky region. This isn't what a thief looks like. Do I look like a thief? Or more like a commonplace, maybe just slightly grubby, hired hand? She was afraid she'd go to hell for paying for unclean, although honest, sty hand labour. Nah, it's actually just a pit full of carcasses. I must have carried more than they could fill in Skalitz in a day. Nah, not a chance. I'll carry those pigs, but that's where it ends. Well, ever since I started working for the miller, all I did was carry sacks. Ever since I started working for the miller, all I do is carry bloody sacks.
Werewolves are smart. He knew I was there to poison him. Do you know what a cross between a dog and a wild boar looks like? Do you know what a werewolf looks like? Do you know what a dwarf cumin looks like?
I do. On account of Yakesh's son. Ignatius is telling the truth. Not to worry. It's actually just a hole with some rotting carcasses in it. And when they had a chance to loiter about in the yards here in the region, of course it could be a lot worse. I'm certain those two will get their just desserts. Don't you worry. I did it exactly how you told me. I poisoned him.
Yeah, you'd eat that. They've been lying there God knows how long.
Are you going to seize every farm worker leaving his field with dirty boots after a hard day's work? You must be the local gravedigger, right? I'm Henry. These white crystals for a minute. And that's exactly what we're after. Kicking your ass will be just topping it off. I had to dabble in your trade a little bit. Maybe there's another way. Happens all the time. Yeah, you're right. They're a long way from home. I already did that for the miller. At this rate, you could blame any old peasant who's grimy after a hard day's work. I'd have to be wearing all black, with a cowl and cape and a false eye.
Nobody could ask you to do something so dangerous.
The dog's not there. Ignatius and I thank you for taking on the job of guarding the roads, making sure that honest, if somewhat grubby tradesmen stay safe. So you got meat out of me for nothing. So he's going to hear about all this thievery from me first? Or is this how you imagine a thief? Well, they made good use of the opportunity to line their purses.
It really wasn't a curse. There are rotting carcasses in the water upstream from the watering spot.
Let's get this over with then. So take a good look at Ignatius here and tell me how you imagine an old knacker like him goes around robbing chests.
He stopped barking and told me in his human voice to let him go. Said he wouldn't come back.
That false charitable vigilance of yours won't be paying off today, scum. I suppose we can carry on then, eh? It looks mysterious. Not much left for us to do here, eh? Guards! Don't pretend you give a damn. All you want is to beat up innocent people and pass it off as a good deed. Come on then. You want to beat up innocent people and pass it off as a good deed? Come on then. You can count on it. Let's just hope his next pet isn't a wolf. Don't worry. He doesn't know a thing.
I hope not.
Well, you could say that. It was insane. A saltpeter pit.
Sacra.
I'm certain you didn't talk to the bailiff about this magnanimous charity, did you? I told her I was going to kill the dog. She lost her temper and left. But in the end, I let him go. Dragging carcasses around isn't exactly a respectable job.
I know dogs, and I swear to you, that was no dog.
I set the dog free. He didn't deserve to die. I just opened the pen and let him run off. I understand. I'll come at dawn. Do I look like a slimy pickpocket? Or just an honest hand who happens to be doing some dirty work? That's right. I can't see a thing through those bushes.
Imagine living at Vasars like a dog, and no one ever noticed a thing. They thought he was ripping throats out of hens and animals, but
They work for the miller in Lower Semine, just like me. But I'd never steal anything, I swear. Oh, she'll take better care of him than Baysar did. All he needs is to be fed properly, and he won't be dangerous anymore. Bonnie from Lower Semine sent me. We're looking for a saltpeter pit. Well, I don't think I'll be going into the midwifery trade, but I get you.
I still need to find that saltpeter pit. Will you help me?
I help the miller with whatever I can. Let's call the guards and have them sort this out for us, shall we?
I buried a young man from the nomad camp who got beaten to death by woodcutters. I buried him in his favourite place.
Take a good look at me, all right? I'll see what's going on there. Well, not exactly. It's done. The beast won't be barking anymore. The dog is dead. So, can we go to the pit now?
Well,
Except it wasn't any Scruffy and Dunger. It was Zinnek and Bonnie. There are all sorts of types causing trouble in these parts. Not just from Lower Semine. All right, that's what you get.
oh, right. Slipped my mind.
The watering spot, you said?
I'm sorry, Ignatius, my friend, but you can't expect me to do that.
I had no other choice. We couldn't have defended ourselves otherwise.
Do you know what happened with the bodies from near the pond? Tankard, Conrad.
Well, there are all sorts of types roaming around, that's for sure.
I don't know if I'm completely ready for this, but let's get going.
I wouldn't like to lose the honour I've earned as squire to a nobleman. No wonder the pigs caught some disease. Didn't it occur to you that the two of them got paid for it, but then the good wife started having doubts? Couldn't you do that dirty work yourself?
Yeah, some thieves are very inventive. Those thieves from Lower Semine have nothing on this bloke.
Well, it wasn't pleasant to watch. Are you and the herb woman related? You both look, well, really old. I wouldn't be surprised if the miller put them up to it. You got one last chance to change your mind. I don't even want to imagine what people will say about me when they see me with you. Well, I dipped the meat in poison. He ate it and peacefully departed to doggy heaven.
I dipped the meat in the poison.
Well, I changed my mind.
Yeah, but I just felt compelled.
I'm not in the mood to deal with it. These white crystals form on the walls of it, and that's exactly what we're after. Unfortunately, she does. Take a good look at me.
I think they kept him in the pen, but it's like the earth swallowed him up.
I took care of the carcasses. We can drive on. From what she told me, they had nothing else in mind. Crazel ordered Bonnie and her accomplice Zinnek to scrape saltpeter off the walls of the sties.
He had human eyes, and his bark was so odd. It was a werewolf.
I'm just a little worried about what people will say about me when they see me with you. I've had plenty of experience with using disguises to pass unnoticed. I had no other choice. You heard them yourself, didn't you? The sackmakers here in the region must live like kings. It's not far from here, so we can load another carcass onto the wagon and head straight to the pit. You'll have to explain that to me.
I forgot.
I'm willing to help you, but don't try to make your unclean profession something it isn't. Now, hold your horses. I'm Henry, and you must be the local gravedigger, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, something like that. At night, you hear the cries of tormented souls and catch the whiff of sulphur.
Aye. Hardly up to my waist. But he more than made up for it in cheek.
I found the source of that infection. Rotting carcasses in the stream nearby. Well, you wouldn't know their names. A couple of soldiers that fell there. Where are they buried? I'm only doing some work for the miller. It's taken care of. Of course. I understand. Bonnie's an honest girl, and her friend Zinnek is too. But if anyone lost out, they can tell me how much, and I'll happily go and personally pay the debt back in shit.
As soon as he ate it, it started devouring him from the inside, until nothing was left of him.
I'm Henry, and those, names mean nothing to me.
He might be a cursed monster, but still part human. I couldn't kill him.
Ignatius.
That was no dog.
Ignatius, I'm gonna need your help. Ignatius didn't choose me as his hand for no reason. People sin here in their seclusion, thinking they're out of sight of our Lord. Yeah, you're right. Just a moment, I'll toss it on the wagon.
Look, Ignatius, that's none of your concern. You got paid for a dog, but nobody said anything about a werewolf.
Oh, aye. He got a thorough hiding. He won't be showing up here anymore. I got a place to sleep there, but I doubt I'll feel good about it. He knows well enough that slitting a wolf's throat or kicking the ass of scum like you is all the same to me. All right, is there some place I can wait for morning to come? What? You're kicking me off the job? Really? That was easier than I thought. Who were those fellas, anyway? What are you after, then? What treasures might be hidden there? I have a better idea. You tell me where I can find that pit, and I'll give you a nice piece of fresh meat for it. What's going on, Ignatius?
Well, what can I do? How about some service in return? Or I can pay.
What if Bonnie and Zinek sent you to extort me, eh? Why should I defend myself to you?
You're telling me a couple of sty hands who soil everything they touch and can be smelled a mile off went trespassing, picking locks and purses, and nobody even noticed them?
But why it should be you who punishes them instead of the catchpoles is beyond me. So that's just what they've been doing.
It's hard to even talk about it.
You want me to help you with your grave digging business?
I'll have to think about it.
I'll stop by later. Crazel only sent them to scrape saltpeter off the walls of the sties. Soon I'll be able to call the miller uncle. Bonnie from the mill was faster. She wanted that dog for herself. Bonnie from the mill came and took the dog before we got to him. You're telling me someone went around stealing shit and then sold it for groschen? But what if you're one of them? I'm not even from this region. None of those things. I was just passing by. What's new around here? You must know of every dead soul. None of that. I have a different, slightly unusual request. But so be it. I'll help you with it. What else can I do? Oh, right, well, that's even better. And I can tell when someone else is using one. I knew right away it wasn't a dog, but a man in disguise. And don't forget to tell me why you think he didn't spend all that stolen silver on a better horse or wagon or even some nicer clothes. And where can I sleep? And then Satan himself appeared in the sky, and unlike us, you confessed to it at the first opportunity. So she suddenly started spreading rumours around the region. And you believed it.
What he was really doing was lining his pockets with impunity and a dog hide. He still has a greasy mouth even now.
I'll ask him. Thanks, I already spoke with him. Can you think of anyone else who could help me? Have you seen a stray dog around here?
Who else could? Their wheel broke here, so they left the cart behind.
Shh. Listen.
Quick! Quick! Go! Go! Ya! Ya! Ya!
Again?
That sounds interesting. Thank you. That sounds interesting. Thank you, innkeeper. Still, even that was interesting. Thank you, milady. Why is that? Why is that?
Some drunks had a fight. Betty the bathkeeper. Problems. Betty the bathkeeper. Problems.
I'll give it a try.
Betty the bathkeeper. Problems.
Aye, I'll do that.
She's a friend of mine.
Aye.
But what of it? A woman, you say?
Working with horses, eh?
What? A dragon? A dragon? A dragon?
Aye, I'll go and see her.
She's a friend of mine. All right. Suit yourself.
Yes, I'll definitely go and see her. I wouldn't want her to have problems.
Thanks. Anything else? What exactly do you mean by that?
What's going on around here? How's it going here in Grund? Anything new? I beg your pardon, milady, but could you tell me what's new around here? What about it? What about it? Who are they?
Oh? What do you mean? I understand. He's not too keen on talking about it, eh? A white roebuck? That's a rare sight.
And you really don't know why they wanted to beat him up?
Do you know her?
Are you sure?
And you don't know why they beat him up?
And wouldn't you know what she wants?
And who was the lad?
And where can I find him?
And where might I find this Krijan? And what was the lad's name? Pavel. Can you even play it?
There you go.
I mean, look at him. Drunk as a lord. Stinks to high heaven.
There you go.
Come on. Play me something, will you?
See?
He doesn't know which way is up. He's got all the dexterity of a donkey.
Maybe it's for the best this way.
If you can't shut up now, God only knows what you'd be like once you started playing the lute. Calm down, these things happen. Hey, why don't we all just simmer down? After all, it was an accident. Your face is going to end up like that lute, you brute. What are you doing, you idiot? Do you know what I had to do to get that loot? Now apologise nicely and clear off.
The game belongs to the nobility. Poaching is not allowed. Sounds like you could be a huntsman out for revenge. Sounds like it's some cumin.
Get lost! And don't come back!
I'll try that. Thanks.
Clear off. Christ, that's right here under your nose.
It's starting to get a bit repetitive.
For poaching, you get the noose. Don't forget that.
I solved your problem. I told him to leave the region. I go back empty-handed, you stop poaching for a couple of days, and then it'll start all over again. I can't take that chance.
You're really starting to piss me off.
From Vostatek, yes.
Oh? Do you know what happened?
A big scale. He's in the hands of the bailiff now. I'm sure you know poaching is forbidden. So why'd you do it? You may have had a good run, but that's over now. The fella scarpered, and he's never coming back. What are you doing out here alone? You don't seem to understand who you're talking to. We were those men. It was us they ambushed. The hides and all that. A bit.
This is a poacher's lair, for sure.
You haven't left here since then. You've been here the whole time. There's nothing for it. You're coming with me. No. I dealt with him. I get it. I hope not. That was 3 things, actually.
Crikey, that was easy.
That might work. But you'd have to give up poaching.
I'd love to know how that would have turned out.
This lot weren't willing to listen to reason. So I dealt with them. That's the first time I've heard that story. And I don't have anything to do with that poacher. I saw it. Very nice.
Nobody saw you.
So, you really are a poacher.
So if I'd come to see you earlier, I'd have tracked down this nobleman.
It's finished then.
So 2 poachers and that's it.
It can't go on like this. So take it like a man and stop talking bollocks about garlic.
Well, you got me curious. Thanks for the tip.
Oh?
I didn't find that one.
So, the problem with the poacher is solved. I don't know either of those places.
Go on.
Tell me. Anyway, that's how the wolves sniffed him out. Try finding work in an alehouse or on a farm.
Then think of God.
So, let's go.
Their camp is a little to the south of the pond. It's full of loot.
Actually, I'm looking for a poacher. The arsehole won't be back. He was shit scared.
It so happens I saw a camp nearby that's nicely kitted out for poaching.
Get the hell out of this domain. I never want to see you again.
Like maybe poaching?
There's a lot of poachers on the rampage here, aren't there? First, I want to hear what the job involves. Is that the end of the poachers in Trotsky District, then? Poaching's wrong. They won't be doing any more poaching. Because if you haven't twigged yet, I've got the upper hand here. Understand? Why do you think he's different than the other poachers?
Why are you here by Rock Tower Pond?
Actually, Crazel has people working for him who live even closer. So you confess you've been hunting here? I've got news about that poacher that you sent me to catch. That's right. That's true. Take care then, Varro. I took care of that poacher. I dealt with that poacher.
Listen, I want to give you a chance to think again about what you're doing here.
I'll ask them.
From the way they were armed to the teeth.
Look, I'm acting on the gamekeeper's instructions. And he's going to want to know how I dealt with you. I managed to get away, even though I was wounded. You're going to listen, and listen well.
Sir Hans! What are you doing here?
Well, you know how you said this poacher leaves a mess behind?
Not exactly. You might have mentioned that. That's all I need to know.
You didn't try to go home?
There wasn't much left of him, but I brought at least this as proof.
Isn't there one you've forgotten?
I didn't come here to talk shit about garlic. I didn't find anything. I can't just leave you here and let you carry on poaching. You have to stop it. He didn't stand a chance against them. No. Some arsehole pretending he was there picking garlic. If you stay here, the next time you're found, it'll be by someone who isn't so understanding. For good. That's all. We're done talking about it. No, not that one.
I found those poachers, like you asked me to.
I found this on them. I found him, and made sure he doesn't poach again. I found him and hauled him off to the bailiff in Troskowitz, like you told me. For good. To the north of the castle. Any idea where I should start? I think I'll leave that up to you. You've had more practice than me.
Think of your nearest and dearest.
You'll have to trust me. True enough. So you don't know about any other jobs? I know about the place above Kerchak, but not the one beyond Lower Semine Mill. Quiet! Garlic, eh? Then why are you kitted out more like a poacher than a forager? Found anything interesting?
You said something about a ghost. Will you tell me what that's all about?
Are you going to finally tell me about the ghost? What else can you tell me about him? Have you anything else for me? Gamekeeper Vostatek has been looking for you. How many have you got? But I checked out the camp and saw the results of their poaching. When you took me on, I got the impression there'd be dozens of them. Where in the forest might he be? Where does this poacher hunt? Where does this one hunt? Any idea where I should go looking?
Where should I look for him?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, a whole band of them. And not just poachers.
Sure. Look at this. Because if you carry on with it, the gamekeeper will find out and he'll blame me.
There's something I'd like to ask about the Lower Semine poacher.
I'm just walking through the forest, looking for a poacher. Is there anything more I can help you with?
Is there anything different about this one?
Right. I'll take a look around Vidlak Pond for the poacher.
I'll get on it then.
You're going with me. We're going to see the bailiff. We're going to see the bailiff. Right. Find him, catch him, bring him in. What company was attacked? Fair enough. How long have you been hunting here? I'll go and find him. I meant the poacher. I dealt with him. It's my job to catch a poacher. I'm looking for a poacher in the forest.
I'm looking for a hide from a rare white roebuck. And I think you know something about it.
Nice camp. Nice camp. All these hides and gutted deer. Gamekeeper Vostatek sent me to find a poacher who's hunting around here. Good to know. Even just 2 fuckers caused enough trouble. Good idea. I'll ask him. Right. Thanks. But I know both those places quite well. I'll be careful. What are you doing out here in the forest? What about the ghost you mentioned? What should I do with him? Arrest him and take him to Troskovitz? Do you want me to send him to the gallows?
I wonder if he's got anything on him.
You haven't convinced me. What should I do with this poacher? What ambush? You're a busy fella. Folk must envy you all those jobs. Do you want to leave your family with no provider? And he wants us to go and see the bailiff together. You're going to listen to what I tell you. They were too much for me, I'm afraid. Apart from the odd detail, it's just like you said. Well, at least you got away in one piece. But you know poaching's a crime. Couldn't you find another way? Not worth mentioning. It didn't turn out to be such a perfect hideout, though. So try again, until someone takes you on. Oh, leave it out. Tell me about the next poacher. And what's his name? He wants us to go and see the Troskovitz bailiff together, and you've confessed to poaching. So, what to do with you now?
So where's the poacher?
And is there some other gamekeeper around? And if he puts pressure on me, I won't cover for you. I'd have nothing to gain from it. Spending so much time in the forest, don't you ever get the urge to do a bit of poaching? Where does he live? So, what do you propose then? I'm not. I just wanted an end to the bloodshed. What happens now? Will we take him to Trotsky? And what if I am? Who's herding livestock in this village? It didn't look so bad at the start. We actually arrived in time and urged everyone to flee. That you're a right fool. Oh, you're forgetting Samuel's not the only hellraiser in our band. I can keep an eye on him. But what about the likes of Adder? Well, you haven't been idle. Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein, envoy to the royal hetman, and poacher. I don't even know how to torture properly. I'm always glad to fight by your side, but you wouldn't have changed anything there. There were too many of them. And when the whole street was thronged, there was no stopping it. I'll explain myself when we go to see Lord von Bergov. I'll tell Lord von Bergov everything. You'll see I did the right thing. Is everything ready for Semine? Oh, yeah. Actually, there's something I have to take care of first. Do you realise the shit you got me into? I was stuck in a foreign region, far from home. Yeah. Right. See, there's a hidden tunnel inside it, leading out of the city. All right. I'll shut up. I can't wait. We'll get to the forest not far from here, and then we'll figure something out. Well, I know how to read, but I'm no surgeon. And Thomas is really in a bad way. All right, but I'll do it on my own. Nice and quiet. Tivole. You can't just steal a bow from the Margrave. When he finds out... My word, you got a sharp tongue sometimes. But what if he won't receive us? Are you still alive? Are you listening to yourself? That's complete idiocy. Are you sure? There's quite a lot of them. Hey, listen to what Brabant taught me. The fortress has been taken over by bandits, and the real Lord Nebak is their prisoner. Well, that ought to bring us closer together. Well, it sounds like the great Sir Hans Capon is getting ready to apologise. But why? You want to enjoy life again? So, back to the original plan? Well, unfortunately, no one believes you are one. I agree. The worst part came when the gate fell. No, but you can easily rectify that here and now. Isn't it the same one you gave me in Ratai? That is certainly just, I'd say. But that's a capital crime. That's a good idea, actually. Where should we go? All we could do was try to hold back Eric's people as long as possible, so the locals could flee to the synagogue. They know in the fortress now that something's up, but we can handle it. You just used it yourself. They didn't let you out at all. But you were in that room for ages. You were poaching. So, what now, Hans? Have you come up with some ingenious plan for getting out of here? If so, I'd really like to hear it. It was a hard bloody day today, eh? So, we're here. What now, Sir Hans? I'll be on my way then. But the main thing is, you're alive and kicking. And back with us. Oh, all right.
I won't leave you in the lurch. Let's go.
What are we going to do?
We'll get to the forest not far from here. I'll have some horses ready there. We'll be gone before you can say the Lord's Prayer.
Lots of violence and death, countless foes. We could have easily kicked the bucket any moment.
Relax. We'll manage it together. Oh, not exactly. I shouldn't be here. And if they catch me, the game's up. I'm trying to get him to come round, but it's not easy. His sister sent me to get some book of the surgeons.
Did you hear? Apparently there's demons in the castle.
But he's in a fever. You heard them.
It didn't look so great from inside that dungeon. That's a view I hope I won't be seeing again.
Oh, be quiet. You're just envious. I found out from the surgeon's book what to give Thomas, but you never learn. Get a hold of yourself. You can do this. The bold Lord of Perkstein can't be put off by some hole in the ground.
I understand. It's a bit awkward for you that the nobility lives in castles. I'll go ahead and scout it out. When there's a suitable moment, I'll let you know and you can head out.
Psst. Hans! Are you there? Leave it be. Hans, I'm no physician. I don't know anything about medicine. I've seen a few people in Thomas's condition, and it rarely turned out well. Hans, come on, Hans.
Because I cheat disgracefully? No. Because you play so deplorably?
He simply doesn't know the ways of the nobility. This is a whole new world to him. Simply, it was just like Scully's. Confusion, screaming, dying, and then the flames.
Please enlighten me, O noble sir.
Please forgive me, sir. I don't know what came over me. It won't happen again. I swear.
I swear to Christ it's true. I found them out, but they caught me, so I had to take action. I swear to Christ it's true. It wasn't easy to find out, and that's what held me up.
Look on the bright side. We survived. And that's the main thing, right?
It's not chivalrous enough for his lordship, eh? Are you kidding me? I'm saving your life if you didn't notice.
I've been thinking about that torture. It's supposed to mean you look good. More or less.
They're not worth getting your sword dirty. Let's just ask them nicely to leave.
You wouldn't want to have a chicken protecting you, would you?
I was working in the blacksmith's forge in Takov. History? Let me guess. While the bowyer was bending your bow, you were bending his daughter over a table?
I feel like we've spent too little time together lately. Let's go then.
Let's do it. Odd is putting it mildly. My word. Nice work keeping him at bay. I'll explain myself to both you and von Berghoff. You'll see. After all, as you know, I'm just a common dung grubber, while you're the great Bellatore.
I apologise, Sir Hans.
About that hunt. So I'll take you to that passageway, and we'll get out of here.
Well, we've been damn lucky all the time I've known you. It was only a matter of time before it turned to shit.
What else? Seems to me you were all too willing to do that dirty work.
The responsible thing? Well, to be honest, poaching wasn't all that responsible.
Well, I'll have to try and get further. I'll manage it somehow.
Yes? Well, I'm more concerned about you.
I like having you around.
All right then, not nicely. But no violence.
But I have work to do in Sigismund's camp.
Well,
What's going to fall on us, damn it? If I got in that way, we can get out too.
Not great.
Oh, don't you two start again. Quickly to the horses or to the passageway.
Before we'd finished with them, a great mob gathered outside and struck against the gate. And it fell.
Shall we ride out for Semin?
I don't know if words are enough.
No need to thank me.
Don't worry, we won't. Any crushing will be done later by the executioner.
Don't blaspheme. A person in your shoes can't risk that.
Don't talk too soon. I don't know if it'll work.
I'd rather not end up tied to a tree like you did in Ratai that time.
If you were so against it, you could have said something to Zizka yourself.
All right. Let's get them.
I can't get out.
I can't disagree.
Don't worry. Just trust me. Remember what I said at Trotsky?
Sorry, but I'm completely knackered. Well, I didn't get round to it.
I won't allow anything to happen to you.
Did anything happen along the way?
Oh, give it a rest. No one's come in.
Are you afraid of what Hanush will say when we get back? Seeing how our expedition didn't go exactly gloriously.
Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him.
That doesn't mean we can just kill them.
We're lucky von Burgov left the fortress along with von Aulitz and some of the garrison. It was as if the bloody gates of perdition opened for a moment and hell surged into the world.
I changed my mind.
I'll wait with you.
Something at the fortress stinks to high heaven, believe me. I was investigating when they caught me. Well, you know the rest. Something at the fortress stinks to high heaven, believe me. But it took me some time to find out what.
Now, we don't have time to play hide and seek. Let's take the shortest route to the horses.
Fuck chivalry now. That passageway is the only chance we have of getting out of here alive.
I found your shield at Nebakov. A shield with your emblem, I mean.
I got to the fortress through a secret passageway that old Ruthard told me about. Von Burgov knows nothing about it. Or do you think this is some kind of fucking game?
Oh, so no more talk of politics, responsibility, and the calling of the nobility?
The place where you showed that girl what a member of the nobility is?
Poaching, you mean? Either I'm playing badly, or you bloody cheated, Sir Hans.
I think there's a couple, yeah. In the lower courtyard.
I believe I saw it among Margrave Job's things.
I think it would be better if you had it. As the Lord of Leiper and Perkstein, you should display your own crest. If that's what you think.
Can you try and distract him? I'll hide in the meanwhile.
We can go. Let's go then. We can go.
Well, maybe. I've got a potion that might help him recover.
I hear we're going back to Ratai tomorrow.
Merciful Christ, we implore you, stand by us, for we intend no evil. We take up arms only out of necessity, and our cause is righteous.
We're supposed to be hunting animals, not people.
You're right. Let's go and see von Burgov.
I'll be right with you.
All right? Everything's working out?
I have a weapon for you. I have a feeling about Nebakov. There's something fishy there.
I was working in a mill for some Miller Crazel. I thought I'd have a nice little job hauling the odd sack of flour.
Calm down, Sir Hans. I had a damn good reason for it.
Well, he's the closest thing to a brother that I've got.
But where did you get the gear for that? We arrived in Troskowitz like a pair of beggars.
I'm ready. We can go.
I'm ready.
I'm honoured. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, you might.
Same here. Al dentes fortuna jivat.
Great. I'm really looking forward to this new castle of yours.
Well, it's just a passageway. There's a bit of water in it to wade through, but nothing we can't handle.
A bit to get me started would help.
Oh, aye. Someone will shoot me with a crossbow when I least expect it. You sound like my father. God rest his soul.
As you command, sir. I won't let you down.
Yeah, I'm coming. If you have anything to bet with, my lord.
There's something I have to do.
I've got some things to do first.
Not yet.
Thanks again. But duty calls.
Only now the minions are
Like jails.
not a lot of people do.
He's fine. And he managed to get those mysterious documents of his out. He left with the survivors for Colleen.
That's true. Von Burgov must be loaded.
It's completely safe. So stop acting like a madman and let's go.
It's only a pile of stones, though. Quick, let's go and see von Burgov. We must tell him immediately.
Well, I suppose you're right. All right, let's get them.
Right. Got it. I'm off.
Of course I have a plan. Listen.
Of course. Let's see him at once.
Let's get them. No mercy.
Sort of. Most of the time I was actually chasing after lost carts or scrambling over the rocks looking for hermits.
Is everything going to plan?
What other way? Any other way and they'll be after us. That passageway is the only chance.
I know. But they took him during the night up to the chapel in the Maiden Tower. They won't let me in there. I know. But the captain has a fever and the surgeon isn't in the castle. Thomas is completely out of it.
Heaven help us.
I think they're just exaggerating. Don't worry. It'll be all right.
Me? It's all the same now. All that work and still we've both ended up in a cell.
But
La tua bellezza mi abbalia. La tua bellezza mi abbalia. Enough of this shit. I came for you, and now I'm making the decisions. We go through the passageway.
Agreed. Good idea.
Wait for my light. Fine. I'll give up. There's no time to argue.
All right.
I do. Right then. Wait here for my command. Fine. You're right. I'd better go first and let you know when it's safe to come. All right? I'll wait with you. All right. I accept your apology. All water under the bridge, eh? Old pal. Are you surprised? He only got out of that ambush alive by a hair's breadth. Thanks for putting in a good word. It definitely came in handy, because it wasn't nice at all. Thank you, friend.
Thank you, sir. I'll carry it with pride, and for your greater glory. Thanks for your concern, but I still have a few groschen.
Thanks. But next time, ask her to help someone else. I know how to take care of myself. What the fuck?
You did what you could. It's just that circumstances turned against us.
Give me a moment. I need a rest after that long journey.
What are you saying?
What?
How?
What?
What are we going to do?
What did von Burgov want from you? What's bothering you about Sam so much? You're bad-mouthing him all the time.
What task did Zizka give you? What do you think about it? What's done is done. Enough about that.
What's wrong? What happened when von Burgov hauled you off after the Nabokov battle?
Uh-oh. That sounds a bit too friendly for my liking. You need something, don't you?
What did they do with you in Malashov? What if we get caught? What was the problem with the room?
I get that. But I want to get things straight in my mind first. Let's sleep on it.
A demon!
We only went hunting together once.
I'll have to think about that.
You'll be ready to back me up if things get messy.
Stop prying, would you?
And can I hear this great revelation of yours?
Yes. Unfortunately, that's true. They're building a scaffold in the courtyard.
Without money, without my things, and the worst of it all, I was completely alone.
When this is all done, will you come through the underground passage with us?
Well, it's one way of catching attention, though.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. You're the one that promised Zizka you'd go hunting, not me.
But the plan is we should...
Just a moment. This bow looks familiar.
No, nothing like that. She just seemed to know what she was doing. Like it wasn't the first time.
But there were lots of interesting things happening there.
What, boozing and whoring?
Well, what the hell are we going to do now?
But some of Eric's cutthroats got inside the tavern and murdered everyone there.
And did he swallow it?
The gallows at Trotsky didn't teach you a lesson, eh?
And I'm sure I can find a few more examples.
Weren't you worried about the local gamekeeper?
Are we? And so far, the garrison has no idea I'm here.
Can't we try to get them to leave without violence? And who's that? Over there by the tree.
And if someone tries to stop us, we'll fight our way through.
Thieving, too, to top it all. Christ! Oh, and how would you like to get out of here chivalrously, your lordship?
And you drew quite a crowd last time, eh?
And what did you tell him?
What about you?
But why not leave right now?
And what did Zizka say?
Well, Sigismund is a swine, but a crime is a crime. We ask you to rectify the situation to the satisfaction of both sides in this dispute. Your refusal, on the contrary, would result in your own downfall.
I already said I'd help you. Let our mates go free, or Siggy's mum will make you a slave when we tell him everything.
Go fuck yourself, shitbag.
Go fuck yourself, shitbag. What was that about, Silver? You two want to kill me. Are you serious?
A mouth, a pointing finger, a hammer, thumb up, two figures shaking hands, refusal, a pointing finger, a grave. You filthy pile of manure. Prick up your ears and listen good.
You piece of shit. Listen good, or you'll regret it.
We are writing to you in good faith that we can resolve this misunderstanding, which was surely unintentional. Look, that really isn't necessary. We can still help each other out, can't we?
Isn't that a good enough reason? All right. I also like the idea that Markold, a rich man who thinks he can bully people, will be at loss. Maybe so. But rocks don't usually fight back with iron, do they?
Well, maybe. But how can you be sure they won't just throw it in a ditch or give it to someone else?
Who knows? But that's not the point. What I mean is, I'm the best man for the job you've got.
It's yourselves you should feel sorry for. I've nothing to fear from a pair of scumbags like you. So, dear Master Markold, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits.
Oh, all right. I don't like to leave a job unfinished. Done. Fine. I'll do it. What now then? Will you let me go?
That's that. The letter is finished.
I may not understand exactly what went on between you and Markold, but I don't think you can just turn up at his house and knock on the door.
With regards and trust in your wisdom, yours, the trustworthy men of the honest brotherhood of miners. With our regards and trust in your wisdom, the brothership of miners.
I'd rather kill you.
Let our mates out of your shitty claws, or when we're finished with you, you'll wish Sigismund had put your arse on a spike and lit a fire under you.
Let brothers go, or we go to top. Your arse fucked. We, you, right. Chat, no good. We're writing to you about a serious matter concerning our deal, which didn't turn out well. You want justice and freedom. You can't be evil if you're like that. And if you let me go, you'll be doing a good deed.
Let our mates go free. Otherwise, we'll go to the powers that be, and they'll kick your arse for you.
Let our mates go, or we'll go to the powers that be, and you will be fucked.
Greetings. I trust that this correspondence will find you in good health.
You tried to trick us last time. Try it again, and you'll be sorry.
True. Fuck Sigismund. Let's carry on.
Farewell, and faithful mining brothers. Farewell, and with faith in your wiseness, mining brotherhood. You need someone to deliver the letter.
A figure, an open palm, an embrace.
You tried to trick us last time. God help you if you try anything like that again, you bucket of shit. We're writing in the matter of our previous agreement what turned out bad. Master Marklot, you writing good. Master Markle, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits.
Free our captive brothers. Otherwise, we shall report your dishonesty to King Sigismund, and he shall see to your prompt punishment.
It's right and proper, isn't it? We'll punish him for his sins. They can hang him for all I care. Someone still has to deliver the letter, eh? And the two of you can't, because he'll seize you right away. Hold on. I don't want to get in trouble because of you. You should have told me this before. I don't know. The way you tell it, Markold sounds like a swine who deserves to suffer. What's next?
Done. Next. Written. Next.
I'll make it sound a bit more refined. I'm writing... Well, it occurred to me it might help me to write the letter. As long as there's enough coin, it strikes me as a perfectly good reason.
Markold? I don't know him.
Don't mince words. You have to put it bluntly.
No, stealing silver is wrong. It's a crime against the king.
Certainly. That's no problem. After you just wanted to kill me. What do you want?
Are you complete idiots? I won't help you anymore. I'm going. If you don't do what we want, we'll fuck you up so bad that your own mum won't recognise you. You embodiment of the stink from a latrine. Once our brothers have returned to us safe and sound, we shall vanish from these parts, and you shall never hear from us again.
Once you let our mates go, and we find out you didn't harm them in any way, you fucking sodomite, we'll clear off.
Of course you're right. I'm in with you. Silver is lovely.
Once they return free and unharmed, we'll be on our way, and you'll never see us again. Once they return free and unharmed, we go, and you won't see us again. When they get freed, we fuck off, and you in no more danger, you sodomite.
A nest, 2 figures, baggage, a wall, an eye, a mouth, a pointing finger, a pile of silver. Well, I get to keep my head on my shoulders. And maybe a small reward? Hey, you said that was the last sentence. Now this is another. I'm done with this. Carry on.
If you don't do what we want, we'll fuck you up so bad you'll wish you were dead.
What did that fella actually do to you?
All right, I'll help you.
All right. I'll hand it over. Keep my mouth shut. Mum's a word. Don't worry. All right. I'm writing. A palm, a clenched fist, a big head, figures holding each other's hands.
We expect remedy. You agree, fine. Say no, bad. Weigh your words. Unless you've been lying to me and he doesn't deserve it. And I've been promised a reward as well. That's reason enough if you ask me. Silver. What else? Your pal Kviatoslav promised me a groschen for every word. That's now gone up to 2. Or even 3. What do you want me to write then? The powers that be? Have you got some dirt on him? What the hell did the fella do?
We expect from you some remedy.
That will lead to improving things for both sides. If you refuse, it would lead to trouble. We wait on doorstep. Be good for both. No is bad. A quill, a pointing finger, two mouths facing each other, a thumb down. Brothers come back. We go. No see, no hear. Secret, safe. Brothers, door, outdoors, steps, crown, arse.
But iron's harder than rock.
Ah, come on. I'm helping you, aren't I? I deserve a little honesty, don't I?
Don't give me that. I heard you. And you won't have to worry about anyone fucking with you. You rancid cunt. You have a peculiar name.
Tell me the riddle again.
I run into beggars, but never any like yourself. Something's obviously fishy here. Begging, but not a beggar.
Nobody had noticed. Should I go there?
Do I look like a catchpole hunting down criminals?
Very droll.
No, I was thinking more like finding their camp and sneaking in, stealthily.
We'll go back and bury them as soon as we can. The wolves must have dug them up. That much is obvious. But who buried them, not so much.
Do you know what? Take more. Here.
I have to get going. So long.
Oh, I've come across a fair few beggars before, but none have ever said that to me. Just the way you talk doesn't sit right with me.
It's not your fault they died. Don't blame yourself.
Maybe next time. Nah, I'm not buying it. That's the last thing I need.
That's a relief.
No, you're right. We're a pair of tramps. But we can't go back.
Is this really it? A piece of Brunswick's armour?
So what do you suggest? Going back to Rattay? That's quite a way. Sounds like you got pretty lucky.
You just wander the world.
Are you talking to me?
They really wouldn't, I assure you.
So you're begging?
You're a trader, then?
So you're a nobleman?
So you've got nothing more for me, then?
So I suppose the best thing is to go back to Rattay and eat crow, eh?
A warrior like you afraid of a little booze. Never seen an arrow like that before. I wonder how it handles in a bow. But most of all, who makes them?
Well, the first thing we have to do is get ourselves into decent shape. Have a good scrub, get some better clothes.
So that's what attracted the wolves.
All right. I better get going then.
Well, I might just put that to the test. Thanks.
So that's Botchek's magic arrow.
So we'll earn some. Well then, we might as well just head back to Rattay. I don't care who guides your hand. Tell me where I can find the devil, eh? You better come up with a better story next time. Now give me everything you took.
It'd be a total disgrace.
Well, what else do you want to do? Go back to Rattay so we can try and find our horses? They probably didn't run too far. Farewell. No, we can't take them on alone. True. We should go back to Rattay and get reinforcements. I expect they've had trouble with beggars at the castle, so they act without thinking.
I'm always up for learning something new. What can you teach me? I'm curious to see your wares.
Why were you in prison? Why are you asking for charity?
Why would somebody just leave such a nice piece of armour laying here?
I'm not afraid of work. And we're going to need every groschen we can get. You're exactly the kind of fella I'm looking for. I hope you make it home safely.
Did you find that band that robbed you yet? Tell me about the taverns.
Tell me about your experience on the road.
Tell me, how come you're begging? Then they might believe we're actually messengers. We'll track them down, mount up, and off to Rattay.
These kind of stories usually end in death. You were his bodyguard. Based on the shield, they were von Bergov's men.
Look, you can tell me what's going on here. Take them down one at a time. One after another.
After Skalitz, right? You were there. After Skalitz. After what?
A nice haul. Even the apothecary's missing badge. I can spare you a few coins.
What? My God!
A hunting horn. I reckon the huntsman had it hanging on his saddle, and it fell off here.
Where is it exactly I'm supposed to be coming back from?
A nice haul. And now the sword. Oh, I'm just as much to blame for their deaths as you. We're in this together. Quite a strong one. Maybe. No one should forcibly be kept away from their family. And certainly not on account of some lordly quarrel.
I'm afraid not. My name's not Hans.
It wasn't your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself.
No proof. Don't lie to me, sticky fingers. We'll keep the promise we made at Pagenis.
Yeah, leave your memories be. Let's have a drink instead.
Find out where they put the letter, grab it, and vanish before they even know we were there.
Fuck that. I've still got something with me.
The best way to honour their memory is to finish our mission.
I'm not in the mood to talk. I'd rather have a drink.
But do you think we'll run into each other again? I think I'll be off. Do we know each other?
My sword?
Wasn't there any other way?
Maybe I should stop by Troskovitz. The local scribe might know more about it. In fact, you don't strike me as a commoner at all. Oh, we could track down those bandits and get our letter back. With that, they'd have to let us in.
My clothes? My coin? My name. Do you have another riddle for me?
Fancy an ale, eh? The apothecary's badge. And what about the rest? Why are you giving it to me? You don't know him? Then why did he tell me he remembered you hanging around him right before he got robbed? Look, no, I was thinking more like we could find a good spot to ambush them, stealthily. We could manage to take them, even just the two of us. I'll go into the forest when I've got nothing more important to do. If you tell me what's going on, maybe I can be of help.
If you told Muzio everything, maybe he'd believe you, and Yulia would still be alive.
Who are you?
Where do you get the goods you sell in Kuttenberg?
I'm ready. I'm sure Sir Hanush would understand. Of course. I found this on him. Different lands, different customs. If you're some sort of thief, so be it. I'll give you more, but that's all I have. I'm sorry. Is there anyone around here who might know something? Oh, I'm on the right track. They kept going along the path. All right. Carry on. A laughingstock. We were outnumbered by a gang of bandits. What about your beloved? Was she Bohemian too?
How's business?
How did you escape?
How long have you been camping here?
How long were you held? I'm not going to do you any harm. What would I get out of that? I'm not going to do you any harm. What could I possibly take from you? Eh? But I don't see any horse.
But I'm not Hans. I'm Henry. If it's all the same to you, I'll take what's in your purse.
It's a lot more than I normally give, I have to say. Chin up. We'll sort it out somehow, and everything will be fine again. Oh, we can always go back home. That's a lovely yellow attire you're wearing. You're exactly the kind of fella I'm looking for. Do you know Radovan? The blacksmith from Takov? Look, no more games.
A riddle? Very well. Let's hear it.
Allow me to disabuse you of your misconception. That's not something that just anybody would say. We'll get inside the castle. You'll see. We'll avenge our lads and go back to Ratai with our heads held high. I promise you that. You had a chamber? No dungeon? What?
What were you going to offer me?
What are you going to do now? What happened to you? What really happened? What's going on? Why are you giving it to me?
I was there. And I have a feeling you were too, weren't you?
I'll bear that in mind.
I'm afraid we've drunk everything. Ardentes fortuna juvat. May you travel safely. Probably Zizka's doing. The amount you're looking for, it sounds like you plan on downing a whole keg. I suppose you're right. We'd be taken for total idiots. Wait now, I'm looking for a woman, not some lost trinkets. You don't say. Then why does Chamberlain Ulrich suspect you personally?
But
I appear to be a bit short myself. All right, I'll be going now.
Yeah, right.
And you've done the journey before, and you're surprised. And there's the fact you know how long it takes to get to Vlashim. On horseback, and now the sword.
So what happened back in Skalitz? Did you fall back there too, warrior?
And how exactly is this going to be of any use to me?
And what's in it? A piece of parchment. That's strange. I doubt any of the local bandits know how to read and write. And what's this? A piece of parchment. And he needs money to get to Vlashim. The poor thing bled out completely by the wolves. There must have been buckets of blood. The killer probably surprised her. She didn't even have time to defend herself.
Did the murderer torture her? Or was he trying to get something out of her hand? This is the place. There's a lot of blood and some footprints. He cut off her breasts, but left her tongue. Then left her lying there for all to see. To send a message, maybe? Or a warning? It's hard to make out, but I think I see some slashing from a blade. Oh, poor thing. She didn't get very far. These are more like chops than cuts. Somebody must have taken a sword to her. Knife wounds would be smaller, and an axe would have made a bigger mess. She must have put up a fight. Or maybe he lost his patience. The rips are odd. Like someone was looking for something. Well, that's enough. But what does it all mean? The murderer must have wanted her to suffer, so he started ripping her hair out. Sick bastard. So, the place they found her must look like a slaughterhouse. I should go there and take a look. At first glance, this body isn't as mutilated as the others. I can't make anything out of this. The whole town's been walking around here. There could have been one killer or a dozen. So, let's see what we have here. There's still a lot of blood left, but I expected even more. She's been lying here a long time. I'd say she put up a decent fight, and the killer had to improvise. Jesus Christ. There's hardly any blood left in her. He also cut off most of her hair. My God. Someone really did a number on her. I don't know why he killed her, but I don't think it's because of Catherine. I should go back and look around some more. Somebody mutilated her and left her lying there as a warning. But for whom? So, the murderer must have awfully strong hands, because he strangled her and left a dark ring around her neck. Unfortunately, I can't tell if somebody strangled her like the others. She's been lying here too long for that. I can't make much out by now. But it seems as if the fingers on her right hand are broken. I'm not sure I'll be able to find any remains. I wonder what happened to them. I don't want to hang around here, but I need to check it out again. Anyway, what else do we have? But she has a dark ring around her neck. Was she strangled? The murderer must have had pretty strong hands. I'll need to examine her some more. I don't know enough. Her lips are bloody, but nothing more. Tongue still in place. Christ, that's a lot of blood. If he'd had a weapon, she'd have cuts on her hands and forearms. Just some scratches and bruises, that's all. But if he killed her for blabbing, I reckon he'd have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he? Only if it was a warning for telltales, he would have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he? But what did he do with it all afterwards? God, that madman cut off both her breasts and bits of flesh. I found some faint blade marks. Either the others were trampled out, or someone skilled was wielding it. Her face is a little bruised and cut, but nobody cut her there. And her hair is all matted with blood and hacked off. I don't even know what colour it was. They ripped open her entire belly. And they didn't stop there. She's all stuck to her clothes. They're torn up, but I don't see any cuts. Better not to think about it. I'm surprised I haven't completely trampled out the blood. Could he have just thrown all those bits away? Someone would surely have found them by now, right? Did he really keep all the pieces? Nobody could be that sick, could they? Then he took a short sword or a sabre and started hacking at her. She's missing parts of her torso, but they aren't by the body. Was she trying to hide it? Or was it punishment for stealing? And that's about all I can find out. She's probably been lying here a few weeks. It looks like her attacker was unarmed. It didn't look to me like any remains were left lying around. I've no idea what he did with them. Did he keep them or throw them away? But that ring is a good lead. Probably for someone who knows they're doing something wrong. Maybe Catherine is right, and they did it because of her. But it couldn't have been a long sword. That would have been clumsy. It was something shorter and nimbler. I'm not sure how much more I'll be able to find, but her head is smashed in. Either the murderer hit her with a rock or dashed her hard against the ground. But how did it get inside her? Did she swallow it herself? Or did the murderer shove it in there? But after seeing what they did to the girl, I'm not surprised. Someone must have really chopped this girl up. This isn't from a blow to the head or a stab to the heart. Oh, my God. Something fell out of her. A signet ring. That must be the one she stole. Maybe there's something more to it. What if the murderer kept her hair like some kind of sick trophy? I wanted to talk the devil out of burning down the village. We actually crossed swords.
I found out the meaning of the symbols.
If I hadn't stepped in, things would have been worse. The devil wanted to lure the guards out by burning down the whole village.
I don't have anything for you yet.
Saving Lord Capon was already dangerous enough. He killed Hinek. He didn't mean to, but he did.
It's actually rather simple. You see these drawings? This means there's something valuable. I didn't need Hogg at all. I found them myself.
Why do you think so?
Not a chance. I've made up my mind.
Like I said, I'm really sorry. I know it was your favourite.
We'll never be able to decipher the symbols. If there was a key to them, it's long lost. All the symbols are on this parchment. Absolutely not.
Don't worry. We'll either leave the Italian court with the lords, or I was, but that was before we knew what to expect here. I can't leave you alone now, so it'll have to wait till tomorrow, and then we can free the rest.
It sounds interesting, but I cannot tarry now. Some other time, all right?
It's not that simple, and you know it. Silver gives us a chance to force the king to back off quickly.
Here they are. Here's a fence who buys stolen goods. Here, an underground tunnel. And this means they'll let you sleep in the hay.
But we need allies anyway, because Sigismund's people won't stop defending his interests here.
Agreed.
We had to save time and lives. We couldn't just let more people die.
It's a bit more complicated with those symbols. I've deciphered the meaning of the symbols. Here they are. I'm glad I could help. I've thought about it.
Why? That's why you're helping us, isn't it?
I'll come see you later. There's still something I must do.
Well, I managed to find their hideout. But I decided that the knowledge of the symbols could come in handy. I'll keep it to myself. He helped me find it. In his own way.
It's such a shame. I'll actually miss you. But if you're safer that way, then it's probably for the best. I'm sorry I let you down.
I've been through quite a bit, but I never thought of writing it down.
Well, you know, I was ashamed to tell you, but I didn't find it.
Well, how about that? I almost forgot. Here it is.
I read a bit of it.
I couldn't be absolutely sure. But does it matter? It turned out well.
Sorry, Chenyek, but that's the way it is. Sorry, but I've decided. We didn't manage to find them. Hogg didn't get anything out of Hinek. We'll have to figure out another way. I didn't find them. And it's Hogg's fault. He beat Hinek to death before he had a chance to tell him anything useful.
You don't want to get your hopes up.
I'll keep it for myself. No, I'll keep them for myself. They'll come in handy.
What exactly is your problem with Zizka and the devil? Von Burgov is responsible for quite a few dirty tricks too. Why shouldn't I stay with you? Just in case. All right. I'll keep watch downstairs. No. He wouldn't see reason, so we crossed swords. He listened then.
I'm not really into books or reading. I found a parchment with their meanings explained, but I told Knuckles about it. I found the thief's hideout and found this. I don't care.
Maybe it won't be necessary. As soon as Jobst and his troops arrive, you'll be safe again.
Even if I wanted to, I'd hardly be able to find time for writing. I'm sorry, but I didn't find it. Either it was well hidden or I overlooked it. By the way, like you were saying about that book...
You're right. Have a look at what I found. You're right. I'll think about it. I have them right here. Each one has a rhyme explaining it. I think it'd be better if only Chenyek and I knew the secret. Just to be safe.
I'll even tell Sigismund. Run back to Hungary. This girl is staying here.
Now that I think about it, I'd rather keep them for myself.
I still have to do something. That's a tempting notion. Who knows? In another life, I might have become a writer.
Sure, they may not be fancy knights in shiny armour, but they can be counted on.
Of course. Here's the parchment.
I suppose I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
I won't let you go away. Even if I have to fight with your father, Zizka, and the devil.
Me? And what would I write? That sounds great. My pleasure.
Thankfully, Hinek had a parchment on him that led me to the symbols.
I was planning to.
All right. I'll be downstairs in case you need me. Vavak will have to wait till tomorrow. I don't feel like chasing him down today anyway, after all that's happened.
Do you have any more work for me?
As I wandered through the fortress, I stumbled upon von Burgov's chambers.
Well, it was pretty confusing. But in the end, I managed to find the old thieves' hideout.
Because I knew it was just a ruse. A way to make von Berghoff surrender immediately. And it worked. I was. If I wasn't, I'd never have done it.
Actually not.
When you get to know them better, you'll see they're not that bad.
Before I had time to look around, we had to leave. I'm sorry.
But you can trust me? Or are you lumping this all together now?
Oh, sure. I read a little.
But I lost. And you know the rest of the story.
And there it lay. Red leather, gold inlay, just as you said.
An apology is hardly enough for you to forgive me, I know. But I'd like to prove to you that I'm not like that. And I never will be.
What's going on?
And why should I listen to you? Who are you, anyway? All right, I'll spare you. But I want to know what the fuck is the meaning of all this.
Well, then why are you ambushing people, Sir Knight? Wouldn't you be more useful as a mercenary or a guard?
Nothing. But you look like an amateur robber baron.
We're both just ordinary commoners. So why break each other's bones for our lords, eh?
Yeah, and rightly so, old man. If you're really a knight, why aren't you at war?
I helped bury your dead. And there's nothing more I can do for them, unfortunately.
This is an ambush, you shit-eaters! Isn't there anything better for a knight to do in this country? You do better going into someone's service. That's rich. A thief insulting me because I'm not wealthy enough for his taste. So if there's so much as a peep out of any of you, I'll gouge out your eyes and serve them to you on a plate.
Just try it. But you'll be the one getting his arse kicked.
What kind of peculiar robber are you? Touch me and I'll break your legs, you old fool.
Just like you obey your Captain Zizka. I'm a clod, just like you. I'm just following orders. I'm just an ordinary blacksmith's son. And I serve Lord Capon.
You're good with a sword? And you wouldn't be risking the gallows? Fast. Clean. No witnesses. You won't scare anyone with politeness. Try this. What? Why? You said you were a knight, not a thief.
You better join the mercenaries. You're good with a sword, and you wouldn't be risking the gallows.
Can't you find some fucking other way to earn coin? You said you're a knight, right? So go and serve some lord. There's no need to talk. Just hide, wait until someone walks by, and shoot them in the back. Are you yanking my pizzle? Hold on. Maybe we can do this without anyone getting robbed. Can we talk this through?
Well, I can tell you, I earned it more honestly than you.
Yield? Are you serious?
What happened wasn't my fault.
Well, why not get it honourably? You're a knight. Can't you go and fight somewhere or find someone to protect?
I don't want any more trouble. There's no reason to argue. We're both on the same side. Michael sent me here to help you load the cart. Why, Godwin takes that very seriously.
Well, wouldn't you be of more use in the army? Or as a member of the guard?
His name's Godwin. He's one of us, from Sasau. He prayed for the souls of your men.
Henry of Scales. Henry of Scales.
If you don't need any help, I'll just be on my way then.
How should I know? You shouldn't be robbing in the first place. Your money or your life? That usually does the trick. Despoil your honour? What kind of peculiar robber are you?
And I'm Henry. Well, I'd rather lose my coin than my life.
I don't want to have you on my conscience. I mean, just look at yourself. You've got one foot in the grave. What?
What are you doing hanging around here, old man? Are you all right?
You got that much right. I sincerely doubt it. What kind of peculiar robber are you? But I have no wish to fight you. What kind of peculiar robber are you?
I recognise this. It looks like he ate some belladonna.
Let's see.
So, what's wrong with you, fella? He needs an antidote. That'll help. But quickly, or he'll die soon. Ah, yes. I've read about this.
If I had any, I would. But I'm as poor as a church mouse.
No. It must have been the belladonna I found here. Oh, shit. Doesn't ring any bells. Its master is running out of time. Clear signs of poisoning. Maybe belladonna? Well, it doesn't matter. That fella doesn't look too good. No wonder the dog's howling like mad. I'm sorry. I've never read about anything like this before. I thought you might be interested. I'll sell it elsewhere. No, just this one. So, do you want it? No, but I can give you a name where to buy it. So, do you want it? Fine. I'll offer you a better price. I've got some good luck charms for sale here. I've got some charms for sale. Gravedigger Lennox in Sedlets.
Also, that's not necessary. I was happy to help. No, it's all right. Keep the money. I just wanted to set things straight. That's all.
That makes sense.
Old Olbram wanted me to scatter your sheep into the woods.
Why did Crazel call you Kvieta?
Old Olbram offered me some groschen to steal your maypole.
Hey, this bloody outsider just did you a favour and told you everything, though he didn't have to.
Listen, Procek. I heard those Zeliovites are plotting something. Listen, Procek. Those Zeliovites are plotting something against you. Thanks. I was happy to help. Thanks. I see the people from Takov are honest too.
What kind of idea is that? Eating earthworms. Repeat it for me one more time. Repeat it for me. So, how did it go? Once more. From the beginning. So go ahead. But nice and slow. We vow to work hard, pray, and always drink in moderation. We vow not to steal, to pray properly, and to faithfully obey the king. We vow to work hard, listen to our foreman, and duly hand over a share of the ore to the lords. Tell me the beginning of the oath, Anton. Tell me one more time, Anton. Say it again, slowly. Say it again. Sorry, Father. I've never heard the oath. I'm sorry, Franzi, but enough is enough. I'm sorry. I apologise. We swear to not mine silver on the feast day, and give a few groschen to the church for the salvation of our souls, and the greater glory of God. We swear that on the feast day, we will not go to the tavern, but will give a few groschen to the church, for the greater glory of God. We swear that on the feast day, we will clean, pray, and go to church, for the greater glory of God. Very good. What was that about Adels again? Well, I don't know the oath, Father, but I'll try to salvage the situation. No, enough is enough. I'm done dealing with the striped Tonys and all their problems. We, the miners of Kuttenberg, swear before God not to flee the mine in fear, nor silver steal. We, miners of Kuttenberg, swear before God to open the shafts with respect. Oh, my patience has its limits, Franzi. What's next, Anton? How does the oath end? Good. That's enough for now. Thank you, worthy father. Without malice, and mine the vein, honestly, according to the law of God. Anton, are you able to recite the oath? Anton, how did it go? But surrender everything to the king in keeping with God's law. Wait, stop. One bit at a time. So right, left, and then right again. Let's begin. Could you repeat it once more? Sure. Right slash, left slash, then right slash again. I get it. Let's do it. Because you don't know anybody else here. No, sire. It would be inappropriate for me to drink with you. I apologise. I'm sorry, Gules, but I don't know you well enough to drink with you. Well, why wouldn't I? After what you did? No, thanks. I don't feel like drinking right now. Of course. Good health. To victory, sire. Oh, I can see that. He even invited you to his son's wedding. You could say that. I'm surprised you're here. Wait, aren't you that robber baron from Apollonia? What are you doing here? Well, life is just a struggle. There's not much we can do about that. It's just that you lured me out of the fortress and detained me so I couldn't get back in, didn't you? Even my wife gets me mixed up with strange men and then goes to bed with them, the poor thing. I would have been more of a traitor if I'd left those two to their fate. I made a deal with Zizka. These are his prisoners, not mine. You know how it is. An ordinary bloke in a camp full of gentlemen like you. It's no wonder I don't stand out. Because of Sigismund. I wanted to serve him. You know, it's not that often I get to serve wine to the king himself. So? What? Well then? Oh, Sakra. You came too late. I have nothing against you fellas. Quite the contrary. It's von Bergov who... I'm sorry, sir, I just wasn't expecting it. I didn't mean it badly. Christ almighty. Are you all right, sir? They should bow to you. How many of them have you saved from hell?
We met at the council meeting in Kuttenberg. You came with the king, remember?
Father Godwin, an emissary from Lord Hanish of Lipa, came here and paid the ransom for us.
Take a look at us, and then at yourself, you whoreson. Take a really good look.
Thank you very much.
Do you really want to try us?
I don't know anything about that.
It was nothing.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Now shut up and push off. Aye. Really?
What of it? You're the only woman here, and the only healer. They could show a little gratitude. He was never interested in an alliance with our lords.
I didn't make a pass at her. You're just imagining things.
Oh, don't worry. I've had worse.
We don't know each other, really. I just have that kind of face.
Well, I don't like to admit it, but I was a fool. Von Berghoff deceived us.
Easy, mate. We were just having a friendly chat.
Sorry, but no one could have known in advance how it would end. I'm not bluffing. But if you prefer for your men to die, then have it your way.
From the camp, most likely.
I don't want to look like a traitor. Let him decide their fate.
Take it easy, mate. We mean you no harm. We might be warriors, but we come in peace.
I thought you were dead. How did you save yourselves?
No, that's not what I meant.
No. No one sent me. Well, this commoner is lucky to be his father's son.
You're a little nervous, aren't you?
Me? No, you're mistaking me for someone else.
So, is there anything I can do for you? Maybe you're right. I'll talk to Zizka about them when he wakes up. They shouldn't have yelled at you. They're brutes.
You were lucky they didn't get to you. I got rid of them.
First of all, I'm not from Trotsky. And second, you're incredible, you know. The fellas at the fortress surely have no idea what a treasure they have in you. Well, we all have to choose sides. I just stood up for my friends. Besides, I would have missed Herman's jokes.
I've been here for ages, you know. Once I even cleaned out your latrine.
Yes. Our parish priest talked about that. Only,
My ordinary face is a real torment for her.
how are you doing? Oh, like I said, they should be grateful and not talk back to you. I've made my choice, and now I have to face the consequences. Just like them. And you're a lot prettier than any priest. Aye. It seems fortune favours the bold. Don't worry. Godwin treated his wounded eye. By the way, thanks for taking care of them, Clara. Thank God you're alive. What was I supposed to do? Bash their heads in?
What's the matter?
It can't be that bad. If they change the bandages regularly, Herman, littlehead. I only fight when I have to. And each time, I can only wish to have nearby some girl with healing hands to put me back together after. At least I, for one, would be really glad if you helped those two poor fellas.
But why should anyone remember me, right?
But I thought that was just... But Herman is tough as old boots. Bloody hell. I wanted to help you, and you just used me. That's all there was to it.
And now tell me if you really want to try your luck.
And give you even more work to do. What about it?
My name is Henry, sir.
You deceived me last time. It seems chance has brought us together again. I'm supposed to pay for this. I'd rather find something for free. I can't tell you, but it would be a great help to me if you knew of something. Here you go.
Here you are.
Now talk. I need to infest a building. I don't see eye to eye with the owner. This might sound strange, but I need some flea-ridden rags. Got any ideas? I need to get hold of some old rags covered in fleas. I'm sorry. I don't have much coin right now. Well, got any ideas? Got any ideas? Do you know where I could find some flea-ridden rags? I don't know if you can help me, but I'm looking for some flea-ridden rags. I'm not going to pay for a few fleas. Some old rags covered in fleas, I mean. Don't ask what it's for. I know it sounds strange. This might sound strange, but do you know where I can get hold of some fleas? I'm worse off for a coin than you. I don't have anything to give you. Look, I need to find some old flea-ridden rags. Thanks for your help. Thanks. I'll take a look. Thanks. I'll take a look. Thanks. I want to fight in my own gear. Sign me up for free combat. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. Ah, you know what? Sign me up for everything. You know what? Sign me up for everything. Here you are. Here you are. Here are the groschen. But I plan on winning them all back. Here are the groschen. But I plan on winning them all back. Here's the gear. Here's the gear. Of course. Of course. Sacra. I'm a bit short on groschen. Sacra. I'm a little short on groschen. Could you go over the basic rules again, please?
Could you go over the basic rules again, please?
I'll rather pay some groschen to settle things. I'd rather pay some groschen to settle things. Sign me up for the tournament.
Sign me up for the tournament. Sign me up for sword and shield.
Sign me up for sword and shield.
I'll show off my longsword skills.
I'll show off my longsword skills.
I want to fight with a sword and shield.
I want to fight with a sword and shield.
Bollocks. It seems I'm broke. Ah, damn. It seems I'm broke.
Shit. It seems I'm broke again. Sorry.
Ah, damn. It seems I'm broke. Pardon me. Sorry. I reckon I'll skip this tournament.
Sorry. Maybe the tournament isn't such a great idea. I'll pass this time. I can't seem to make up my mind.
I can't seem to make up my mind.
Are there any prizes?
Are there any prizes? I'm in the mood for a proper tournament. I'll participate in everything.
I'm in the mood for a proper tournament. I'll participate in everything.
Free combat sounds interesting. I'll use my own equipment. Free combat.
How many rounds of duels will there be?
How many fights will there be? When is the next tournament?
When is the next tournament?
Who are the other participants in the tournament?
Who are the other participants in the tournament? I'm here to return the tournament gear. I'm here to return the tournament gear. Right. Make it quick.
Right. Make it quick.
Aye, of course. But can't I use my own gear?
What will happen if I sign up and then can't make it?
What will happen if I sign up and then can't make it?
Of course I'll return what I borrow. But what if I want to use my own gear? Can't I do that?
Longsword, of course. Wouldn't really be sword fighting otherwise.
Longsword, of course. Wouldn't really be sword fighting otherwise.
Thanks. I know everything I need.
Thanks. I know everything I need.
What if I get my ass kicked?
What if I get my arse kicked? I want to try free combat. That sounds the most interesting. I want to wait for the tournament here.
I want to wait for the tournament here. I want to enter that tournament you mentioned.
I want to enter that tournament you mentioned.
I'm a loyal servant of the king. I'm not with these criminals. Now the only blood that will be spilled today is yours.
Everything floating here must be his. Poor fella. So this is where the merchant's wagon tipped over. Someone's wagon tipped over here. His things are now floating in the pond.
I wouldn't say trouble entirely.
Can't you just pass on my message to him?
Yes. Actually, it seems to have vanished.
All right. I'll come then.
And did anyone see that cart here?
Hey, take it easy. Let's talk about this. Long time no see, Goliath.
Let's hope it won't come to that. Can I see him? I hear there's a wounded man in your house. How's he doing?
In the end, he listened to reason and admitted it'd be better to stop. I spoke to Marcus about the fights. Are you glad about this?
I'll try to help him if I can.
I'll mention your disobedience to Sir Christian or to the Mint Master. Then you can start looking for another job. I'll try to get you that beer.
Backcast, you say? Tell me more. What happened? But keep it brief, please. About that business with St. Anthony you were talking about. The innkeeper said you might need a hand with some undertaking.
By keeping silent, you're just begging to get some bones broken. And be disgraced, because the truth will come out anyway. We guarantee you complete impunity.
I wonder, how much do you mine in a day?
I don't know any Hebrew prayers. And I don't want to insult your faith.
Give me a one-eyed monkey. I'll deal with anyone who wants to harm you. Believe me. Spill it, or I'll kick your arse.
I know what it's like to bury a father. I was glad to help you.
See these muscles? I got them from beating up miners.
I see you're injured.
But don't worry. I've arranged for Clara to treat you. Trust me. It's the best deal you can get. You'll keep your job and your reputation.
The guild will do well to have some dirt on him.
I'm sure you wouldn't want him to know you're praying instead of mining. You're the head foreman here.
Are you praying? Why? Are you Foreman Samco? Are you Foreman Paul? Like some soldiers with royal orders to seize the bones and take them away? You wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, there were just a few bones sticking up out of the ground. So I hauled them out and brought them to you. I'll happily swear that under oath. I can guarantee that in Sir Christian's name.
No way! Anyone could claim that anyway, couldn't they? But that's easy to say. You weren't there, but that's easy to say. They knew nothing about me. And they weren't interested in the fact that I was working for you.
I've got the ale right here.
I couldn't tell you. But what does it matter? You've got what you wanted.
I don't know. All I can tell you is Hensel left Kuttenberg.
Glad to hear it. Now tell me what I want to know.
That's awful. I'm sorry about your friend.
And who are these thieving saints?
Are you going to talk now? I really don't have time to fetch you ale right now.
So you're the head foreman here?
So, you have your chest. What of my reward?
If you don't want to get hurt, you should start talking. They'd never tell a nobody like you anything anyway.
Well, those soldiers will give them to you. And the alchemists? For some hocus pocus, I suppose.
The cat's out of the bag. You're a fraud, Fett. How much did you mind, say, on the Feast of St. Petronilla? You better start talking before you really annoy me.
Here you go. This is all I found. I reckon not.
All right. I'll pray with you.
All right, let's do it. I don't think I've played miners with a real miner before.
All right. Let's play then. Are you going to talk now?
Here you are. Here you are.
Here you go. Here you go. Get him to drink it. Here you go.
Uncle Christian doesn't have time for me. You know how busy he is. Shoot fest. Like a competition. Yackers. Striped Tonys.
I knew it. You're a fraud, Fett.
I see. I mean, I actually don't. I'm not a miner.
It was none too easy, I can tell you.
And now I hope you'll finally tell me what's in the chest. She just told me the password. Nothing about the middleman.
I'd rather make a different arrangement with you. Glad to be of help. But next time, keep old Tony well locked up.
I just want to know what it's like doing your graft here. How much work you need to do to keep grub on the table.
I'll have a big-eyed monkey. I'll have a brass monkey.
I'm sorry for lashing out at you like that.
Why didn't you want to tell me what we were looking for?
But the mine book says 90. You told me it was 90. And that's how much the mine book says too.
I've come to hand over the dragon bones, like you asked.
Can you give me a more specific number?
Bakervet's has influential friends among the Kuttenberg councillors.
Foreman Frank? You wouldn't want your subordinates to see you get your arse kicked. I really need to know it for my work. My treatise won't be complete without it. I just need to ask you something. Sir Christian sent me. I need to discuss a delicate matter with you. Do you have any injuries you need treated?
I met him before. He had some thugs with him and behaved like he was royalty.
We didn't finish last time, did we? We should play again. For real this time. Sir Christian sent me.
Rat sent me to you. I have some hot goods for you.
Sir Christian of Pisek sent me. You just got lucky the first time. Now talk. Aye. I'll pray with you. I'll pray as best as I know how.
It doesn't look like a chest for valuables, but I'd say it's yours. I had a chance to get to know innkeeper Bakervet's a little better.
This Anthony is another miner.
Can you wait a bit? I'll be back. I'll look around for something.
Pretty tough fellas.
Sir Christian says if you tell us everything, no one except us will know. Sir Christian told me to ask about anything that interests me, and that you'll tell me.
Well, there wasn't that much there. Just a few bones sticking up out of the ground. So I dug them up.
I'm sorry if I offended you. Will you answer my questions? I'm afraid it's a little worse than that. We found some discrepancies in the mine book.
What do you want me to do?
What is the work of a miner really about?
Damn, that's not it.
I can't right now. I can't right now. Thanks, but I've learned enough.
No. There was never a word about that. I remember well.
I didn't know him. Feels a bit inappropriate.
Well, before I dug them all up, some other fellas came along.
We just don't know who it is. But you do. So you should talk.
It's worth it to have some dirt on him.
I hate to interrupt your prayers for a dead friend, but I need to ask you something. You have nothing to fear. You're under my protection, and nothing will happen to you. He had no choice. If you tell me everything you know right now, you'll go unpunished. Aye, there's no point in denying it. Herman told me everything. I'll find some for you. I'd like to hear some answers first.
What? So they stole a bunch of bones?
Forget it. I'll find another buyer. I don't want anything for free, if you know what I mean. How does the jingle of groschen sound to you? You don't want him coming to you when you're off work to tell you off. I don't feel like it. Come on, it wasn't your fault. Accidents happen. It's God's will.
Hold your horses. How about that reward you promised me?
Thanks, but no thanks. I'm in a hurry just now. Maybe another time.
Do you have anything? Did you find anything? I found that chest of yours. I found something, but it doesn't look like a chest for valuables.
My family runs mines, so I came here to gain experience.
I found it in the Cuman camp not far from here, and I immediately thought of you.
You better find someone else for the job, Black. It sounds like trouble.
A word, Foreman. There's no more pain in heaven. Don't be so hard on yourself.
On your what?
Do you think the Mint Master, Ulrich Vavak, is behind this? Well, I think I have something on me. You should obey Sir Christian and just tell me what I want to know. I'll be happy to teach you with my 2 hands how to answer politely to a polite question. I can beat you all I want, and nobody'll hear a thing. I may not look like it, but I'm not wanting for groschen. I'll pay you if you talk to me.
You wouldn't happen to have any work for me, would you?
My name is Henry of Skalitz. Our family rented a mine, so I came to gain experience. You could get in trouble. You could get in real trouble. Maybe even lose your job. I'm not going to pray, and that's that. I won't pray.
He had a few interesting items hidden in the cellar.
You should know you can't defy a nobleman. I've got a few little silver pals who say you should tell me what I want to know. I have some questions for you. I just want to ask a few questions. I just have a few questions. Christian won't give you any trouble, nor will anyone else. Is that clear? To steal silver from the king is a most serious crime. Punishable by death.
I had a look around the place, but I didn't find anything else.
How much ore do you extract in a day? How much do you get for your work? How much do the miners earn? How much was extracted on, say, the Feast of St. Petronilla? How many miners are you in charge of? Who pays you on the side? You have to pay the miners for what they actually extracted. Who was that fella from the smelter who came to you? Anyone who raises a hand to you will rue the day. Where did you say the beer was again? Where can I find him? Each of you needs a bandage. It's just the 2 of us here. I'm a student from Prague, and I'm writing a treatise on miners and mine operations. I'm a student at the university in Prague. Henry. I'm writing a treatise on silver mining. I'm a student at the university in Prague, and I'm writing a thesis on the life and lot of miners. I'm a nobleman, and I'm interested in the operation of the mines. I'm Henry, but that's not important. I'm his nephew. He wanted me to learn about his job, so here I am. I'm his nephew. He wants me to learn about his work. I'm his nephew, Henry. I'm supposed to see what the work in the mine is all about. Aye. She knows all about healing and herbs. She'll try to make you feel better soon.
Yeah, I had a good look. Although I didn't dig down a dozen L's.
Aye. I got it back. Here's your Antony in all his glory. My name is Henry. Steward Christian sent me to you. My name's Henry. Sir Christian sent me. I'll be back. I'll be back. He's your superior. You have to answer everything I ask you. We know you're just a pawn. Someone bigger is behind this. It's obvious there's some bigger fish involved. And that's what interests me. I'll get the ale.
I've come about your St. Anthony.
How do you get the ore outside? How exactly do you mine ore? How long has this been going on?
I just met some upstart who was going around with his thugs trying to intimidate people. They came on strong, especially that commander of theirs. But I showed them I wasn't going to be pushed around, and it turned out they weren't that tough after all.
Herman definitely needs some healing potion. The miners extracted a whole 100 corves on the Feast of St. Petronilla, and the mine book says 90. The miners extracted exactly 100 corves on the Feast of St. Petronilla, and the mine book says 90. Miner or not, I'll kick your arse in front of everyone. I found est rerum omnium magister usus. Experience is the best teacher. And you have that experience.
Who? For what?
Hang in there. You're not in any danger anymore. I learned that the miners extracted no less than 100 corves on the Feast of St. Petronilla. It's not easy to get the job done when you're facing a bunch of armed men and no one is willing to back down. All right. I'll pray with you. All right. I'll look around for something. Fine. Give me as much as you want. All right. Just carry on as if nothing's happened. No one must find out we know about the fraud.
All right.
Thanks. Thanks.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thanks. And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have him yet, but I'm on the trail.
I'll have a white monkey. What do you want in return for telling me? Is there anything I can do for you? What does a head foreman actually do?
I don't know what happened with that commander. I won't turn my nose up at a heap of chink. But what was that Horfin Foy supposed to be?
I want to know how many corves you mined on the Feast of St. Petronilla. I won't ask again.
It turned sour, and there was a fight, and, well, it was tough with them. And then there was this alchemist there. It wasn't too hard.
May God be with you.
I was at the saint's place and talked to Preng, but he said he sold the standard to some Hensel fella. Well, that's no longer my concern.
We both know something stinks about this. But you're lucky.
You need a cow? I'm not sure I can help you with that.
You said that the Cumans stole a decorated chest. Is that right?
All right, I'll give it a try. Yes, please.
All right.
All right, let's do it.
But like him, you have nothing to be afraid of. You're small fry.
But things got a bit complicated. So I don't have all the bones. But I sorted him out too. But I ran into a company of soldiers there. They said they were sent on the king's orders. Would you know anything about that?
But you're the one counting the corves of ore.
Why not? I'll sit for a spell.
And you're a fraud. And then you'll tell me what I want to know. And that's who we're after. If you help us, you'll be on our side. And nothing bad will happen to you. Except on the way, they stole the reliquary from you. Well, this one doesn't look like it has any treasure in it. But is it yours? And why did your mother entrust the castle to your uncle? As a widow, she could also rule, right?
So when it started to look very hairy, I figured it was best to come to an agreement and share the bones between us.
If he asks me what I've learned, I'll have nothing to tell him. If there's one thing you don't want, it's an angry Henry slamming your head against the table till you see black. And how is this related to the reliquary?
And as my teacher says, scientia est potentia. Knowledge is power.
So, what's all this to do with me?
What?
Have you ever had any trouble with bandits on the roads?
I don't have that much now.
I don't have that much right now. That's awfully expensive.
I need to take care of something first. That I am. I can't travel anywhere now.
Here you are.
Here you go. So you can't take me. I need transportation. I need to get to the Kuttenberg region. I need transportation. I need to get to the Kuttenberg region.
Will it be just the two of us?
I'm sorry.
Well, let's get going.
Let's get going. How long will we be traveling?
I need to take care of something first. I want to go to the Trotsky region. 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 I want to go to the Trotsky region.
Will it be just the two of us? Could this be Matthew's work too? This must be Matthew's camp. He's not here though. I suppose he's off robbing someone. He still isn't here. If Matthew is rampaging round here, this could be his work. I'll have to wait a bit longer.
An empty stable. I wonder where the cows got to.
Either I wait, or I can come back another time.
You can't even count to 10. You're right. I'm going. Don't worry.
All right. Just pretend I was never here.
Piss off. No need to get angry. I'm going.
Calm down now. Nobody saw anything and I'm leaving.
I'm sorry. I'll be out of here right away. I'm definitely not afraid of you, fucker. Try it, fucker. Right, I'm going.
Calm down.
Don't tell me what to do. I'll go wherever I damn please.
Well, that's about all I know. That doesn't change anything. The answer is no. Well, that's about all for now. I've thought it over. I'll help you get rid of that fellowship of thieves. I met them in the hole in the wall. That's the tavern where they meet. They asked me to join them. Very well. Deal. Well, that's about all I know. Unfortunately, I don't know anything right now. Would you like to know what the guild is up to? A gang of thieves is on the prowl in the city. They call themselves the Guild, and they plan to rob allies of King Sigismund. What? But I served you for so long. Bailiff, I've learned something that may interest you. It was my honour to serve truth and justice, sir. Join a band of thieves? Me? Not only is it dangerous, but it's a sin. But let's forget about that. I reckon we should discuss my reward instead, eh? Murder is a sin. There's no doubt about that. But sometimes you don't have a choice. I couldn't control myself then. It would have been better to keep him alive. Even though he was a bastard that deserved to die. Oh, it's been a long time, but back where I'm from, I killed this fella they call Runt.
You killed her?
Does your family know? So that wasn't the only time you had to do something like that? I didn't expect you were going to tell me something like that. You have my word. Why'd you ask? Why did von Berghoff have her killed? I can't think about things like that right now. Well, I have. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Jan.
Who was this girl? What do you mean by that? Well, there's no point crying over them. There are people in this world we could all do without. The wine is on the table there.
Get out of my sight, you rat.
I heard you used to be the mint master before Vavak, until you got forced out. That all of us will benefit from it once he replaces Vavak as the mint master.
Get lost.
Nothing at all, Vakalan. Nothing at all.
Yakesh is dead. You no longer have anything to fear.
I know Von Aulitz is here. I spoke to him. He knew courage and honour.
Really? What about leading an army? Isn't that what you wanted?
I did it. Yakesh is dead. You're the one that made a mistake when you betrayed us. I'll tell you when it's enough. We're just getting started. You dirty double-crossing bastard. Whereas you're nothing but a piece of shit on my boot. A slimy, cowardly snake. Without a shred of honour. You make me sick. You'd sell your own mother if you could.
That's the way it is, isn't it? The most devout are the biggest sinners. The quiet one in the tavern is the most hot-headed. And the loudest talker and bragger is the first to back down.
I understood him more than you and your French gibberish.
No, I can't take that. You might not feel that way now, but one day you'll regret not having anything to remember Roman by.
I'm surprised it worked out. Both of them must have been lying through their teeth. I'm surprised you got away with it, bringing them two corpses. That's not entirely true. I would never have believed that he had the strength, as warped as it may be, to do it. To murder and mutilate some innocent girl. I don't think I could do it. Tell us, Lumir. How did it turn out? They won't catch him then. I should have taken care of him myself. But in your best interest. I hope I never see you again, because if I do, I swear to God I'll gut you like a pig. So? They're going to break him on the wheel?
I hope he will.
Well, let's go our separate ways. You don't deserve mercy, but I can't put revenge or money before the lives of so many innocent people.
What do you think of those Von Grollers?
Why should I care who's in charge? Well now, how's life? That mess with William was unpleasant, eh?
It happened.
I think it's more likely she's gone mad from it all. No sane person will consider that a defence of their actions.
Ugh, stinks of vomit.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm a man of my word. Fine. It's a deal. With your help! With your fucking help! Adder is gone because of your help, you fucking bastard! You'll tell me what I want to hear, or I'll split that cocky head of yours in two. Glad to see you, Lumir. Take care. I've learned a lot from you. Stop talking to me in that gibberish. Well, Christian said the same thing you did. And then he suggested I keep quiet about it. Exactly. And what do they plan to do with her? Listen, Pavlena. I know I said no, but I changed my mind. I still can't believe that Father Prokop, of all people, devoted himself to murder instead of evening prayers. How the hell did none of us notice this whole time? You don't have to worry about Von Aulitz anymore. On second thought, no. All right, you don't deserve to live, but I won't dirty my hands with you. Divine justice will find you anyway. You don't deserve to live. And you're not in a position to be making demands. I'm no fool. Recently, I was investigating the activities of Royal Mint Master of Avak. I think you might be interested in my findings. I'll let you go.
No thanks. I can't accept that.
Do you think we could have done better? The dead approve in silence. Well, they had it very well worked out. They had a network of paid collaborators. They were concealing the real amount of ore, starting right from the mines. I should have dealt with him properly. But I rushed back to you and...
You can put it away, out of sight. But keep it. One day it'll remind you of good times too.
Oh, if she had an ounce of sense, she would never have started murdering. What'll happen to them now? Where is he? Won't you go back to drinking?
It's done. Are you all right?
Quite. Shut your mouth. As soon as you're safe, you'll send soldiers here to get rid of us, and that won't stand.
I couldn't convince Yakesh. He's dead. Yakesh is dead. Yakesh is dead. I know I said I wouldn't murder anyone, but...
How's it going, Lumir? Oi. That's usually how it goes. The only thing I'd regret is not killing you.
I know I talked about making peace with Yakesh, but, well, I know, but I couldn't just kill him. I'm sorry. But there's nothing more I can do for you.
He's the enemy. He's done unforgivable things. But in his heart, he was still a true knight. You know what the difference is between you and him? Fine, you're a real fucker. You know that.
Thank you. Thanks, Pavlena. I hope all your troubles are over.
Keep my parents out of your filthy mouth. What?
What is it?
What did I tell you?
And what will you do, Catherine? Will you stay here?
Die! Adder's in hell waiting to bite you back.
In the course of my investigation, I discovered a secret mint Vivek was running together with Buresh, the owner of the smelting works.
Von Aulitz is still in the camp. Well, Christian said the same thing you did. And then he helped me gather all the necessary evidence against Vivek.
Both, I suppose. But I reckon it depends whether you believe people can truly change or not.
What? Helping us? I saved your fucking life.
Only what? How about that? Don't tell me they want to make a bailiff out of you.
Uh-huh.
So you're content?
They then took the undeclared silver from the smelter to a secret mint and used it to mint groschen using a genuine coin die. And who would that be? Von Aulitz? He's the one I came here to kill. How so? And why would I do that? All we have to do is hold out at the fort for a few more days. And what does your plan involve?
And how did it go? Did she try to blame it all on her dead servant? And how did it go? Did she try to blame it on the servant? And how did it go when you just brought them a dead body with the killer still on the loose?
What's stopping you from having us killed as soon as I let you go?
And what did they say to you? About the murderer and the body? And what will you do now? Will you go back to the town hall, Lumir?
Not everybody's out to get you. I'll be on my way. God be with you.
It happens all the time.
This cow pie's still warm.
So, chances are you won't be seeing your money from hands again, will you?
Well, that's good, isn't it?
I'd like to purchase something. How many people are we talking about?
I need you like I need a hole in the head.
Well, you should report him. They'll catch him and give him what for.
Nah, you keep it.
I'm sure you need it more than I do right now.
How do you know?
Thanks. That'll come in handy. No longer calling me Hans, then?
Oh, dear.
Hey there! Greetings, Bolek.
I'll do it.
Great. You could really help me out, then.
I won't get anything out of him in this state. Maybe I could do something to help him.
Let's have a duel. Great. I'll come back later, then. I'm looking for someone to help me.
I'd like to finish what we started. Can we try that training again?
My name is Henry, and I've heard in the village that you're a renowned strongman, juggler, and moreover, skilled with a weapon. Is that true?
You strike me as an interesting bloke.
My name's Henry.
Should we have a drink together?
Swordsman Nicholas sent me.
I've been thinking about that duel. Well, it's complicated. But the short version is, a few days ago I barely avoided the gravedigger's shovel.
Well,
Should I have heard of you? And now, well, I'm feeling a bit unsure in combat. I'll need to regain my confidence, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure.
I'll think it over. First, tell me exactly what this is about.
Menhard said it was fairly unusual.
First, tell me exactly what this is about.
Nicholas said it was fairly unusual.
No, not really. No, wait, actually, yes, I do. If you can handle a weapon as well as horseshoes. Can we practice the technique you taught me? I thought I was done for. That's how badly beaten I was. We can start right away.
And what's in it for me?
Tell me more about my opponent. What kind of man is he?
Perhaps we could reason with him.
But I'm not a local. What? A wagon?
I understand. You need the money more than me.
That'd be great. Thanks.
What would you like in return?
I'll fight for you.
Menhard sent me. I heard you need somebody who knows how to fight.
You expect me to risk my neck for you for a few groschen?
Zizka's right. I can do this on my own.
I raise my tankard to King Wenceslas. May he soon return to us.
Disturbed? Why?
Let's talk it over calmly.
Maybe it's just a misunderstanding.
Well, it's not just about tits and a pretty face. It's about soul. Which is still beautiful, even if she does cover up a bit.
It seems that most of all, it takes up a lot of time. Seems you already know my name.
What, Rosa? Seriously? They'd make short work of you without even breaking a sweat.
I'll vouch for him. I know him, and I'm sure he meant no harm.
Von Burgov will be expecting Hashek to return.
You seem to have forgotten I'm standing between you and them. He saved me.
He did what his brother asked of him.
I'd have done the same. And you probably would too. Am I right?
What, of our Catherine? Of who?
He fought with valour during the conquest of Pribyslavitz and the siege of Talmberg, and I think he'd be more useful. We interrogated that captive, as you ordered, sir.
We'll kick them out of here. There's more of us after all. Finish eating and go back to where you came from. You've no business being here.
I can believe it. I'm so hungry I could eat nails.
Nothing at all.
You yourself forced me and Capon to do similar things when you brought that captive to Trusky.
Sir, we've returned. We know your son is in league with the bandits, and that he's behind the ambush of Lord von Berghoff.
I know, my lord, that this fortress belongs to you, but I think that Zizka should make all decisions related to defence.
I know it's not easy to swallow, but your father is right. We have to do it.
We should try it the peaceful way first.
Most of those people had nothing to do with it. They had no idea about Older.
Yeah, you should really get going.
Thanks. I'll try not to disappoint you.
Vavak's gone, and his house is empty.
We had first-hand experience of various methods in the Trusky dungeon, didn't we?
I found the key in his house, but I also met Christian of Pisek there. He tried to kill me.
Do you realise you also killed girls who had nothing to do with Hendel?
Is there no other way to solve it? Without violence?
Then it's well deserved.
All by yourself?
Ugh. I've had enough. Another drop and it'll all be coming back up.
Ugh.
What the... All right. That isn't sitting so well. I'm done.
Me and the devil made dog soup, but I'm afraid there isn't enough to go round.
Those wolves were really there. Whether Vostatek had been drinking before that had nothing to do with it. You let him dump his shit on your dung pile. Burgrave Hashek is right, Lord Semin. Your son has committed a serious crime.
That bastard ordered innocent people to be slaughtered. Your suspicions about Semin were correct. We found out young Semin was in it up to his ears. Burgrave Hashek and his men unnecessarily escalated the situation, sir.
I meant with somebody like Sam. He knows his way around the town underground too.
Maybe Older just wanted a breath of fresh air before jumping under the covers with his bride. Old Semin was quite jarred by it. If he'd known in advance, he'd have acted differently.
Not like that! I'll put a stop to this!
Seems Florian makes your blood boil, eh?
The locals don't want you here, and neither do I. The less humans I meet in my lifetime, the better.
That didn't do much good.
But those were common folk.
Well, that sounds like a pretty cruel joke. But I'll be happy to help. Where can I find the ring?
That sounds strange. Never heard of anything like that. That sounds like St. Anthony's fire.
Sounds like some holy relic, doesn't it?
The devil ended the negotiations so suddenly and pointlessly. We should try again.
Do you get a kick out of threatening him when he's grovelling on the ground? That's pathetic.
The 10 Commandments say thou shalt not kill.
Not exactly.
In the name of Lord von Berghoff, we're investigating those ambushes. I really don't think so. The Semins don't strike me as being clever enough to plot this together.
That sounds almost too easy.
Trees?
Hashek, you can't do that.
We can't. Godwin, say something. You're a priest, after all.
Well, you didn't find that strange?
We didn't find out anything. I'm glad you've made peace. That's all we found out.
Actually, it's a little bit my fault.
This is unbelievable. He's lost everything, but he still thinks he can push us around.
Give it a rest and shut up.
Let her speak. I still don't understand what actually went on here.
What happened at Semin must never be repeated. It was slaughter.
I have to say, if it weren't for that Musa, I wouldn't be standing here now.
You're not being very nice, if you ask me.
It was a bloodbath, milady. Then they followed us into the rocks and chased us through that labyrinth like rabbits.
That robbery. It was something, wasn't it?
Now we're just waiting for Lord von Berghoff's reply.
Well, it never pays to cheat. You've made your bed. You have to lie in it. Now, you're right. He's lying through his teeth. Go ahead and beat him black and blue.
So you'll stay?
So,
To victory.
that's not how you should talk to your father, lad.
So, farewell for now, Rosa.
You see? We managed to drink to everything.
Look, just settle this peacefully.
We haven't sunk that low yet. Farewell, then. So it was a success.
All right, just don't get mad. I don't understand a word anyway.
Look, nobody wants to fight. Especially over something so petty.
So, how many guards are there? So, are we finally going to go for that silver?
Let's do it.
So I reckon I'm finished.
All right.
I can't think of anything better anyway.
What, then? I hope you survived the trip with her.
Here you go.
I've got the feeling you're just stringing us along with that Polish.
Old Semine decided to fight back, and it ended in a horrible bloodbath. They're all dead. Well, we had a couple of misfortunes, but I don't know what you heard. I'm afraid not. Maybe in a while, my lady.
Do you have anything to hide?
The bandits are holed up there. The ones who've been ambushing your men throughout the region.
Get a hold of yourselves. Another toast. To our Catherine. Without her, I'd be dead long since. And not only me. Thank you, Catherine.
You're going nowhere alone. You promised Semine yourself a while ago. You promised Semine yourself a moment ago.
Christopher himself sent him to save the lords. If he hadn't gone there, even more people would be dead.
Sakra. That's not a bad idea.
What did you see at Malashov Fortress?
I decided to save Olda. And Hashek found out.
Rosa's a lady. And a very clever one.
I've been wondering what'll happen next. You said Pozzo has a band of soldiers with him. Wouldn't it be better if we all went?
Does the name Istvan Toth mean anything to you?
I'd better go. I'm going to try and find some food.
Happy to help.
We'll be happy to help you deal with those criminals at Nebakov. We want to avenge our men and take your message back to Lord Hanush as soon as possible. You better listen to him, Lord Semine. This is a serious matter. Better take to your heels. Pleased to meet you. But who do I have the honour of talking to, gentlemen? I accept, my lady. Thank you. Any news, gentlemen? I'd be happy to play, but I don't have a groschen. Everything could have been different, sir. Burgrave Hashek and his men unnecessarily escalated the situation and started killing people. He didn't even spare the womenfolk.
Because I have a feeling you must have come across him. And he has something that belongs to me.
Sorry, sir, but I think my lord here has more experience of soldiering than your chamberlain.
Why did you join those bandits? And why don't you tell your master and let him be the judge?
Why? Precisely. Black armour. As black as his soul.
Of course. I've had some run-ins with the Cumans before, and it wasn't pleasant.
Imagine what you could buy with a pile of silver like that.
Oi, we're not going to give up now.
Well, it was nothing, really. But the bailiff didn't see it that way. Probably because it was his son who got a thrashing. We've confirmed the information about Nebakov. The prisoner confirmed that Istvan Toth is with them. We got confirmation of what I already told you, sir.
I need help with Adder. I'm still not completely sure what we have to do.
All right. Let's say we get inside with the legate. What then? What if he betrays us? I'll be glad to tell you my story. But where to begin?
Why did you do it, for Christ's sake?
I'll help you play the joke on Florian. Politics is truly complicated, sir.
Instead of playing dice in the tavern, you should be praying your wife survives. Hold your horses. He's a noble and Sigismund's right hand. If we torture him, he'll be no use to us as a hostage, and Sigismund will be out to avenge him.
Wait, Lord Odorin. I think Godwin doesn't bear as much blame as you think.
Hang on. Something keeps going through my head about that robbery yesterday.
Supposing we wait for him. It's late. Surely he'll be back soon. Sir, what happened there should never have happened. Lord Semine, if you know anything, sir, with regard to Semine,
The lord of the fortress is right. We should drink to his majesty.
he's right. Apart from von Aulitz, he's Sigismund's closest man. He knows everything about him and his plans. I'm sorry. Maybe a little later, my lady. Older Semine is in league with those bandits. And he left his wedding so he could ambush you.
How come you speak our language so well?
Let's turn the page. I don't think I have anything to apologise for. I couldn't say, sir. I know nothing about it.
What do you want to talk about?
What are you talking about?
Me? Why?
Honestly, I'm surprised those wolves weren't drunk as well. Well, we only met once, in fact. When he came to see Lord Hanush in Ratai.
You're not the only one who didn't want to believe it.
But it's true.
All right? Since it's an order, why not? Let's have a game.
About time. About time. Well, I just hope we won't be doing anything like that again anytime soon. That's right. He treated us like cattle. He was completely ruthless, as Zizka could tell you. I reckon I might have overdone it a bit. Well, it was dark, though. And there were lots of people at that wedding. I might have been mistaken.
They didn't do anything to anyone. You touch them, and I'll break your arms.
Your suspicions about the folk in the region haven't proved true. It seems the bandits are working on their own. If there's anyone with unfinished business, it's me. We're left with no option but to tell von Bergov the outlaws are hiding out in Nebakov.
This is nothing compared to the punishment you're facing for what you've done. Either you agree to this, or Sigismund learns all about it.
Nothing more than a couple of silly misunderstandings. I don't know if you're the right person, but I don't know what folk have been saying, but they like to exaggerate. Let's talk about something else. I don't know what you're saying, but I think I get that you like it. He pretended he was willing to cross over to the side of Wenceslas, but instead he sent us to fight against the king's allies. There was no other way. I don't understand. I wouldn't exactly say friend. He's not made of the same stuff as you are. He's more of a simple fellow. A village priest with straw sticking out of his boots. It isn't right, but it's necessary. Easy, fella. They just want to eat their food in peace and leave. I don't think so. His disappearance from the wedding wouldn't have caused such a fuss, in that case.
You're both idiots.
You don't even know who they are.
Instead of bickering over that patch of yard, you can share it equally.
I had no idea he'd go that mad. There was nothing else he could do at that moment. He was in a difficult position. I'm not local, so I'd like to introduce myself, gentlemen. First, I have a few questions for Older here. What's going on here? Is there a problem here? We got something out of him before he...
See? Fortune is turning her back on you people. A pragmatic man like you ought to recognize an opportunity.
I wish you good appetite.
Worldly law says one thing, but God's law and scripture tells us something else. Leave him alone. I won't keep hiding from von Aulitz. I'll bring reinforcements, and I'll finally take care of that bastard. Or I'll call the guards. The 10 Commandments say thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's wife. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just surprised at your reaction. No, that's not how I meant it.
Thank you, sir. But I'm no good at dice. No, really. Lady Fortune has it in for me.
Will you join our attack? We both had a bit to drink. Carrying your power on my back was hard work, so it's no wonder.
I always knew you were nothing more than a turncoat.
I didn't need Polish to save your arses. To someone who we'd be blind without. To our success at the Italian courts. And to that pile of silver. There was no blood where Alice was found. Where did you kill them? Your father strikes me as an honest man, who cares about his loved ones, whether he drinks or not. Don't you worry about me. I'll get through it somehow. To King Wenceslas, to Adder, Kubienka, and all the others who have fallen in this war. Forget the cakes and get on with your work, or I'll fetch your master.
The commander of the Italian court is a native Italian. If we're going to be convincing, we'll have to be damn cautious.
To end the war, I think. I think you'll find some of it useful, sir. I think Sir Yaramir will be pleased if we get rid of those scoundrels without needless damage. I think the devil has already closed off the possibility for further negotiations. I don't think Giuseppe was very happy about that.
If your neighbour isn't happy about where the fence is, I think you should try to work something out.
I thought you and Kozlik would help us.
My goal... You mean the moonshine?
Can I do anything for you?
Can you explain to me what's going on?
Tell me more. I'll be glad to help you.
Wouldn't you rather speak about something else?
No, we must withdraw. Things are about to get pretty hairy here.
That's true, Shishka. We have to free the nobles.
No, I have to go. I still want to catch Ruthard and the others before they ride off to see Jobst.
No apologies. I'm proud we did it.
Sir, there's still one more thing we came for. Lord von Bergov is holding my lord, Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein, hostage.
I'm sorry we had to kill Giuseppe for this. It might have been nothing. It could have been anything. Maybe if we throw him a bone, he'll bite and leave you alone.
A wise decision, sir. Could you repeat that?
He promised to help us if we get in a tight spot.
So what?
You're a big boy now. Wake yourself up. Gladly. Once you stop ogling the girls here.
We will have to drink to that Polish bastard sometime.
Was he to disobey his brother? He ran to save the lords.
Me and my lords were sent to negotiate an alliance with von Berghoff. But that snake was using us the whole time to do his dirty work.
You're right.
Markvart von Aulitz.
The Margrave raised enough coin to put together an army that can take on Sigismund. We have a witness who confirmed that Older was mixed up in the ambush.
I have a slight problem with blacksmith Ossina.
I have some questions for you. What did you see in the village? Leave them alone. The bandits have a camp in Nebakov. Somehow they succeeded in occupying the whole fortress.
You're wronging him.
Christian of Pisek is the steward at the Italian court. He could help us.
To Catherine.
Just look at them. Can't you see they're stone-cold killers?
How many men will I command? Ada is simply irresistible.
Who did he see?
Well, what can I say? Nothing much apart from the fact they almost stuck me like a pig.
If you help us, the Margrave will remember you for it. And we'll also let bygones be bygones. If yesterday hadn't gone our way, we'd have nothing to drink to today.
Who else will be in command? Where are your comrades hiding?
What will you do now, Catherine? Are you sure? I have no experience whatsoever.
I'm ready for battle, sir.
We're on your side.
Aye, we know each other well. We recently had talks together in Ratai.
Aye. It seems that Ruthard spared no expense.
Yeah.
I just went down the wrong pipe. I'm done drinking for today. I'm sure we do, gentlemen. But one letter can hardly achieve that, can it?
We have the same interests, Sir Otto.
Then you'd have to run damn far to avoid the chopping block.
If Brabant doesn't want to go into the tunnels, I'll go with someone else. If there's anything that can spoil my mood, it's that bastard Brabant. She's coming with me. Nobody knows Ruthard Palace as well as Lady Rosa.
One final time, please?
Do you still want to hear my story, my lady?
Just a beating? What about breaking a finger or two? Or singeing the soles of his feet?
It's the only way we can prevent more massacres of innocent people. Easy, Hashek. No one's standing in your way.
Stop squabbling, or I'll give you all what for. You're supposed to be learning a trade, not fighting over trees.
It's rather odd that you forgive him. He did save your other son, but he didn't heed his orders. Hashek is speaking the truth, sir. You're going too far. Leave your anger aside. We have to keep a cool head.
Zhizka's right. You're safe here.
That's true. Women do wear too much, and for no good reason. It's all a bit peculiar. It should be looked into. It's true we shouldn't leave this place unwatched. He's dead.
Got it.
Do you want us to turn this place over? What work? How do things look at Malashov? What will you do, Sam? Will you return to the town? Well, as I said, we had a couple of misfortunes. As you command, sir. As you command, sir.
Do as you please. It's none of my business.
I don't blame him for being pissed off. Nobody likes a lecherous gawker.
No, not you personally, but I've dealt with Cumans before. You're all the same. I'd better stop asking questions.
I think our friend here is speaking the truth.
To our friends, I'm not going to drink. It's way too early.
As they say, lad, there's no spoils without toils.
What? I just didn't want any fights, that's all.
Me? You want me to be a commander?
I drink to all of those, one at a time. To someone who saved our necks on multiple occasions. I'll go with him.
What's wrong with your wife? Describe the symptoms.
Now, fellas. You're not going to squabble like children, are you?
Oh, I think I'm going to throw up. Oh, I've had too much. I meant like later. If you'll stay with Zhizka and so on.
That's also a sin. So let it go and just be glad you have a beautiful, sweet lass. Love one another and multiply.
How do you want to get your revenge? Challenge him to a duel? I've had enough of this. We killed Hashek. And a good thing, too. So there I am, up to my balls in the water, seeing how everything had turned to shit. They killed without mercy. And our men had no chance against them. Well, I'm not some shrinking violet, my lady. But it was a terrible bloodbath. A gruesome sight. We have a poet among us, eh?
Fine. Do as you must. Right. I'll be off to meet my company then.
Now work it out between you.
Damn it.
If anything happens to her, I'll never forgive myself. He was on the very edge of society for a long time. He lost the habit of making the kind of decisions that lords make.
Well, I should go now.
Thanks.
Thanks for the advice.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Lord Pisek.
That man couldn't take any more questioning, sir. The next toast will rise to heaven. May the earth rest lightly on you, Adder.
Seriously? You think it's right to pour your piss pot over the fence? Even if it is your land? That kind of stuff belongs on a dunghill, doesn't it?
What's wrong, sir? You're not afraid, are you? What about the infamous plunderer and robber baron fittingly called the Dry Devil? Where are you headed?
What about tomorrow? Will you join us in the attack?
The man's right. How can you possibly know where he was looking or what he was thinking?
What did he do? Did he steal something?
What about Ulrich Vavak? If we threaten him a little, he might help us.
What was that supposed to mean, Adder? What's that? Some book? What was that supposed to be, Adder?
What will you do now?
Why is Jobst taking such risks? He almost put himself in Sigismund's reach. What for?
What were you thinking coming here? Humans don't exactly have the best reputation around here.
I'm still not quite sure what to make of him, though.
What's going on?
What will we do now? What will we do with her now?
What did he say?
Who are they? These allies of yours?
What's wrong with your wife?
What can you expect of him?
What will the local nobility do now that Sigismund's pulled out, Sir Peter?
I'd like to drink to someone without whose help we wouldn't have pulled it off yesterday. I want to go with them.
Do you want to make a fool of yourself? You'd cry like a little girl after these warriors break every bone in your body. We just wanted to find out as many details as possible. Whether you noticed anything unusual.
Hasek, don't overdo it. Older deserves a fair trial, not a blood feud on his entire family.
It's nothing.
It was a big mistake. He definitely shouldn't just get off scot-free.
It was damn stupid.
I'd say it was just him. Nobody else knew about it.
He was sober. And in a tight spot.
The imprisoned nobles will have to wait. We go for the silver now. If we're to save ourselves, we'll have to cover our tracks. Well, it might sound mad, but Hasek was planning to burn down the fortress, and Godwin made a mistake. You have a right to condemn him. He is the most experienced. Von Bergov already knows the outlaws are based in Nebakov, and he's planning a big raid. We can take advantage of that.
Yes, I admit the bailiff was right to punish us. But we would have won the brawl otherwise, my lady. Yes, we brought a message from Sir Hanush and Margrave Jobst.
Yes. I can't imagine how he could have done it otherwise. But I can't talk about it.
Aye, and free our king from captivity.
She's not going to get away with anything. She killed so many people. If she's lucky, they'll just hang her. If not, she'll be buried alive. But Olda left the wedding that evening. Surprisingly.
What? Is that some joke?
She's right, though. We can't just let her out into the streets. She must be punished. But I found the key, so that's done.
But every good servant's priority should be his master's well-being.
Certainly, my lady.
I'd be honoured to escort you.
I wasn't there, so I can't say anything about it.
But what if the sovereign is truly bad? If he's mad, say, and you give him some apples in return.
And the master we'll serve is King Wenceslas.
And we also have to warn Jobst's ally, John of Liechtenstein. Do you know anything about those two?
And hope the legate doesn't say anything he shouldn't. Let's pray Godwin can keep it under control.
And because of that, he caused the death of some lords he could have and should have saved.
And maybe his bride was just jumping to conclusions. And the Burgrave gave orders to kill him. Just like his father.
What do you think about all of this, sir? Sigismund, Wenceslas, Jobst?
The two of us will go back to Trotsky now and put on the best charade we can for von Bergov.
Have I got time to stop by the baths? There's something I need to sort out there. Have I got time to stop by the baths? There's something I need to sort out there.
And Kubienka, wherever you are, eternal glory to you too.
And if not, then you can always go and pay her a visit, right? You know very well who she is. I suppose I ought to get to bed. Where can I sleep, sir?
Actually, it occurs to me, and we'll raise our tankards once more.
What are the rules?
The Burgrave gave orders to kill him, sir. Just like his father.
And let's hope that our cooperation doesn't end there.
You know better than anyone how many similar bands plague our kingdom.
And what about the hair in Hendel's chest? You're trying to tell me he wasn't involved, but he was keeping their hair? Look, how about this?
And what do your women wear?
So, what about us? What do we do now?
And what about Zdenna?
All she did was rob him, and you killed her anyway. And what about that alehouse wench?
So what exactly am I supposed to do? What if the legate refuses to talk to us?
And what about Hendel? Did he know what you were doing?
And as you know, Jobst is nothing if not pragmatic. He wouldn't join a losing side. So the question is, where do you want to be when he gets here?
We must do the same. He knew all those girls. I'm sure he beguiled them and... No, I'm serious. I can prove it. I know who killed those poor girls. It was Father Prokop. May lightning strike me if it wasn't William. But I really think it was him. There's something strange about him. Cruel. There's something here.
I know people like that.
Interesting.
Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Where does your hatred for the Tanner come from? What's the deal with those saints? Did you notice an ordinary mutt amongst those wolves? You know what? I'll buy your sleeping potion recipe after all. Have you ever seen the Tanner poaching with your own two eyes? There's something else I want to ask you about the Tanner. Was your wife always like that? Have you seen or heard anything suspicious?
Where can I find this wolf pack? Or maybe he's just very skilled.
It's Sigismund's siege of the city that interests me. I'll certainly do that. That doesn't sound too complicated. Thank you. That's not really what I'm after. That's a serious accusation.
I hope so. Where can I find that wolf pack?
That'll be all.
Thanks. My dad was a swordsmith, and I used to help him a lot. So he failed. The Hungarians stormed the ramparts. So the Tanner wasn't the poacher, and you don't know anything about the real poacher. So Anton has wealth, but he has to wait until Sigismund leaves. That could have been Mutt. So it turns out that Tanner of yours really might be mixed up in the poaching. Somehow I can't quite imagine it. So you were right. And the main thing is not to drink it all away, right?
Why not? I can kill two birds with the one stone. That band of cutthroats killed our men as well. And we don't have a chance against them on our own. You heard Lord von Berghoff. He trusts him.
I hear you have some problems with wolves. Well, the poacher's looking at the gallows. It's up to the gamekeeper and bailiff what happens to the Tanner. Keep it to yourself, then. The Tanner isn't a poacher himself, but he is working with one. Oh, damn. That's complicated. Could you just sell me some of the sleeping potion?
Yeah. I had a nice chat with her already.
I've already talked to the Tanner. He had a feeling you'd accuse him. I understand. I'll change my mind. I'll help with those wolves.
So the Tanner does well out of his trade?
But this morning you said you made good money in the mine, didn't you? Sorry. I didn't mean it to sound bad. Why are you traitors?
Why is your wife so set on the Tanner?
I'm here on Gamekeeper Vostatek's authorization. That's right. I'll have to find that pack to see if it's him. Well, I don't want it just for the sake of it. I need to use it against the Zhelyov lot. I need something that'll put animals to sleep. Prochek said you might know something. Hold on. I've only found some antlers in his workshop. Not even one single sheep. I promise I'll look after it. Keep your sheep. I'll manage without it.
He steals anything that's not nailed down.
I'll buy your sleeping potion recipe. That's who he gets his best hides and trophies from. Strong words. But it's true I found a nice collection of antlers in his workshop.
What's the problem?
The local huntsmen bring them to him. Well, then at least tell me what happened with that Brabant of yours. I found some antlers in his workshop, and when I asked him about it, he had a convincing explanation.
Right, sure. Yeah, right. The biggest crook under the sun.
And what about the silver? Vostatek charged me with rooting out the poacher causing trouble round here. I'm not going to commit a crime by sneaking into someone's workshop.
You're welcome. I definitely trust you more in battle than him.
I reckon I'll talk to him first and see how he explains it. So what's the problem?
Well, he is, but it's not our fight, is it? What do we care if Ulrich fucks up?
I found a nice collection of antlers in his loft. But he had a reasonable explanation for that. It turns out the Tanner isn't the poacher.
Ah, sod the Chamberlain. He's a conceited idiot.
Do you think your wife's right about the poaching?
You were talking about fine quality hides. Do you know where the Tanner gets them?
Have you got any proof that the Tanner is poaching? Well, that doesn't necessarily mean he's poaching, though. The Tanner. Can you tell me any more?
The Tanner's dead, you might like to know.
Are you sure he's the poacher?
Aye. And she was pretty sure about everything.
There's something else I want to ask about you and the tanner.
I'm afraid that won't be enough when there's no material proof.
Except the Chamberlain is actually right.
I was only asking.
Poaching's a serious accusation.
Where can I hide there?
Oh, like a new mine shaft?
I don't want to get in a fight with the whole pack. Who knows how that would end? Actually, would you lend me that sheep after all?
I'll take a look at the cops. Thanks.
Will he follow me, or will I have to drive him ahead of me? I'm looking for a poacher in the area. Would you know anything about that? I lost my dog. You haven't seen one here, have you?
Look, what's really going on with Anton and Tess? Damn it, Francie. Just explain one thing to me. A miner has to make some money, right?
The tanner's a tanner. So he has hides. What of it?
Fuck me. I really don't know why I'm helping you.
All right, thanks. I'll go and ask her right after. Thanks for the advice and all the information. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Huh? Well, what did Preng do?
What do you mean? Can he do somersaults? Does he know how to count? And what do you think about the tanner?
What? Why have you changed your tune all of a sudden?
I thought a good old feast would cheer you up. What is it?
What if I bought the secret from you? I want to ask him about it. I'll see what he has to say.
All right. Well, I'll manage without your help. But I understand why you think that.
I understand. He's a bastard.
I understand. But this is the only way to get revenge for the massacre by the pond. I get that. But you gave von Berghoff your word as a knight that you'd help him.
Which is cops? Which is cops? Which is cops? Is that somewhere around here? Which is cops? Is that somewhere around here? Was. The tanner's dead.
I'll bear that in mind.
At least I know where to look. I suppose I should go and take a look. I suppose I'll have to go and take a look.
Yes. Are you absolutely sure he was the poacher?
Yeah, but what's that got...
So I'll take Ignatius and use him as bait?
What? And you surrendered, just like that? Without a fight?
And is there anything you know?
Damn, that's an awful way to go.
What should I do with the meat?
So we'll bring your flock up there again and wait and see if they come.
I had no choice but to believe him. I don't have any other evidence, and I don't have any choice but to believe him. There's no other evidence that he's the poacher. Wouldn't you tell a fellow blacksmith? And what about you, Francie? Do you have a girl?
What can we do about that?
All right. I'll take Ignatius and go and have a look around that forked birch. Will he come with me, or will I have to lead him up somehow?
Well, before the brawl, they were shouting that you're traitors.
Oh, yeah.
The tanner, the tanner. So what? That's obvious, right? No reason to suddenly get shit-faced.
I want to try pickpocketing. Not now. Thanks.
That can wait. Why not start in the baths?
Sorry, I had to leave.
Let's go and find your friend. Let's leave. I'd rather spend the rest of the evening with you. Well, being too clean never hurt anyone.
Can I practice picking pockets again? Crazel said you'd teach me to pick pockets. I want to try my hand at pickpocketing. Crazel said you could help me with that too.
Yes.
The view from here is nice, though.
You better not. Look, I don't know what you're after, but I advise you to pack it in. Well, had enough? Or do you want some more?
Christ, there's no talking to this one. I hope he leaves me alone now.
All right, you win. Stop hitting me. Or do you want another helping?
What's the matter with you?
We'll use hunting knives. Radmill went to find some armour, and then we'll meet at the big tree southwest of town. He said you'd know. Can we be off? I went to see Radmill, and we agreed on terms.
I still haven't talked to Radmill.
But I still need a moment. We chose sabres. We chose axes. It'll be swords. We can leave right away. Well, I won't waste your time. I'll pay the asking price for Khartoum. Kluger Hans. I'll pay you the asking price. I'll take that mare. Kinchem. I'll pay you the asking price for Schlamhak. I'll pay the full price for Pisek lad. I'll be happy to pay the full price for Mark. I'll be happy to pay you what you ask for Windworth. I'll take Erdl. I like him a lot. I'll take Veontief. I'll take Crow. What if I offered you this much? I'll choose one by its name. I'll choose one by its name. I'll choose one by its name. I'll choose a horse by its name. I reckon I won't find many better horses. But I don't want to get fleeced either. He looks like a good, strong horse.
but the price strikes me as a bit off. Well, I don't see why I should pay PSEC prices when we're in Kuttenberg. I like the look of Erdl, but I'm not as thrilled about the price. You must have made a mistake with the price. Didn't you mean this much? The price doesn't seem fair to me. Windworth looks good, but I had a different price in mind. I changed my mind. Thanks.
I don't know him. I'll pay.
Quite right. Glad to hear it. I'm looking forward to taking Soldier out for a ride. Yeah, I'm sure he won't. Glad to hear it. Here you go. Right. I'll go and take a look at them. I suppose I ought to. I reckon that's a good idea. With a name like Kinsham, I reckon she's not from here, eh? Svadilfari. What's the horse like? I'll pay the full price for Artax. He seems like a really good horse. I'll pay the asking price for Gavora. I want Bill. Here are your groschen. Here's the money. Here you are. Here you go. Here you go then.
Here you go then.
And here are your groschen. Here you are. Here's the coin. Here you are then. Here you are. Here you are. Here you are. Here you are. Here's the money. Here's the money. Here's the coin. Here are your groschen. I've got the exact amount here. Here's your silver. Here you are.
Here are your groschen.
Here you are. Down to the last groschen. Here's the money. I've got the groschen right here. And I'll give you exactly what you're asking. I'll pay. What about the price? Are you willing to negotiate? That price, though, I don't know. How about a discount? That price, I don't know. How about a discount? Oh, that horse looks like it's done its fair share of travelling. How about this much? Something has to be done about that price, don't you think? I'm sure you can take good care of Pebbles, but I just can't accept that price. Great, here you are, as he should be. Great. What now? Here you are then. Great, great. Pebbles is mine again. But I reckon the price could come down a bit, don't you think? The price for a Kashtanka seems a bit high. Let's talk about it. I really like the look of Svadilfari, but that price can't be right.
I'm good with horses. Maybe she'll let me ride her.
I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind.
I changed my mind.
I've changed my mind. I changed my mind.
Didn't you say before you needed someone to ride that wild mare?
Remind me, how does the town's horse market work? Tell me again about the local stables. Tell me something about the stables here in Malashov. I'd like my horse bathed and its tack cleaned, please.
I'd like my horse bathed and its tack cleaned, please.
What should I be looking out for? If my counting isn't out, I should get some groschen back. If I'm not mistaken, I should be getting some groschen back, no? That's a good price for Pebbles. Yeah, the price for this one seems fine to me.
I need to get my horse scrubbed down and its tack cleaned.
I need to get my horse scrubbed down and its tack cleaned. I have the groschen ready. When I get the coin together, of course. I'll give you the exact amount you want for that one. This one deserves exactly the amount you're asking for. I took a look at them. Of course. Yes. I've seen them. I've already had a look at them.
What if I offered you this much?
No, I haven't. Why would I do that? No. Do they have 5 legs or something? I haven't looked at them. What good would that do me?
Do you have anything to eat?
If only I had the coin. But I don't have that many groschen.
Oh, I don't have time to help you now.
Here are your groschen. Here's the exact amount. Here are your groschen.
Who does the mare belong to?
But if I leave you my horse, I should get something back. You should give me some money back since I'm leaving my horse here. But my horse is worth more, so I expect you'll give me something back. If my counting isn't out, I should get a few groschen back, no? When I factor in the price of my horse, I'll make some money on top. The way I see it, I'll even make a bit of money if we factor in the value of my horse. If only I had the money. If I take Kashtanka and leave you my horse, I should get some groschen back, right? If I take Svadilfari and leave you my horse, if my counting's not out, I should get a few groschen back. Well, if we factor in the price of the horse I have, then I come out ahead on this. But only once I've got that much. If only I had the money. If only I had the money. It's just that... Well, you'll just have to wait a while till I get hold of the coin. If only I had the money. I already have a horse. What will happen to it? I already have a horse. What will happen to it? I already have a horse. Can I exchange it here? Did you say you also exchange horses? Because I already have one. I'll take Erdl if you give me some money back for my horse. Shouldn't you give me some groschen back? So you'll give me some money back? You're supposed to give me some money back. I'll take Windworth and leave you my horse. So if we exchange Crow for my horse, you'll make up the difference. I'll take Veonteef, but take the value of my horse off the price.
It's just a horse washing after all.
Tell me more about Gavora. What kind of a horse is she? Tell me something about Artax. Tell me something about Bill.
How do things work here at the stables?
How are our horses holding out? Do you have enough food for them?
What can you tell me about Crow? Tell me a bit about Erdl. What's Pisek lad like? What's Windworth good at? What's Schlamhack like?
You mentioned some booze. Could I buy it from you?
No matter how I look at it, the price just isn't right. How about this? I have it all ready, down to the last coin. Here's the exact amount. I reckon that's a good idea.
All right, thank you. I'll look into it.
That all sounds great. We can always negotiate. Veilontief's a strange name. Sounds rather noble. It's just a horse washing after all. What is Soldier like? What's Mark like?
What's new here at Malashov?
Napoli is foreign, is he? Khartoum. What kind of horse is he? What's Kluger Hans like? What can you tell me about Kashtanka? I'd like my horse bathed, brushed, and its hooves and tack cleaned.
I'd like my horse bathed, brushed, and its hooves and tack cleaned.
I'd like to buy a horse here in Malashov. I'd like to buy a horse here. I'd like to buy a horse. Do you sell horses here? I'd like to buy a horse. Are you in charge of the local stables? I'd like to buy a horse. Are you in charge of the local trade? I'd like to buy a new horse. I'd like to buy a horse from the market here. I'd like to buy a horse.
I'd like to buy a horse.
I'd like to buy a horse here. I'd like to buy a horse. I'll take Kashtanka. No need to haggle over a beautiful mare like that. Svadilfari. I'll pay the full amount for that one. And the price for Napoli seems fair. I'll take him. What can you tell me about Tarrant? What can you tell me about Bittercley? But not right now. It looks like I don't have enough coin, though. When I have the coin, that is. When I have the coin. I'm afraid I don't have it right now. When I have the money, that is. Just wait till I get the groschen. All right? Just as soon as I get that amount, that is. When I have the coin. Which I don't right now. When I have it, I mean. Soon, that is. When I have the coin. Now, the price for Khartoum seems a bit high. I'm interested, but I won't pay that much. Now, this is a market. So how about we haggle a bit over Kinchem? That seems like a lot. Even for such a learned horse. But not right now, unfortunately.
But not right now, unfortunately.
If I leave you my horse, I should get some money back. And is he a good horse?
Who's your commander? Why are you calling me your lord? Don't you know who I am? Something's off here. You're wearing the colours of Peter of Pisek, yet Zizka is your commander.
Where should I lie down?
Friend. What's my name? Fine then. May your watch be uneventful.
You may.
I don't understand.
You survived the attack. A lot of people didn't make it out of there. Were you there when Raborsch was raided by Markvart von Aulitz's men?
You go ahead and celebrate, but don't drag me into it.
That was one hell of a blessing in disguise, my friend.
I wish Jonty the best of health then.
That was just a misunderstanding. Istvan Toth was behind it all. He was working for von Bergov as a spy.
You sit there so serenely as you tell me such things. Goodbye. I don't drink with strangers, because we are on different sides in this war, and we could just as well beat each other to a pulp, bailiff.
I arrived near the end. I saw it all with my own eyes. Did anyone else we know survive?
With what?
Istvan betrayed von Bergov, and I exposed him. Unfortunately, I had no time to explain before I had to vanish. Istvan had a lot of deaths on his conscience. He was a vile rat. A monster of a man.
You know my name? And you know where I'm from?
What are you talking about?
Well, congratulations are in order. What's his name? All right. May he grow strong.
I've no idea, but it's possible. I've ridden far and wide around these parts.
I don't remember seeing you before. And to Jonty's health.
If you really want to know, bailiff, von Bergov's a lying bastard who betrayed us. Where are you headed now? Where are you headed?
Where are you going? The truth is, he didn't fall out the window. I killed him. You're a little scary. You know that?
Fine then. Pour me a drink.
I think I'll be on my way.
I've been to Raborsch, but I was just... And your lord is still Otto von Bergov. We know each other, don't we? We met at Trotsky.
Thanks, but I'm not in the mood. What kind of brandy is this exactly?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What kind of work do you do? Time for what? And may you be healthy.
It sounds urgent. If you have to deal with it when the gravediggers barely buried the last of them. You're wounded. And I'd have no qualms about finishing off anyone who's as much of a traitor as your lord. But there's no sense in you taking needless risks for a lord who left your village full of widows and orphans.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever served before?
Hang on, I don't understand.
How did you save yourself?
Why are you telling me this? And not only us. The traitor has King Wenceslas imprisoned in Vienna.
No, sure. But I didn't do it out of the goodness of my heart. I trust my efforts will be suitably rewarded.
Haven't you seen what I can do with sharpened steel?
Quite adequate. If you should require the services of my sword again, do come and look me up.
Whew. That was a close shave.
Well, that's that.
About everything that happened here?
Well, that's not bad, to start with. It'll cover the fighting, but what value do you put on my discretion?
No, I don't know.
Stolen silver? I'm sure Sigismund would like to know who's stuffing their purse with the silver he so badly needs right now.
I might not know all the details of your deal with the miners, but I bet that some torture would make you own up to things you don't even know.
No, you're right. I wasn't thinking. That amount will do me just fine, thanks.
If I were to mention to them how bravely you undermined Sigismund, they'd be certain to reward you.
It's clear that King Wenceslas will have to appoint a new trustworthy mince master. And if I mention your name, I've taken more cuts and killed more knights than you've ever faced. And don't make me angry, fella, or you can say goodbye to your head. I am a born warrior, whose destiny is to protect the king. I'd say it's a great idea. My silence is definitely more valuable, and most of all, cheaper. Since it won't cost you your head. I wouldn't bet a wooden groschen on you lot. A merchant who sits behind a desk all day, and a few bruisers who mostly just stand around.
Oh, thanks. And next time, find someone else to write your letters.
I want more. I wrote the letter, delivered it, and parleyed. And fought here, too.
This could be to your benefit. I know lots of important people. Margrave Jobst, the king's servant, Sir Radzig. Glad to be of help, then. Take care. Do you think that's enough? All right.
Now to get out of here. Quick.
Can you make your own way home?
You killed him. But he let you go.
No, you're right. He had it coming. Of course.
He's been lying here for ages.
I'd rather have another look around here, to be on the safe side. Sorry, but I want to clear something up before we go. We can go. I'll go with you.
Well, maybe he did deserve it, but he was giving himself up. That was dishonourable.
Watch out for yourself. What?
It's a sword, isn't it? More or less.
No, you know full well what I need. I have to get to Samin's wedding.
I've got something for you, blacksmith.
I'd say it looks pretty much like a sword, eh? I have my reasons. And you don't need to know them.
Well, I'm working for you now.
So I think thanks. I was glad to help. But now there's something I need from you. Maybe I'll return to the forge another time. One day.
I'll need it. You didn't spare me one bit. You dance like a fairy, Dobravka. What if you keep squirming around? Hold on. I'll try again. I hope my shattered toes grow back together.
Gladly. I took quite a battering myself.
I'm honoured. Thank you, Lord Samin. Maybe nobody ever told you, but when you're dancing, you're supposed to step on the ground, not on your partner's feet. Never again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do you want it as a keepsake? I find that hard to believe. It looks like I won.
I'll get better. And one day I'll beat you. Aye, but you were better. We'll take you to Colleen. And there you'll have a proper funeral. Farewell, Sam. Rest in peace, Sam. Life itself, I'd say. Thank you, Tibor. I hope you're not too sad about losing. It was an honour, Tibor.
Excuses, gnarly. Nothing but excuses. It's not a big deal, right? It won't happen again.
This Latin phrase looks important. Otherwise it wouldn't be written in red, would it?
That should help me. Maybe next time. Well, this one lesson was enough for me.
I should try to find somebody who could translate it for me.
I nearly broke every bone in my body.
Fecit ordinem in region ope claviferae. Fecit ordinem in regione ope claviferae.
to bring order to the region with the help of an iron nail.
I understand. I'll go and challenge him. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. What can you tell me about him? What now?
I see you're on your feet. Are you feeling better?
Before I forget, I found your hat. Here it is. Let me try it again.
He won fair and square. He's better than me.
We'll see. Well, we'll see.
Now I need a drink to drown out the pain.
I understand. So, do you think I have what it takes?
You got your jewels, sir. At least we weren't bored, hey?
True.
I'll do my best. Thanks, Tomcat.
I'll do my best. Thanks. Let's get to it. I'll tend to my wounds and be right back.
Well, forgive this peasant, sir, for being floored by your nobility.
It was nothing. I've beaten stronger opponents.
I think I understand.
Yeah, you're right. He has nothing to be ashamed of. Who am I going to face next?
Well, everyone ends up in the shit sometimes. The important thing is not to drown in it.
That's too much information at once.
I was just unlucky.
That's too much information at once.
I'd rather you didn't call me a peasant. Show some respect, Sir Knight.
All right. I'll go and challenge him. Thank you, Gnarly. What can you tell me about your lord, Gnarly?
Damn it. I almost had you. I trust Zizka to know what he's doing. He knows the devil pretty well, by accident. It was thanks to Jan Zizka. It's a long story. But if you came to the devil's den, I'd tell you all about it over a beer. Glory to the victors, honour to the defeated. You'll get me back next time, sir. I don't know. I don't know him very well yet. No, I just wanted to say I'd like a rematch. He's a little quirky, but he's a good man deep down. Some people are born winners. It's been ages since I saw anyone throw so badly.
Oh, shit. How is that possible? What kind of dodgy dice are you using?
I didn't say anything. I haven't known him very long, but he doesn't inspire much confidence in me.
Oh, well, you were better, sir. That's all there is to it. What? That doesn't make any...
I'm sorry it turned so ugly.
Sounds... Yeah, looks like you found me out. So you better watch out for yourself around me.
I'm no warlock.
I've just had my fair share of fighting.
No, really. It wasn't fair on you.
What are you talking about? Your hero is sprawled in the mud over there. No, Yarda the Great is sprawled in the mud over there.
That was just a warning. Next time, be more careful who you mess with. I was just wondering if I walloped you a bit too hard.
And yet I'm the one still standing on my feet. You could put it that way. Find out what?
Right. Whatever.
Right. Whatever. And I never want to run into you two again.
That remains to be seen. Are you part of Cancra's band? That's enough. Get lost. If you're not, then you're useless to me. Again, do you know where Cancra's camp is? Is Cancra there? Oh, come on. What weapons do they have? How many of you are there? How are you people armed? You know, but you're not in his band. All right. So tell me, where can I find that camp?
Oh, that's all right. Keep it. Have you had enough? If my counting's not off, I owe you 2 more ass kickings. I've got half a mind to shove your face in all 3 of those shitters, but I reckon this'll do. And next time, be careful about who you make a fool of.
Everything is clear to me. Well, at least it's some kind of experience. What should I do? And don't forget the drawbridge and the secret passage. What about Rosa Ruthard? I hear she's in the tower with von Berghoff.
I saw it with my own eyes from the wall. The Pragas were in complete disarray. There was plenty of time for everyone in the village to hide before they attacked. I've been better, but I'll live. I'm sure you'll meet up when this is all over. I'm sure they made it to a safe place in time. I'm very sorry. I hope everything works itself out soon.
Nobody home. But maybe Pavlena was here.
All good. Are you still fighting sometimes? Well, are you still fighting, people? So how's it going? Are you all right? What happened? How come? Even if they didn't, the Praggers have no reason to just slay people. Unless they wanted to somehow extort us.
Sigismund won't miss it too much, will he? He'll steal some more anyway. You mean stole it?
True enough.
Just as I expected. Just like people say about you.
Well, good beer.
But I have a feeling I'm gonna hate myself in the morning.
Where'd you get it anyway?
The old hair of the dog. Nah, I reckon I shouldn't drink anymore.
All right, but just a small one. Someone should stay sober, just in case.
Oh, fuck. That's nasty. Ugh. I'm having trouble getting it down today.
All right, but just a small one. Rumour has it blacksmiths never get hammered, so try to keep up.
At Kuttenberg? Is he planning to conquer the city? But none of it is true, eh? Oh, well. All right, then.
What?
You think Sigismund will win, so you join the right side. How is Sigismund the right side? Great. That's just the kind I like. Don't try those games of yours on me. You love him. The Turks killed your parents. I didn't have much of a choice. This war of yours took my parents and my home. Well, you needn't concern yourself about that. Because I'll be starting with you. All right, let's say you're right. If so, I'm the stronger dog in this room. You're no judge of people. But I'm afraid your life will be over before this war is, so you won't get the chance to see how my father behaves. Where did you find that Eric of yours? Are you begging me? We've hardly got started, and you're already begging. What splendid advice! Be a whore and a traitor. How like you. It didn't quite work out for you, though. Von Berghoff didn't even know where you were holed up by murdering and plundering. Now, the world is full of people who lost everything. That doesn't mean they're all the same. Meaning? What meaning has it given me? Aye, in the same room with me about to kill you. You're old, fat, and weak. First I'll deal with you, and then your underling. Tell me one thing. Why? Why Zizka? Why von Berghoff? Why choose this life? Where on earth do you get the idea that we're the same? Why do you think that? Are you going to kill me? How? Right. So you're like me, Eric's like me, who else is like me? Otto von Berghoff? Sigismund? I never believed a word you said. There's no prison that can hold me, as you can see. I defeated Zizka in a duel, or when I saw you in the courtyard, there was something more to it. Found him. During a raid. So you made him an orphan. I think we've spoken enough about our so-called similarities. There was something I wanted to ask you before I end it with you. Fucks the bitches. I can take care of myself. It's you who should be worried. Who's been betrayed? Yeah, that's just stupid tough talk. We're in a castle. I'm sure I can find something. Oh, yeah. And what is it you suggest? Whatever meaning war gave to you, it gave me an entirely different one. I made it all the way here. And just so that I can kill you. Why the hell did you join Zizka? What message should I pass on to Eric when I'm slicing his belly open? I want to end it. Not get rich from it. I'm not like you. So, I'll give you a chance. It may surprise you, but I've no interest in your advice. You're just the first name in a long list. Mark von Aulitz, Otto von Berghoff. Well. I get the feeling you have something to tell me about the two of you. You speak about him like he was your son. Oh dear. The smile has frozen on your face. That's what I keep hearing. Oh, and why do you think, eh? And then what happened? And I won't forget your beloved Eric. Don't you worry.
There's one I'd like to borrow. An alchemist's cookbook.
I have no idea. The three of them conspired to get rid of Nickvard.
About that book,
Not yet. But I searched for Nickvard, and I have some clues. That's everything I needed to know. Aha! You've got a head on your shoulders. Thanks. Like the sort of mud that sticks to everything, causes ulcers, and tries to pull you down underground. Like a hairy terror with hooves, horns, and big nasty teeth. So I thought that you, as an educated man, might know. Like a horrible serpent that'll wrap its tail around you and suck out your soul. It's complicated between me and the gravedigger just now. He won't tell me anything.
where is Regina?
I just can't find him anywhere. Maybe he returned to the grave. I'm sorry. I've got nothing to tell you about the book. I came to tell you I managed to find Nick Vard. I've heard there are some interesting ideas in it. I'll have a talk with Nick Vard and find out what the problem is. A sand-coloured cover, embossed, about that lost alchemy book. A pig's face, warts all over, and a nasty smell coming from its mouth. First, I need to find the people who might have run into Nick Vard. Say, I heard some interesting books arrived here from Prague. I heard some interesting books from Prague have arrived at the castle. Well, it's still just a book. Paper and leather. I'll help you. I'll ask all three and see if they lead me to Nick Vard. Poisoned, exhausted, or both. Hard to say. Well, I changed my mind. You said that Nick Vard had a habit of carrying books everywhere with him. If that was the case with the alchemy one, for a nobleman, Nick Vard is quite wary of his own kind, speaking only to servants. I reckon those aren't the only three people that know him. Nick Vard isn't a real person. I reckon he must be a ghost haunting the castle. He's dead. I found him lying below the privy outside Trotsky Castle. I won't keep you any longer. Kinda like your mum. I hear there are demons causing trouble at the castle again. I thought there were more precious things. Like a human life? So's mine. When he wasn't shitting or writing notes to servants, he asked Hirsch to bring him something from beyond the castle walls. He lost something there. It looks like Nick Vard brewed some sort of potion from the book. Where at the castle does he live? Are there any places he frequents? Where is Bertha? You said Nick Vard is avoiding you. Are you alright?
Aye. Me.
Before I go, can you tell me where I can find those people in the castle?
Not yet.
Why would Nick Vard suddenly be avoiding you? Are you alright? It's possible it fell down the latrine while he was shitting by the training ground. And now it's lying somewhere on the cliffs beyond Trotsky. I'm of little importance when it comes to reading and spreading the ideas of the great scholars of Prague. I thought you had the book on you. But since you don't, I'm not going to go around looking for it. Where is Hirsch, the stable boy? The gravedigger should have one. Somewhere here. In the area. What do you think of all this? With regard to that book, would you know where to find a saltpeter pit? He told Regina it would restore his youth, but the potion didn't sit well with him. The price of such a book must be incalculable. People like Nick Vard are too dumb to understand. He must have spent a lot of time on the privy at the training grounds below the Crone. Bertha brewed a digestive potion for him, but it didn't work. Yes, I've already told him, so I just have to hope I run into him somewhere. This isn't about me. So I was wondering, where did you keep books here at Trotsky? And then he vanished without a trace. And where did you sort that alchemist cookbook? Every alchemist is in dogged pursuit of wisdom, especially those from Prague. Mind your own business. Laugh all you want. You won't be laughing long. Thanks for the fight. And what were we doing if not fighting?
Are you going back to Ruthar Palace?
You forgot about rescuing the lords. Vavat got out of the town. But in his house, I met Christian of Pisek, the steward of the Italian court.
Vavak has disappeared. I'll go and get ready.
That's all he told me. What exactly are we supposed to do in that cellar?
I understand. I'll go with you. Let's get out of here.
Rose has been insisting we rescue her father right from the start. That's the only reason she's helping us.
No reason to waste time.
I think so. He owes me. But he's afraid they'd know if he was involved. Can we go to Lorette's now?
All right. If you say so.
Is everyone going there? Who's going to the court through the cellar? Where are the others, anyway? Kubienka, Ada and Janosch.
Oh, you're cowards.
Let's ride out then.
Aye, I've got it. But it stinks a bit. You know what? I need to take care of something first. We'll meet at Ruthar Palace. Give me a moment. Who will pose as the legate's retinue? Should we be prepared for a fight? So, I'm back. How's it going? Have you got anything out of von Berghoff? All right, I'll go and sort something out. We'll meet at Ruthar Palace.
Excuse me?
What about Lorette's? Should we go? How are the preparations coming along? All right, let's get to work. What should we do during the council? Well, that didn't really work out. What are we going to do now? When he heard what we were up to, he said we were mad. According to him, we'll either get killed on the spot or end up on the gallows.
That's it. What use will we be there?
What will you lot do in the meantime?
Is this how you treat your allies? What about Martin Oderin? Does Godwin know you might leave his father there to rot? And once you get to us, we go and get Godwin?
What exactly do you intend to do with the church council?
Well, figuratively speaking, I could be risking my neck. So I could use a few good men who won't shit themselves when the going gets tough. I'm in trouble, and I need a bit of help. Good. Go in the direction of Horshan, and then turn towards Miskovitz. Find the hill with a mill on top.
I've been having my fair share of adventures. You call that interesting? Pretty bland, if you ask me. You call that interesting? Pretty bland, if you ask me. You call that interesting? Pretty bland, if you ask me. Well, I'm muddling through. It's not always been easy, but I'm still standing for now. I'll have to try that for myself. Thanks for telling me. I'll have to try that for myself. Thanks for telling me. I'll have to try that for myself. Thanks for telling me.
I can't wait.
I can't wait. Well, take care of yourself then. What are you doing here? I'm interested in how you started all this travelling. I'm more interested in hearing about you. A wayfarer like you must have a story or two to share. I'm more interested in hearing about you. A wayfarer like you must have a story or two to share. Tell me more. What else have you seen? Tell me more. What else have you seen? Tell me more. What else have you seen? Tell me more about yourself. So far, I know your name, and that's it. Well, I'm muddling through. It's not always easy, but I'm still standing for now. Well, I'm muddling through. It's not always easy, but I'm still standing for now. I've been having my fair share of adventures. What's brought you this way? What's brought you this way? Tell me about yourself. Have you come across anything interesting? And how'd you get by? Quest for what? Go on.
You can defend yourself. But how can a pooch know he has to? Did he bite him at least? Well, at least I know I don't have to hold back. People like Stanley should get their teeth bashed in every day. You don't have to do it, you know. What do you get out of being beaten time and again? If you can't handle him yourself, then ask someone for help, eh? You can't just sit there and take it. What does he do to you? Tobias goes drinking with you.
Has that ever happened to you? Getting lost underground?
That's true. That might do it. Why are you always picking on Tobias? Well, if you think that's fine entertainment, I'll stay out of it.
Aye. He was here on business and brought me along as help.
Find something better to do, and leave Tobias alone.
You won't scare me. I'm not a child, but I didn't see much. Martin met with a customer in the morning, and we drove back home in the evening. A long time ago. With Martin, and that was a long time ago.
You asked, so I answered. Well, there are heaps of stories about men. So I proposed one about a woman. All of the fighting and battles, the wild drinking and women. It was only a distraction. I don't even know. But I hope she's doing well. She deserves a better life. Did I ever tell you that you scare me a little sometimes? She died when the Praguers stormed Nebak Fortress. I wasn't there. I only heard about it. Life in poverty is far more susceptible to sin. Believe me. Well, that's all, I suppose. Can't think of any more. Only fools say that. Jilted half-wits who met girls smarter than themselves. That's my experience. There may be exceptions, but they only prove the rule. That's much more commendable than if she were only thinking of herself.
That's a very strange coincidence. The church is quite a long way from the core. If the tunnel has collapsed anywhere, we're out of luck.
I think above all that she should be clever. Now, there've already been enough heroes, saints, kings and martyrs. So an ordinary person, somebody wealthy, a nobleman or burgher. I don't know that sort of life myself. How about a priest or a vicar? That could be interesting. Am I spinning your head around? So, should I undress myself? Or will you help me with that? Well, that's what happened. She was interrogated by the Inquisition, and even though many people tried to prove her innocence, she didn't escape punishment. But a lady should not speak so. That's not how I meant it. If you want to write about it, don't let me dissuade you. So, shall we write? She cared for the wounded and the sick. She did everything to get them food and a place to sleep. She just tried to help people. Sometimes against their will, that's true. But she never would have hurt anyone. Self-centeredness. Just because someone is rich doesn't mean they have to show it to everyone. They give you work in the morning and rush you back to bed the moment the sun's down. Pray, piss and sleep. Over and over. We'd better think up something else. We'd better find a different subject.
Yes, I agree. Better not to try certain things.
You're told when to get up, when and what to eat, when to pray. Why do you make everything about yourself? I thought you wanted to write, not quarrel.
All right then. I'll try.
We'd better write about something else.
Waste? What kind?
I myself spent some time at the Sasau monastery among the monks, and it certainly was interesting. I wouldn't do it. I knew a girl who in good faith failed to watch her tongue, and she almost ended up badly. Yeah, something like that. But as soon as that was done, I hightailed it. A monk's life is truly not for me. Both. Well, fine. And what should I do? Exactly. She believed she was talking with the Virgin Mary, and that Mary had chosen her. Well, maybe I'll try something else. Aye, there's been plenty of that. Oh, do I? If you only knew Catherine, you'd be surprised. Well, suit yourself. I'll leave it up to you. Fine. I'll think of something else. Well, let's think about it some more. How could I not? After all, I'm looking at her. Well, it never hurts if a girl is pretty. Well, nobody's perfect. But in my opinion, you're certainly brave. Can't think of anybody. Let's change the subject. I dunno. Didn't you say I was to come as quickly as possible? Well, here I am. And I don't want to waste time. I won't pretend to be a saint. I've already snapped a few times and have a few mishaps on my conscience. Clara comes to mind. To the contrary. Clever girls are far more entertaining than dumb hens. Well, it sounded like that. You mean whether I've ever done something bad? Well, being a man myself... A man, I suppose. I had to track down a fella hiding among the novices. It was very important for me to find him before other people did. Well, it wasn't my idea, believe me. Maybe we should try something else. My heart beats for one, and one only. The Virgin Mary. He could make fun of people, but not know when to stop. I know many people with the same bad habit. He could be born with his foot in his mouth. I know many such. They blurt something out, and only then think about it. They thought he was odd, true enough. But otherwise he was popular. He was fair and helped his parishioners when he could. You mean I have to think up a name? They liked that he didn't pretend to be a saint, and would often drink with them evenings in the tavern.
Where exactly are the tunnels?
Their hypocrisy bothers me. I've yet to meet a priest who isn't hiding something. For herself. She can afford to be a little selfish for once. Make her brave for someone she loves. You know, evil sounds better to me. There are few enough happy endings in life, so I'd be for a happy end. Might as well let it end badly. That's the way of the world. Make him a villain. Real scum, like a murderer or a thief. Make him a do-gooder. But he can also have some bad traits to make it believable. Make them to be fools and wretches. You know the lives of the rich. I grew up in a village. We could combine them both in a story. Better for it to be serious. You never know who you'll offend with those jokes. What's this? The lady wants to be like Jan Hus, just younger and prettier.
What was the tunnel to the crypt used for?
I'm a warrior. Things like that are part of this life. I'm for good intentions. If we come up with an interesting woman, it would be a shame to write her as evil. Yes, that fits her. Only if she's too clever and thinks she knows everything. Oh, but they can. One chases women, another likes to drink, a third used to poach when he was young, and a fourth still does. She's tougher than half the men I know. When she gets mad, even demon spawn get goosebumps. Of course I know it's a person like me. But I can't think that way for long. And not at all in battle. Such as...
What exactly am I supposed to be looking for down there? What are we searching for?
I admire courage in girls. They're weaker than men, and life is rarely easy for them. But they still don't give up. I'd prefer to change the subject. I'd be in favour of love. A lot of people have died for that. Well, they sin there just like anywhere else. Monks drink wine all the time, play dice at night. Greed. Ne'er a groschen for any poor soul as long as I have the most. Grab what you can and fuck the rest. A girl through and through, but kind. She'd do anything for her people.
So I'll be knocking on the walls in the dark and looking to see if any is a different shade.
Maybe we'll find something better. Foolishness. Not even all the gold in the world can fix that.
What do you think? They took his parish from him, and he can be glad it wasn't worse. He even had a vicar snooping around for a while.
Well, I could tell tales for half the day. But it was quite an experience. A monastery is a world unto itself.
Thanks for the advice. Anything else I should know?
You haven't thought of anything yet? How about pride?
Tell me more about this mine gallery.
What about revenge? What if he were a bit of a womanizer? But a decent fella otherwise.
Well,
What else could come to mind with you standing here before me?
I'm going to go explore the underground passages that lead to the Italian court. Can you tell me more about them?
The poor. I'm just a yokel myself, so I'll stick with my own. I wanted to dedicate my life to our Lord.
I'll do my best.
I know a priest who fought in the war and can wield a sword to this day.
He trained with it every day in front of the church.
The rich. Having money doesn't immediately make a man a sinner. It doesn't hurt a rich man to be decent, because he always has food on the table and a roof over his head. Not at all. It can be used for all kinds of things. But you're not a hen, so you've still made out all right. But some monks were grateful for it, because otherwise they'd have nowhere to go.
Has anyone ever used it? What? Are you crazy? You can't climb such a height.
And then they lecture us in church about how to be God-fearing Christians. And if you heard how they gossip about each other, worse than old crones.
Samuel's people were hiding Liechtenstein, and we also took Malashov due to their coin. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't do something. Do you really believe our plan can succeed? Maybe not in Kuttenberg, but it's how we did it in Skalitz. No, but I don't want to leave Rosa and Catherine alone. With Brabant. Is he talking about Rosa? Do you also find it strange how quickly von Berghoff turned his coat and started helping us? We were running out of time. What would I gain by arguing with him then and there? A nobleman and a dung grubber, brothers? Impossible. Nothing happened. You have a very vivid imagination, Lord of Perkstein. If Sir Hanush saw you at Malashov, he'd be proud. I wasn't talking about Rosa. Well, I think we deserve at least a small share for risking our necks all this time, for all the good that did. What are you on about? Well, she wasn't complaining. Neither was I. But it was a bit strange. You can't really blame Sam. If you were in his place, you'd see red too. Someone like him. You know curiosity killed the cat. What are we going to use Sigismund Silva for? Maybe. All right. I slept with her. Happy now? What? Don't complain. No one ever taught me how to do it. Just grin and bear it, my lady. We're almost there. Just you wait. The real trouble will only erupt after we pull off that robbery. It's just a short way. Hang on. Now, she's pretty, but that's all there is to it. We were playing for time and our own lives. I thought you'd be the one to understand that. I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat. Can't you yell any louder? Some people at the other end of town might not have heard you. Oh, shut up. Give me a break. I was hoping you'd be coming with us in the morning. That's a shame. How does von Berghoff seem to you? He's not nearly as threatening now. What do you think of the deal with von Berghoff? And what if our plan fails? They're nobles too. The devil was our commander. He gave an order, so we followed it. No need. I was sure von Berghoff would surrender immediately, but it clearly made an impression on von Berghoff. But what would von Berghoff stand to gain if Sigismund returned to Hungary? I see. Why do I feel like that sounds a bit too easy? I tried to explain to the devil first, and when he didn't get it, we drew our swords. And he won. I don't have to justify myself before a prisoner, let alone Sigismund's lackey. You know how many of us there were. We had to lure some of the defenders out. Otherwise you would have crushed us before we even reached the walls. The devil gave the order. We just followed it. I thought people like you would abhor defection. First you have Ruthard imprisoned, and now you're helping his daughter. Why? If it was up to me, it wouldn't have happened. If I learned you laid one finger on her, you pretend to be the Lord of Lords, but had no qualms about taking a defenseless woman prisoner. You should be ashamed. I hope she's been treated well. As you say,
She is Ruthard's daughter and heiress. That's none of your business. You'll be nothing but a traitor to Sigismund and his people.
I keep wondering why a woman like you tags along with blokes like us. Is there something you don't like about the plan? Did you hear what was arranged with von Burgov?
Really?
This isn't right. I should stay here.
I'd like to hear it again.
I can't leave here just like that. No time for a walk now. I'm busy. I can't leave now. I have duties here.
We made it out by the skin of our teeth. But not everyone was so lucky. Si proprio un bacchiala. Fatta la legge, trovato l'ingano. O mangi la minestra, o salti dalla finestra. Sei proprio un baccalà. O mangio la minestra, o salto dalla finestra. Fate la legge, trovato l'ignano. Scusi, mi sono perso. Scusi, mi sono parzo. Repeat it once more. I'd like to hear that once more. I got to know the Ruthard family.
If the lord of the castle, Otto von Burgov, hadn't turned up at the last moment, my master would have hanged, and his uncle would have killed me with his own hands.
There was a matter I assisted them with, and now they've returned the favour. There may only be 2 of them, but they're still powerful and influential allies. I took a look round the mines, and even spoke to the steward at the Italian court. They suspect someone's helping himself to the mined silver. I served King Sigismund.
How's it going? I expect that's not very comfortable on your back.
Well, my first kill was accidental. A horse. But I soon got a lot better at it. But then we noticed this cannon. They aimed it right at the tower, and boom!
All right then. I'll try not to offend your linguistic sensibilities too much.
Well, it was touch and go for a while, but eventually they helped me. In fact, they took me to the very person I was looking for, and I worked up quite a sweat, I'll tell you. You've no idea how much meat and drink those aldermen can scoff. No, much further. He said he was from a place called Mali. The people there are dark-skinned, and they worship a different god. I was wrongly imprisoned, and they beat the living daylights out of me. I was looking for someone in Kuttenberg not long ago. It wasn't easy, since he was there undercover.
Can you teach me something in Italian?
I learnt how to shoot a hand cannon, and right away I got to use one in battle. No, I swear. We were sitting having a beer, but he never touched a drop. They wanted to execute my master at Trotsky. I did all I could to keep it from happening.
Molto grazio.
Molte grazie.
Could you please repeat that?
One more time, please?
One more time, please.
We lost everything, including the clothes on our backs. Then everyone took us for beggars and vagabonds. I won't go into all the ins and outs, but we escaped in the end. And the bastard who had us tortured got his comeuppance.
What did he do? What if I freed you?
What are we going to do now? I looked into it, and it seemed to me like it was someone who knew his stuff.
I was in Kuttenberg when the attack on the Jewish people erupted. The mob was running rampage. Looting, destroying, slaughtering.
I took part in the storming of a fortress. That was a tough grind, I tell you. But we won in the end. I met this scholar, a foreigner from a very distant land. I was at the wedding of the young lord of Semine. The wine flowed freely, there was dancing. Not long ago, I was on an important journey with my lord when we were ambushed. We only escaped by the skin of our teeth.
Buonasera, signore.
I defended a fortress in battle. We had to retreat to a tower and hope to party our way out.
Buonasera, signore.
I did? Seriously? I poured in wine while I was eavesdropping on a town council meeting, who forbids them to drink. And it all ended in a massive brawl.
What does that actually mean?
And my search took me into the Jewish quarter, among the people living there.
What is it you need?
What did you think of von Burgov's interrogation? Isn't it strange how von Burgov suddenly bends over backwards to help us?
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Christian of Pisek says the guards at the court are commanded by a native Italian. If he sees through our little ruse, that's the end for us.
Excuse me?
Can we leave now? Where did you learn Italian anyway? How are you looking forward to parleying with the legate? Have you brushed up on your Italian? You're not planning on drinking before you meet him, are you? You've lived through more battles than I have. What do you think about Malashov?
How did he end up? Will the legate be able to understand you at all?
Vabak's guards wear his crest. A golden 5-petaled rose on a blue field. Get out of my way. I'm coming in. Come clean. Whose back are you watching? Some thieves. I'm telling you, don't fuck with me and get your arse away from the door. And take your pal with you. What are you on about?
I can clearly see you two aren't Vavak's men. I know Vavak, and I know the Mint Master rather well. I have an important meeting with him. Says me. Are you just deaf or completely thick too? You'd better scram before Ulrich sends his guards after you. Me. And if that's not enough for you, call your master. He'll straighten you out. I've never seen your dumb faces in his entourage, so I get the feeling you have no business being here. Christian of Pisek. I know him. If he's here, I want to talk to him.
We better try our damnedest then. When everything's at stake, I reckon I'd better leave that decision to others. I have other things to worry about. I'm sure they earn their share. Lady Rosa seemed right at home during von Burgov's interrogation. If we have a chance to raise an army against Sigismund, we should spend the whole lot on it.
No Leshy, just a dog.
So you're the one howling like mad. Hey, why are you howling so much? There they are, Mutt. That's it. Good boy. You got their scent? A whole camp full of them. You're lucky I was passing by. I just so happened to be a blacksmith. A long way up. That arsehole flew for a long time.
Hitting a hare at 30 paces. That's some serious marksmanship. I'm not sure I could do it. Of course. You can trust me. So, how are you doing?
I was just wondering if you had everything you needed, and so on.
Perhaps you could teach me a few tricks.
I understand. I didn't want to upset you.
Well, you've no one to blame but yourself for fucking up. And you should be grateful I'm giving you a chance to run while you can. Because of him. You know what? Keep it. I want nothing from you. I'll take it. Really? Why? So that you can explain to me why you played such a dirty trick on me? We already talked about that once, and it led nowhere. Well, that's up to you. So it was just the coin you were after. Did you seriously think you'd get away with it? You wanted to ask for her hand? Even though he'd already promised her to Pivets. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. And how did it turn out with Pivets? You really don't need to, Pavel. Don't mention it, Pavel. Although at first I wasn't sure about your intentions with those items. But now that I see you, I'm not saying that, but I'm sure someone would help you out. You tell me. You weren't expecting to see me again so soon, were you? I'm curious what you'll surprise me with next. Now you know what it feels like when someone betrays you. What a shame I missed that. Well, then why the fuck didn't you? Why did you disappear? Why did you steal those things? Christ's sake. This way you've lost Ursula completely. Well, rather than paying me back, how about settling your debt to the Visoka villagers? I swear, you told me that you were going to plant the stuff on Pivets and that everything would be returned afterwards. Because you tricked me. Because you're a thief, Pavel. Because I wanted to see how you ended up. If you really started a new life, why didn't you ask for a coin? So why did you ask me to steal those things? Why didn't you tell me you'd changed your mind? Why didn't you stop me? I'll tell the captain where to find you.
Paul?
Really? Why? Right, I won't say a word to anyone about this. I'll let you go if you pay me. I won't say a word. On account of the reward I'm going to get for you. You look like you're doing all right for yourself. As if I had a choice in the matter. First you cornered me, then got me up against the wall. When did you change your mind? I'll have to think it over. The Suchdol captain is looking for you, and he sent me to find you. I'd give you coin. You only had to ask. It never had to go this far. What am I to do with you now? The captain at Suchdol is looking for you. I'll think of something. Maybe that you went to Prague. But then what? But I'd have returned those things. No, I will actually. And what did he say to you? What a strange helm. How in the world did it get here? There must be a reason. Maybe I should stop by Troskowitz. The local scribe might know more about it. Brunswick's helm. I have it. Brunswick's helm. What's it doing here?
These must be from a 12-pointer.
That's rank. Ugh.
Like that nasty kind of mud that sticks to everything. Causes ulcers and tries to pull you underground. They're these awful hairy things with horns and hooves and big nasty teeth. They look like serpents with black scales. Hopefully I won't miss any of them. All black as coal and smelling of despair. I came to tell you I sprinkled all the fireplaces in the second part of the castle. I heard I'm supposed to pour some kind of special water. Bertha told me the demons are likely to be coming from here, under the Maiden. All right then. I wasn't so lucky. Let me guess. I'll find all the fireplaces on the western side of the castle and pour water on them. Maybe it's just a stray dog or a cat.
Aye, that sounds terrible.
The Chamberlain wants this resolved as soon as possible. The Chamberlain said you know something about the demons haunting the castle. Where should I start looking? Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. They can wrap their slimy tails around you and then suck the soul out of you with their snouts. All right. Where can I find the fireplaces? What would demons want here anyway?
The devil never sleeps.
I'm going to have to go around fireplaces and sprinkle 9 drops of water on them. Like when you burn cracklings. All right. But what am I supposed to do about them?
Sorry, but how can I say, I need some more iron and charcoal. It's not easy to forge the sword.
How about we fight some more? What about another brawl? Come on. Let's fight some more. What about one more fight? I'm itching to fight again. Let's go. How about we fight again?
Nonsense. A swollen god blabbers less. You should try it yourself sometime. While I'll be fresh as a daisy.
Outside Trotsky beneath the privies. Below the crone. I'll tell him. I'll get you next time, though.
But one day the tables will turn. You'll see.
You're full of surprises yourself. Not even Pa swore as much when he whacked his knee with his blacksmith's hammer. What are you blathering about?
You've nothing more to say?
I've seen better days. But I'll survive.
Don't worry. Steal a sword? That sounds like something a spy would do.
You probably don't remember me, but I was in Gules's camp with Lord Semine. You're Franzi, right?
You'd rather keep things to yourself, eh? I'd rather skip the wager. I'm not going to pay you that much.
That would mean a lot to you, wouldn't it?
It's nothing. Let's fight. That's for Anna. And if I ever hear you touched her again, I'll use my steel instead of my fists. That's all.
That's all. Don't you think you owe me something?
So you're the toughest one here.
I see you managed to wriggle out of things.
So you rather let yourself get beaten up? So, tell me about Nickvard. Tell me what you want from me then.
Anyway, I'll be going then.
What about Nickvard then? So then, did that convince you I'm no spy? Here it is.
I've heard you have some mean old mutt around here.
Take care, dumbarse.
Listen, Hirsch. Sacra. I can't afford it right now. Fist fight? How come?
Aye. You did.
You mean the very first time? I'd like to. Oh, give it over. I'll think of a way to convince you.
Sorry. I let myself get carried away.
Why did you start with all this brawling? I'd love to try these bouts of yours. Shall we? I just came to tell you I found Nickvard.
I put in a good word for the pair of you.
I'm looking for Nickvard. The scribe told me you might know something about him. I hear the hands spend their free time beating the shit out of each other. Can I have a go? I need to know more about what Nickvard asked you to do. Well, ready to brawl? I want to fight you. Everything's arranged. So come on. Let's fight. Wait, you never said anything about a wager.
Keep your money. I want to win it fair and square.
I'll be happy to give you coin.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
About Nickvard, don't you worry about me. Well, shall we?
Maybe you hid away some loot?
Yeah, a painful lesson though. Well, I've been better, but I'll survive.
Most likely the latter. I think angels have better folk to look out for.
Would you mind explaining the rules once again?
That's none of your concern. I'll get you next time. I'll put you down next time. You'll see.
But I don't have that much on me. I don't. I'm not. You wanted a sword? So look at what I got for you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I left you more than enough for next time.
Don't cry. If you're dumb enough to think I'd let you win, you deserve to get your ass kicked.
Don't worry. I know all I need to. Don't you worry. I can hammer you without any of that. Crazel. Why's that? No. Nickvard is dead. He overestimated his strength when he set out to do it himself.
I found a crossbow here. You've got the luck of the devil.
You think? You really swept the floor with me.
But I still lost. You think so? You mainly appear to be devoted to idling. Shouldn't you be carrying sacks like the others?
Maybe you should be locked up.
Still, it's odd that the miller trained you like that. Don't you think? The miller said I could wrestle with you. Sword? You're right. Let's leave it for another day. Here you go. What's the purpose of that pen? I see you're not grazing livestock there. You all right?
You all right?
I am. Yeah. Here's the coin. Yeah, I've already spoken to him. I can join you any time I want. Just you wait. One day you'll be laughing on the other side of your face. Just don't let it get to your head. I'll beat you someday. You'll see.
What funny stuff? What task? What sword? What do you mean, forgot?
If you say so. Here's the coin. I'm not afraid of a few bruises, but I don't want to wager.
Well, I just wanted to tell you.
All right. Thanks for the fight. Thanks for the fight. Thanks. Well, I had no idea a few blows would deck you. You really shouldn't be fighting with a chin like that. Thanks for the fight. Thanks. Just you wait. I'll hammer the lot of you soon enough. Thank you, but I'm not interested. I'll gladly give you some groschen to buy your own sword.
What in God's name are you doing here? I thought you'd end up in a noose.
What's happened, happened. I understand, sure. Just tell me what you want, and let's not delay. No. Nothing to worry about. But I don't want to wager, and I thought I was starting to get the hang of it.
Does the miller know about this?
And who takes part in these bouts?
And how do these fights work?
I'm saving your life. I found you here dying of poisoning. Probably belladonna. It was howling so much the locals thought the place was haunted.
Or maybe you lost it when you poisoned yourself. God knows how long you were delirious before I found you.
That's for you to decide. You got yourself into shit pretty quick.
That's all right. I was happy to help.
There's no need for that. I didn't do it for a reward. It wasn't me.
Right now? You just escaped death by the skin of your teeth.
I agree. This life isn't for everyone, believe me. So you're finally awake. If that's the case, I reckon I could learn a lot from you. You should be thanking your dog. It led me to you. I won't turn down a reward. Well, I won't lie. I took it from you.
Don't give up so easily. If you want to live a life of adventure, you can't avoid danger. But it's worth it.
I probably wasn't the first to find you. Maybe it was one of the villagers. Maybe I could learn something from you. Damn. All right. I took it. Henry of Skalitz. Henry of Rattay.
If you're a burgher, and an esteemed one at that, as you put it yourself, you must be educated. Just next time, don't eat the first berries you see.
I'm Henry.
Thanks. I was happy to help.
What are you even doing here? Maybe they saw you at death's door and figured you wouldn't need the silver anymore. Yes. You should never eat them again. Whatever your decision will be, good luck. So how long have you been on the road? Are you a good swordsman? Surely there's a sword fighting academy in Colleen. Sometimes. For the girls, mainly.
Actually, there is something I'd like to ask about. Do you know why they wanted to hurt you? I know you're expecting Roman's child. That's all I need to know. Yeah. I'll be glad to help you.
You grew up here?
Well, those don't come cheap.
That won't be easy, I reckon. The first part, especially. So I can count on you.
You're lucky you didn't turn out to be Captain Knob. I'd eat and drink my fill and check out the local maidens. I'll get going then. What about Lord Semine? What's he like?
Roman's friend Dushko told me.
There's a couple more things I'd like to ask about smithing.
Why not? Why don't you want her to know?
Why should I forge evenly?
Tell me something about Roman. What was he like?
Actually, that's what I was expecting. How would I ride otherwise?
Are you really expecting a child? And is Roman the father?
Sounds almost too good to be true.
Well, I heard Lord von Burgov will be at the wedding, and I need to speak with him.
Yeah, I did. I can't promise you that. Bozhena ought to know, don't worry. I won't breathe a word to anyone.
I beg your pardon, Captain, but that's what most fellas go to weddings for.
Are you all right? You're not hurt?
Oh, I'm not asking you to criticise him.
No, that's all. But we should get going.
No, that's not how I meant it.
No, I just meant, what exactly is it you do for Lord Semine? And your name isn't exactly very common. I figured I'd just run along behind you. You've got a stud farm here, don't you? Couldn't I borrow one of your horses?
Can I ask you something, Captain?
Looks more like a half-built goat shed.
And you, sir? What is it you do?
Where can I find the entrance to this shaft? Where can I find that alehouse?
What good does it do me to whistle while I work?
All right. A church can't be hard to spot.
Only they're from Moravia.
so they're never far from the booze.
Well, not to catch lice on the way to the bath, maybe?
Will you join our attack on Malashov?
How come it's so run down? How come?
What does your standard actually look like?
How did you come to have a bathhouse? It can't be that easy.
How will I know it's finished? How do I know a good strike from a bad one? What's the right way to heat up the workpiece?
How did you get here?
I know. You don't have to say any more.
I don't know.
But even if I go with you, there's no guarantee we'll find them.
Yeah? I go to bathe and get my dirty clothes washed.
Well, that's a serious thing. I don't know if you're up to the task by yourself, mate.
It sounds quite dangerous. Wouldn't it be better if I stayed in the kitchen, here? I think I smell cakes.
All right, then.
All right. I'll take care of your fash for you. But it'll cost you some chink.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks. That's all I need to know. Thanks. I'll be careful. Are there any other bathhouses in the city?
This Yurko and his maze. Who are they?
What do you plan to do with the bathhouse now?
What exactly happened? How did Roman die?
How about von Burgov? What's he like?
What is this place? What does the head wench do?
I'd like to go and see that wedding.
He was just getting rid of the competition, eh?
We should probably get going. That's all you know?
And then listen to an angry Catherine, right?
Shut up! Shut up!
You don't know anything about it, of not being firmly in charge for once. You have to dance to someone else's tune. And that terrifies you.
Now that's enough! You're not my confessor!
Don't try that tough talk on me. You're afraid, aren't you? I'd never have thought it'd be so easy. Getting revenge on you, I mean. First Istvan Toth, now you. And tomorrow, I reckon it just depends on your point of view. A common murderer can see himself as a warrior, and a warrior can be seen by others as a murderer.
Go to hell!
I hope it's not too comfortable for you here. Just say the word and I'll arrange it so you can sleep down in the cellars.
That's enough. You still have your head on your shoulders, so don't try to get inside mine.
Would you like to know how Istvan died? What it sounded like when he fell out of that window and got smashed on the rocks below the tower. You want to buy your safety by snitching on your own allies? I remember that. A warrior fights with honor. Unlike a murderer. Outside. The battle's over. My name's Henry. I came with your brother to rescue you. A little bloody, but alive, yes.
Don't mention it.
Miroslav of Zimberg.
I'm Henry. The Voivod sent me to rescue you.
Don't think so. A thief, more like. I'm looking for this vagabond. Goes by the name of Goatskin.
A big fish. Shut up and take me to him. I've got a message from Gules.
Where can I find Handsome Charlie?
If you lead me to him, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble. Believe me, it'll be better this way.
Well, are you still going to tell me you don't have anything for my lord?
I treated your wounds. The best thing you can do now is get some sleep. Let's try this. I'll have to find something else. Let's get to it. I'm going to treat you.
Maybe it's for the best that you're sleeping. At least you hold still.
I'll try to treat you. I'll try to find some liquor somewhere. This decoction should do the trick.
I'll lift his head up a little so he doesn't choke.
Drink this slowly. It'll help you.
Damn it. Keeps coming undone.
You're going to have to hold it.
I can't tie it properly. This'll have to do. Damn it. How am I supposed to tie it off? I'll just tighten it up a bit here, and we're done. Damned fever. He didn't even wake up. The poor bloke's at death's door.
I'll clean that wound on your side, otherwise it'll fester. I'll clean that wound for you.
It's full of pus.
There's just one thing for this.
Some good spirits.
This will sting a bit. That won't fester anymore. And I reckon his fever will break soon enough. I cleaned and dressed your wounds, but you have a concussion.
I did everything I could. You still haven't woken up, eh?
I'll treat your wounds. I'll just make a few quick stitches. That's it.
The best way to cauterize the wound is with gunpowder.
This is going to sting a bit.
I'll just pour a little right on the wound.
This'll have to do.
This should help him. I just have to make him take it.
This will put you back on your feet. Guaranteed. This should clean the wound.
Good. That's that. And that takes care of the bandaging.
Sleep it off then. I reckon that couldn't hurt.
Let's have a look at you. Another knot here. I don't know. I'm no tailor.
I'll just wrap it around here.
and tie it up here. There. I'll wrap it up like this and tie it up here. I'll just tighten it a little here. There we are. Here's something to drink. I'll have to sew up that wound on your chest.
Ah, damn it. Stop squirming around, Zverk. I'm trying to concentrate.
Oh, sacra. I might have used too much gunpowder. I need some water or spirits. This should help the swelling go down. I treated you the best I could. I did all I can do. I'll bind that ankle of yours and bandage your chest. I have to change his bandage. I'm going to dress your wound. All right. Water will have to do.
Stop your griping and hold still. Don't worry. I'll just rub it in. Finished. That should hold.
Tie it off. There. That should do it.
I reckon that looks good.
I'll try something else. The wound is clean and freshly dressed. I reckon his fever will break soon enough.
I cleaned and bandaged it for you, but there's something wrong with your head, so be careful.
The burn should seal up the wound so it doesn't fester. At any rate, the wound's cauterized. It won't be festering now. Well, that's all I can do. Anyhow, a prayer can't hurt, Mark.
Aye.
Gangrene is pretty bad. And I'll tie it off here. Well, it's better than nothing, isn't it? One more loop here. Cut it off here. There. That should do it. If only I had a bandage. Damn it. I'll try and have a look around for something. But I'll have to find some first. But I don't have any more bandages. But I need the right potion. One more knot. There we go. But I don't have any on me at the moment. If only I had one, that is. Only I don't have a needle and thread. Only I don't have anything to do it with. This'll have to do. Only I don't have anything to use. I just can't let him choke on it. It's strong, but it'll help you. Well, that's that. All right. That's all, Zverk. I reckon we're done here. Well, that's the dressing done. Now for the rest. Tear it off, tie it up, and we're done. That looks good. All done. Now just don't make any sudden movements, Zverk. Finished. It's as good as it'll get. You didn't drink much and fell back asleep. Oh well, what can you do? You're talking nonsense. But hopefully the treatment will work. You're spouting nonsense. But that's the concussion talking. Hopefully it'll wear off soon. All right. This should help. The main thing is that it does what it's supposed to. All right. I'll clean it with spirits.
I'll give you something to drink. I'll give you a bit of liquor.
You'll soon be better, God willing.
I'll rub some of this decoction on your ankle. I could use some sort of potion.
I could use a potion for that fever.
Oh, Christ. Oh, what a stench.
But I don't have anything better than this. This'll do. I reckon you could use something stronger. And now to light it.
Right. I'm going to see if I can find that Chenyek. And where can I find this Chenyek? I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin.
And who's he?
Could you tell me more about this Chenyek? You lured me out of the fortress and detained me so I couldn't easily go back, eh?
That's a good start.
So, you were ordered to do it? I should have known.
I'll gladly do anything you need. Just tell me. I'm sorry, Clara. I'm just trying to make myself useful.
Now, hold on. Don't get upset.
I know a bit about potions, and I've seen my fair share of serious injuries.
I don't know what to think about all this. You got me to tell you all about knights, bring you flowers, and... You tricked me last time.
What are their names?
I wanted to help you. And you lied to my face.
All right. Let's just forget about it. I don't want to argue. I don't know much about healing, unfortunately.
Now I really feel like a fool. I'm interested in that recent funeral of the rich mine owner, Hanneman Rott.
You killed for money, didn't you? I heard you had a wife.
How did you get your tavern?
You killed your wife and robbed merchants. Fine. We'll let it be, Gravedigger.
What do you know about the Cumans? Have they done anything to you?
Your wife died during the wedding.
Those ones there. I spoke to the Cumans. They want some bread and sausage.
How's life, Bakervets? The bailiff will punish you. You'll probably swing. So talk.
Well, they say they do. They promise to pay for everything.
There have been a few saints here. Like Mary Magdalene, right? I found proof that you make charms from the dead. So I'm warning you, speak the truth. Perhaps nobody's even supposed to know about that murder, eh? You should have taken better care of this seal. Somebody looted that tomb, and I think you know something about it. I have evidence that you robbed that tomb, Lenek. Good name for a tavern. Do you buy indulgences? Exactly. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to make that much money, honestly, in my entire life. Relax. Calm down. I just need the seal. I won't report it to anyone, I promise. Thanks. Now we're settled. But this must remain between the two of us. Got it? What did you do before you opened the tavern? I want to ask you about that tomb. And you don't know anything about the looting of the tomb? If I leave, Ignatius will go without me. I'm too far from Ignatius. Ignatius will leave without me if I run off from him. I should get back, so he doesn't leave without me.
Hold up, rub more oil on knees.
Do you know your wife is looking for you? I'll see what I can do. You just stay here and don't budge. Your wife, for heaven's sake.
Singing, shagging, singing, shag. Barking out he'd take nap yet.
All right. I'm going already. Any news?
Oh, well. What do we do with you now? Stop shouting, for God's sake. Oh, shut up and eat.
Minion heave-ho, amber, egg.
Here you go. Well, don't drink if you can't handle it.
So do I.
Go home, Dobravka. You're drunk.
I ducky now shake its egg.
Hi. I bet you had a hand in that, eh?
Meat? What meat?
Elves all hate to hit a cat. Care my king, shield not green ox.
What the hell is this? Were you drinking while you were on watch?
I like sheer barbarian luck.
Good God, how am I supposed to help you get back on your feet? What, me?
Aren't you here a bit early? I just lay down. Oh, Christ. I'm coming.
Oh, Christ. Look at the state of you, gamekeeper. Where can I spend the night? Where can I spend the night?
I just forgot. I've got other work too. What was I supposed to do with Basan's sword?
Lord Semin, I'd like to apologise for ruining the wedding. I'm really sorry. I apologise. I'm so sorry I ruined the wedding like that. But I already apologised to her. I'm not going anywhere. Make me. What do you want?
Once again, I have to refer to Galen and his wisdom. Could it be pepper?
Ginger. It's missing ginger.
Excellent. Haha, but of course. The main thing is what suits your palate, Goodman. And you're treating me to this wine. You're a real Samaritan. And like it says in the Bible, you give drink to the thirsty. Well, in that case, I couldn't tell you. Definitely Vinsanto. A sacred wine. It's a straw wine from Tuscany. But it's still dry, and they say it works miracles. Definitely. God be with you. Oof. Rather bitter. Your sword. It's excellent. But otherwise, I don't really know what to say.
That's really not necessary.
Don't tell me you don't have a drop of anything local that would be worth trying.
So what is the secret?
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed, but I think they chose the food well. Well, it's not easy, Goodman. You pour me such excellent wines with such overwhelming taste that I'm at a loss for words. Oh, that's just a saying we have. A sort of play on words. That's very kind of you. Well, that's very unusual. Fruit, fish, and red wine. Maybe it's some sort of Hungarian custom. I wouldn't do that if I were you. That they do. I spent some time in England as well. You know how it is. Such an excellent wine. An invitation I can't refuse. Thank you to your grandfather and his contribution to advancing the knowledge of medicine. So, what's next? What shall we have next? What shall we drink next, Goodman? What's next, Goodman? I have to refer to Galen and his wisdom. Bring it on. This is no time for weak wine. I'd say Sauvignon. Sangiovese. Jupiter's blood. Fish and fruit are foods with a cold essence. I'd have to say Vino Greco. I'd be happy to, but if you'll excuse me, I have to take care of something first. For that reason, they should all be balanced out with a warm wine, which this exquisite Hungarian surely is, because it's sweet and strong. It has a sort of rectangular body and a light taste of something. Ah, true. Good health. I reckon it's not missing anything. According to Galen, it's not right to give the sick and elderly cold wine. Pinot, I expect. The best is the papal vineyard in Avignon. Goodman Havel. May I? Don't you want to drink some more? It'll be on me. Havel, the owner of the local inn, I assume?
Oh my God. Older. You made it.
From you, Goodman. Anything. Pour away.
All right, but the colour. It's not blue at all, more of a purple. That doesn't seem right.
A real monastery secret.
What should we drink next? And isn't it?
Well, the English, they have no taste.
What have I done to offend you?
Oh, I've never drunk ink.
Would you recommend it?
Well, it's not so much about the sun. According to Galen, fruit is cold by nature because blood has never flowed through it. A strong and sweet red that ripened on a sunny southern hillside.
Actually, you know what? Don't tell me anything.
No, I don't believe so.
But I'd like to speak to you.
A bit bitter for my tastes. But you said it's a young Blaufränkisch.
Riesling, I think.
I have to admit, I haven't had much Hungarian wine, but maybe I should change that.
Maybe anise?
My thoughts exactly.
You're right. The taste isn't the best. And it's flavoured with something, isn't it? Honey, maybe? Or some sort of spice? I did a lot of travelling in Italy. From north to south. I travelled around France, Saxony, Bavaria, and so on. The German states, basically.
How so? I enjoyed your company a lot too. Nevertheless, I won't keep you, Goodman, and I'll bid you farewell. Very strong. Matured in an oak barrel, undoubtedly.
Hints of vanilla. That's uncommon. And I have to say, that greenish spring colour is perfect. Malvasia, I think.
I don't have much of an opinion on it.
Interesting. There's no trace of any flavour that shouldn't be there.
Very good and very red.
Besides that, it has a sort of raised taste at the end of the tongue.
Very good.
Very nice. I'd say it's mint.
A good Hippocras.
Well spiced, but it's so strong I can't even recognise your special ingredient.
Well, it's hard to come up with something off the top of my head, but I do enjoy this variety.
It's hard to explain, but it really is very red. I don't know. I'd say it's made with love?
Very well. Some other time, then.
Really? I've never heard of such a thing.
Anything from the Steinberger vineyard in Eberbach Abbey. It's the largest vineyard in the Holy Empire.
What are you doing here?
Sometimes the less you know, the better. Chardonnay. Definitely.
Bordeaux claret.
Good luck, Older. My greetings to all. You may be right, but I've had a lot to drink this evening. So what's the secret?
I'd say Gewürztraminer.
Yes. Galen and other scholars share similar opinions. Yes. A fine vintage. But otherwise, I don't have much of an opinion about this one.
But it's missing some kick. I reckon your cook forgot to add something.
Come now. Work can wait.
Enjoy life a little.
Certainly. The better ones will go straight to our heads. And I'll admit, I do like it from time to time.
But there is something to it. Something I don't recognise.
Forgive me. I've never heard of such a wine.
Why is it called Secret?
It might have gone to my head and I don't know what I'm saying.
What happened to him? Is that the secret? So now the style is similar to Burgundy, but a lot more refined and complex, while Burgundy is mainly drunk by... How about something local? I noticed there were vineyards in Kuttenberg.
I was sitting in the Troskowitz Tavern the night it happened.
How does someone steal a pasture, anyway? I reckon they'll be guarding the maypole, eh?
Have one of your farmhands do that. I don't have the time.
I reckon he's still throwing up. Are you serious?
That sounds stupid.
That's pretty high up, isn't it?
There isn't one.
I also trampled their laundry, like you mentioned. I'm done with the sheep.
So I poured a bit for him from my own water skin. Oh, shut up, old man. No one can understand a word you say anyway.
Well, the Takovites just worked out a better deal for themselves. That's all. I'm trying to tell you, whoever has it out for Arnestek is long gone. I'm sure he's very happy you caught the wrong person. I was passing by and heard some odd noises from the buyer, so I went to check it out. I was passing by and noticed that fine bull of yours had no water in its trough.
I'll steal their maypole and bring it to you.
Oh, you must have mistook me for someone else. You told me to come by, that you had some work for me. Why don't you like the Takovites? Why do they look down on you? Do you want me to help with them? Look at me.
Do you really think I spend my evenings painting on other people's cattle?
Look at me. Do you really think I'm the sort that goes around painting on other people's cattle? That's a beautiful bull you've got there. Don't you pay as well?
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
Well, not totally.
That's all I can manage. I hope it's enough. Aye, that's a tricky situation. Of course. That makes sense. All right. But how did they steal it from you? I'm not from around here. If it was me, your men would have recognised me right away, wouldn't they?
No, wait, that's a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to take a look at the bull.
Hold on, this is just a misunderstanding.
I didn't do anything wrong. But then I tripped and knocked a bucket off a shelf in the byre. And here we are. Poor Arnesteck.
I might be able to help. But first, I want to know what this is about. You're having trouble with the Takovites? Right you are. Those Takovites are a bunch of stuck-up idiots.
Beautiful animal, that bull of yours. There aren't many like it.
I see you're not exactly in a good mood. If you say so. Well, that doesn't sound like a joke. More like a stupid kid's game. I'm a bit old for things like that.
Aye, I confess.
It was me. Aye, you're right. I remember we used to do the same back where I'm from. Of course, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You can count on me. Aye, I hear you.
Oh, come on. I'm sure that's not true.
About the tack-off maypole.
I was walking by and I heard a strange mooing coming from the byre, so I looked inside and saw this.
So all I have to do is take their maypole and bring it to you. All right, I'll be careful. Thanks, all right. Climbing up there should be no problem. Sure. If there's something bothering you, I'd be happy to help. What do you mean? Well, I scattered their sheep like you wanted. Do you have any idea how I'm actually supposed to steal it? How are things going here?
You want to do what to him?
I don't know. I reckon I've grown out of this sort of thing. I changed my mind, Olbram. I'll help you with the Takovites.
Oh, you don't need me for this, do you?
Just send one of your farmhands.
They beat you up under the tree. Why would they do that?
Thanks, Olbram. What do you want me to do? To get payback for your bull? What exactly do you need me to do? I reckon he guards him quite closely, eh? Alshik ran like the wind after I slipped him that specialty of yours. Why not? I could use a good laugh.
But when I arrived, there was no one there. Only there was a strange little bottle by the trough.
Can anything be done about it? Can't you make some kind of agreement? Did you take your pasture dispute to Lord Bombergov?
Not yet. I reckon there's still time enough for that. You could try at the inn itself. Try taking a good look around. A satchel like that is hard to hide under your clothes. All right. I'll pray and repent and trust in the salvation of my immortal soul. We'll see. What are you looking for? Give it back right now! Give that back! Give that back right now! Give that back! Aye. Herbs can work wonders. All it took was one decoction. What should I do? So you're some kind of jeweler? Really? That's the Italian quarter. What do you want from me? Do you think someone took it? I don't know. Probably not, all things considered. Good luck. Same to you. I hope you find that tavern. God be with you too. You too. And watch your step if you want to get home in one piece. A moment's distraction is all it takes. Someone must have filched it from you. A man should be fearless, prepared, and tough enough to cope with anything. Well, that's really something. Congratulations. That's the way of the world today, isn't it? Something like that. I seek to find peaceful solutions, so that as many people as possible can benefit from them. But mostly me, of course. What's his name? If you were feeling dizzy, maybe you put it down somewhere else. I reckon it's in the cobbler quarter. Have you tried there? Maybe someone saw the satchel abandoned and just hid it somewhere so that nobody would steal it. Is that why you got blind drunk? Well, I'm quite unremarkable. I'd say I'm just an ordinary bloke. I don't have time to talk to you. Sorry, I don't have time to look for your satchel. I really don't have time for such questions. I'm sorry, but I don't really care. Sorry, but I won't tell you that. It's none of your business. Look, you made a mistake. The satchel's gone, and that's that. Just accept it. All right. Whatever you think's best. No matter. You're happy. And that's fine. Why wouldn't I be? Think nothing of it. I don't have time. If someone took it, they can't be far. You might still catch up with them, but there's no time to lose. I hope it works. Once you've eaten there, I'm sure they'll let you have a bed for the night. You're in luck. That's exactly where it is. Most folks pray, but no one claims to be on some sort of mysterious path. Try asking the folk around here. They may have seen something. Now drink yourself under the table and you can sleep there too. You'll be conked till morning. Perhaps. Who knows? But I haven't heard anything to make me think so. Sorry, but that sounds like complete nonsense to me. When you're desperate for a shit, you can't think straight. We've all been there. I'm sorry. I've no idea. All right. And what's your name? Yes, something like that. Don't you understand? I have no wish to talk. I don't have time. I told you I don't have time for you. Is that so hard to understand? Look, I don't have time for your satchel. Got it? Well, I didn't see anything, I'm afraid. Hey! Get your hands off me! Now hold on. Wait. What are you doing? Hey. What are you doing? Hey. What the hell are you doing? Why am I wasting my time on a madman like you? What are you selling? If you were carrying valuables like that, you shouldn't deal with this on your own. Report it to the bailiff. I don't want children. What are you looking for? Where did he put it? Oh, I'm pretty happy. Yes, I know my way around a bit. I'm well, thanks. There are other places to eat, you know. I beg your pardon. Sorry. I don't have time right now.
No signs of poisoning. These things can't tell me anything, unfortunately. He looks a bit ruddy. But is that from the poison? Or was he just drunk? He looks horribly rigid and contorted. He must have died in awful spasms. He coughed up some blood, all right, but he also threw his guts up. I suppose the murderer surprised him and didn't give him a chance to defend himself. Completely rigid, just like the arms. But there's no way I'm examining that. That'll have to do. I found out enough. God, that's rank. I'll examine some other part of him instead. His belly's hacked to ribbons. Who could have butchered him like that, for God's sake? The murderer definitely knew what he was doing. Though that hardly narrows down the field in an army camp. All right, here we go. Right then. Holy Mary, Mother of God, don't let me miss anything, and forgive me for what I'm doing to this unfortunate wretch. I've heard it happens to the dead, but that much? Maybe the poison did that. Well, almost everything is covered in blood. But there doesn't seem to have been much of a fight. I'd better examine him one more time. But why would someone kill him in the most heavily guarded part of the camp, instead of trying to lure him outside? He threw up on himself. He shot himself. That's a nasty wound. I almost feel sorry for Cherton. I can't see anything ripped or sliced off. There's nothing missing. I can't see anything strange here. No bruises or broken lips. Nothing strange here except the stiffness and broken nails. Could he have dug his nails into the table when the spasm started? Several stab wounds in the belly, all close together and very deep. Warts or lesions on his hands. He had spasms, as red as a poppy. But that could be from drinking or lots of things. I mustn't forget anything. That's the main thing. What a stench. Christ, what a stink. He shot himself. It hurts just to think about it. Whoever killed him, it doesn't look like a robbery. Some poisons are so strong that the body tries to expel them. And what's this here? Something that looks like warts. But did the poison cause them? Or was he a filthy pig and always had them?
I'm sorry to ask you this, but I need to find something that's covered in fleas.
What can I do?
I'll be going then.
Damn, this is pointless. I won't get anything useful out of him.
I can't tell you. No, but I didn't mean it like that.
Thanks.
I'm looking for some flea-ridden rags or something like that. I'm looking for some fleas. I want to release them in someone's house. Got any ideas? Do you know where I could find some? Do you know where I could get hold of some flea-ridden rags? Do you know where I could find some fleas? Do you know where I could get hold of some fleas? You wouldn't know where I could find some clothing covered in fleas, would you? Got any ideas? Some rags or something like that? Or some rags? Hey, if I needed something, let's say, really filthy,
covered in fleas. I'm serious. I need to find some rags covered in fleas. You wouldn't have any, would you?
I'm looking for my friend's grave. He was executed recently. Do you know where he might be?
Have you got anything then?
How you handled it? Me? Run away? I just know how to be inconspicuous during a battle. Or maybe your sight isn't what it used to be. Me? Run away? Nonsense.
And that's that. The glorious guild ended up in hell. Well done, bailiff.
I didn't expect that at all. I thought I'd never see them again.
I have to say, for a bunch of ordinary villagers, you fight well. I have to say, you really know how to give each other a right thrashing around here.
My word.
Thank you. So, the pasture finally has its rightful owner, eh? The feud with the Geliovites is finally over. So, how does it feel to have the conflict with the Takovites sorted after all those years? So, you still angry that I read your chronicle without your permission? Now, I hope the Takovites and Geliovites won't be at each other's throats for a while. Thank you is nice and all, but it's customary to add a few groschen, too.
From Semine?
I saw one of those Takovites trying to run away. Coward. So I ran after him to give him what for. You smacked those Geliovites up like it was nothing. I would have just gotten in the way. Well, if that's all you have. I don't know. He had curly hair and a limp, and he had a scar under his eye. Thank you. Well, it's just that there were so many of those Takovites. I got scared. It's just that there were so many of those Geliovites. Well, what do I know what his name is? Go to Takov and look for a guy that walks funny and groans with every step. It's not as if the best Takovite fighters really need help from the likes of me. But I saw something moving in the bushes near the forest, so I went to take a look. What if the Geliovites wanted to ambush you from behind? What? After everything I did for this village, all you say is thank you and farewell? After everything I did for you? I thought you Geliovites would be more grateful. Both of them? You got a proper kick to the nutsack from me. Thanks. And if you ever want to mess with those Takovites again, let me know. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thanks for the advice. Can't say no to that. If you wanted to have any more discussions with the Takovites, I'll be glad to help. Well, I feel right at home in a fistfight. If you ever have another one planned...
Thanks, I suppose.
Thank you. And if those Geliovites ever cause any more trouble, let me know, huh?
It was my honour to serve truth and justice, sir.
Oh, well, they must have hit me over the head with a stick. I don't have any other explanation.
Aye. Seems that way.
Don't mention it. But it turned out to just be a deer. And it was true. If I hadn't taken care of them, who knows how things would have turned out.
They didn't even take everything. What awaits us at Malashov?
Well, maybe it won't be so bad, and Sir Stibor will back you up. I heard Sigismund wasn't too fond of Grozav. Well, I assume a corporal has better pay. It just strikes me as a lot of responsibility. Someone more experienced should do it.
What are my next orders?
All right, I'm ready. We can get out of here.
Aye, sir.
Me? No, I don't know what to say. Don't worry about it. He was one wily bastard. It's an honour to be offered the post, but it'll be an honour, sir.
What are a corporal's duties?
I killed him and saved you the effort of building the gallows. No need to thank me.
About the miller's shady activities in Lower Semine.
It's time for the rat house to make a move on Crazel.
There was something underhand going on in Lower Semine. Crazel the miller was behind it all, but you can rest easy. I stopped him. It's a long story. I'll save it for some other time. Listen, you might want to sit down for this, Thrush. Crazel has something that would allow him to raise the whole of Trotsky to the ground if he wanted to. What now? I know what I'm doing.
See? I'll save you some work.
Are we even? There it is. Probably got wet in there, but once it's dried and waxed, it could work again.
Great.
Maybe. We'll see.
Fuck. Come and get it.
As if you haven't plucked me enough.
Well, I have it, but I won't give it to you. With what I had to go through to find it, it's more of a consolation prize. It's good enough for me. Come to Henry, my little shiny ones. Thank you, Gnarly. Don't be down, Gnarly. Maybe you'll get lucky next time. Oh, why the long face? Oh well, win some, lose some. I did. I can't complain. But maybe I'll bet more next time. What if I paid you for it? I'd like to keep it.
First class welded steel.
I'll go and see what I can find. A woman? What woman? I fed the beggars as you asked, so he'd teach me to play dice, eh?
Zavish would have been happy to sell it to me, but he didn't want me to give it back to you.
I'd put him in the pen. I will. Thanks. I will. Thanks. It's ready. I quenched it in the soot water.
Have no fear. See, Markold is dead.
I killed him. He tried to threaten me, and that was his last mistake. I killed him. He didn't give me any other choice. I talked them out of it. I don't think they'll be coming back here again. I decided not to feed the beggars. I fed as many people as I could. I fought for him in a duel. I've no idea where he is. I didn't see him. I've got everything.
Ursula will never be yours. Wait, I thought you wanted to do it yourself. I'm just your assistant, after all.
Well, he, unfortunately, he didn't make it.
You know very well that's not true. Do you know how hard it is to get such pure iron out of an old nail and a horseshoe?
Maybe.
But this way, you'll never see her again. And she'll think of you for the rest of her life as a shameless thief. Is that what you want?
You know what? I'm tired of your whining. So you botched an execution. You know what? Just cut me before I change my mind. Well, if things are as bad as you say, you'll need the money more than me.
To dedicate a few verses to your beauty. From his heart.
Very. But now, about my reward. Today is your lucky day. I brought you the horse.
Really?
That is bad.
What does it matter? You wanted it back, and here it is.
I thought you wanted your inheritance. The figurine. Well, here it is. You wanted your inheritance, right? The figurine. Well, here it is.
The Voivod is dead.
Thanks. You don't need to worry about them anymore.
I'm ready now. We can head off to battle.
Fine. I'll try to fix it. You can heal them or kill them with a single stroke. You always could.
I stole it.
I did what you asked me to do. I did a lot for you. So I've decided to keep everything I found there. I did a lot of work for you. So I decided to keep everything I found. I did what I could. And I hope I brought them some relief.
You've no intention of planting it on him, have you?
Sorry, but I won't do it. There'll only be a jealous scene, and who knows what else.
I've got good news. I found that stolen horse of yours. I robbed the chest and left a few heads of cabbage for Sigismund. I robbed the chest and left the cabbage in it. I cleaned out the chest and left enough cabbage for Sigismund to feed the entire warehouse garrison. The chest is emptied. The chest was buried by the forest, exactly where you said. Next to the handcart.
Do you really believe that? I don't have that much on me. But if you give me a chance, I'll definitely bring it to you.
Well, he's still alive, if you're asking about that.
I'm going to give that blacksmith Ostener a kick up the ass.
Right, leave it to me. I'll finish the job.
I'm just yanking your pizzle. Little joke, see?
What do you mean? Well, that always comes in handy. That it would. I'm glad to hear that.
You're overreacting.
Well, I can't say no to that, since I brought it to you. That's nothing. When will you set him up? That doesn't mean it's the cause of all your other problems. Don't mention it. No.
Are you serious? Take a good look at this axe. Forging, grinding, honing. It was a job and a half.
I took it out of my own loot, from the villagers. Well, that's me. Good to the marrow and heart on my sleeve. Great.
That's just a little token, my lady. A token of a certain man's favour.
You're probably right. I just know how to handle people. You'd really do that? Well, there were more of them, but I didn't feel like slicing all their ears off. It was the wolves.
My Lord Capon would never forgive me.
They won't be back in this land any time soon. It's hard to say. Someone probably beat me to it. It's hard to say. Someone probably beat me to it. You need not fear him any longer. It's taken care of.
Well, that fella? Come on. He hardly had a chance to blink and he was on his arse. He hadn't a chance against me.
Ambrose must have broken the sword himself, deliberately. It wouldn't have just happened in battle. It's from me.
Nowhere now. I took care of them.
We'll have peace and quiet for it there. So I deserve some kind of reward, don't I? So you believe me?
So I've decided to keep everything I found. So I decided to keep everything I found there.
So I'm right. But why?
And he almost was, too. The wolves were just coming for him. You'll curse, pull yourself together, and do better next time.
Take them then, you asshole. Then why did you get me to steal those things?
It's done.
I would if you gave me directions.
Well, I'm back. Well, I solved the mystery. I found the sheep. So I brought you Ignatius.
I'm here. I've got to say, that barrel sure gets heavy.
I solved that problem with the soldiers.
I'm here with your axe. Don't worry. No one will recognise their missing talisman in it. So I went round the camp, begging all the tents, making sad eyes, until I scrounged enough to pay.
I've come from Eggman's camp. All right. I've already taken care of everything. Here's that sword.
But it wasn't easy. I had to take part in a nightly duel.
I repaired those broken weapons.
All right. Here's your axe.
So, what do you think? Do you like the sword?
Right. Job done. Letter delivered. Markle didn't even get too angry.
Here you go, Bull.
Here you go. As promised. Here you go. But you better not flash that armour around too much. Someone might be surprised that it's not on Zavish's chest.
Here you go.
Here you are.
Here's the figurine. Here's the figurine. Here's your liquor, as I promised. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I think I did a pretty good job with it.
Here it is.
Here's everything I found. Here's everything that was there. Here's everything I found. Here's everything I found.
Here's Florian's ring. What next?
Here's that figurine. Here's the figurine. Here it is. Henceforth it is your sword.
Here you are.
Exactly as you wanted. Things were a bit different with the horseshoe, but that's a long story.
Here you go.
Here you go.
I'm not going to give them to you. I still don't think it's a good idea. It took a lot of persuading to convince him. But in the end, we came to an agreement. Oh, he went to the bother of threatening you, though. I don't think this is a good idea.
I'm so sorry, but something went wrong. I think I'll give it a pass. I'll just take the coin. Surely it won't be so bad. I promised I wouldn't rat them out. But it weighed on me, so I decided to tell you the truth.
Your loss.
I forged the sabre as you asked, but when I quenched it in the soot water, it cracked. Of course. Everything is taken care of. It was my pleasure. If that's not enough for him, he can go to the hill in the forest to see for himself. She's still lying there. Well, I'll do what I can. Glad to help. I'll gladly share it. Well, I'm glad I could help. Although I'm sorry I couldn't do better. I will. In the meantime, good luck.
Because I don't want you to become a thief. I just followed your story. I found the pier by the rock tower pond, then went up to the old oak tree, then the big stone beside the road. Seriously? Like anyone would give a damn about you.
Sorry, but he's already asleep. I'm just a bumbling fool who messed up. I apologise.
I'm sorry, but there was no other option. Zavish would never have given him to me. Why are you so dead set against it? Why wouldn't I?
I lied to you last time. It wasn't wolves, it was a bunch of bandits. About the swords you asked me to make. I think I might have overestimated my abilities. I brought you that sword, just as you wanted.
I brought you the axe.
It wasn't easy, but I managed to treat all the wounded. I hope they'll be all right.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You're an executioner, damn it. People fear you.
Exactly. They're my own work, but made exactly according to the ones I found in the nomads camp. Just as I said.
Well, it wasn't easy, but I got that sword in the end, though, didn't I? So stop moaning, Radovan. The hermit died a few days ago. I had to find his grave.
I brought that ram of yours.
If you have yourself shot, you'll die. Oh, damn it, you have your armour, right? What does it matter how I got it?
Look, Pasha, I've been playing along with this for long enough, but this is as far as it goes.
Wait until we get back to camp. Hold on. I still have something to take care of.
Wait, what are you talking about? Hold your horses. What's this? Why would you lie to me? I don't get it. Wait, though. Young Pivot said something different.
I'll wait until the evening here with you. I tried to treat all the wounded. I have some better armour for you.
I tried my best, but don't expect miracles.
Really?
I'll come back in the evening. I need to sort something out first.
All right, I'll get some more.
About these things of yours.
I'm here, Master Executioner. And I brought something for you.
About that sabre for the Voivod.
I got those shoes. None of your concern.
Well, Markold lost his temper and attacked me. And he died, and I ran off.